Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here, as well as the 8.2 thousand people that have already joined us on TikTok in the last 10 minutes. Thank you for joining as well. It is certainly good to see you all on this great Sunday afternoon that has been overshadowed and made a little bit piss poor by the news that I'm about to share with you. Now, of course, before we do, for all of those of you who've never been here before, my name's Dean. I debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history. It's very important that we all collect and coalesce against the administration because of all the harm in which they're perpetuating, not just against the American people, but against the on the global stage. And of course, we'll get into that. We'll have those discussions. But before we do, let's talk about the news. So the news of the day is that Donald Trump has continued down his war path of either trying to force an invasion or a course for sale of Greenland to America. And now it's starting to get bad. So we all know that he asked the military to draft up an invasion plan. The military denied. That's what it is. We talked about that yesterday. But today, Donald Trump is now saying that he's going to be placing 15 to 25% tariffs on all EU countries that do not support the sale of Greenland to the United States of America. This is a form of soft power, okay, of forced coercement in order to try to orchestrate a deal where we get to take over Greenland, without attempting to start a war. Now, we already knew it was unlikely that the the countries in the European Union would be on board with a plan like this, okay? Because we already have Spain, France, Norway, Sweden, Canada, and a handful of other countries sending their troops into Greenland to defend against a potential invasion, saying that they're going to shoot first, ask questions second. 48 hours ago, the Prime Minister of Canada said, well, dude, if you do invade, we may have to invoke Article 5. That'd either be World War III or the end of NATO. And today, in response to these tariffs that Donald Trump is placing on these European Union countries, we now have President Macron from France basically threatening to destroy America if Donald Trump places those tariffs on their countries. So he's calling it the quote-unquote trade bazooka. He is proposing this to the European Union today to see if they can agree. And if they do agree, what we could expect if Donald Trump goes ahead with these tariffs is nearly a complete cutoff of all trade, or just incredibly dampened trade between America and Europe. So we already know that would include the end of a trade deal that we struck with them last year. But it would also include increased tariffs on not just American goods, but also American services. So now American companies operating inside of Europe offering services are going to be hurt. They're going to be damaged, and that's going to make the American economy suffer. And on top of that, there's also a handful of other options that they have with this quote-unquote trade bazooka to prevent investment from American companies into the country, to halt banking, so on and so forth, which in turn would just have compounding negative effects, yes, on America, but also to an extent on their own countries. And I think that this is a demonstration of just how far Europe is willing to go to stand against the tyranny, which is something I love to see. I'm so happy that somebody is finally standing up to Trump. I'm so happy that somebody is finally saying no. And we need more of this. And hopefully Donald Trump doesn't stand down, so then the American people suffer, because ultimately if that trade bazooka is fired by Europe at America, okay, our economy will be in ruins. We will hurt, we will suffer, we'll feel the pain. There's going to be layoffs, there's going to be unemployment, things are going to be terrible, okay? So I really hope that Donald Trump steps down from this warpath of wanting Greenland and threatening the tariffs on Europe to get them to support the sale, or else it will inevitably be his fault, okay, that the American people are crushed. That's all the breaking news for today. Let's go ahead and hop into the debates. We already have our very first Trump supporter of the day, Mr. Trick, loaded into the live stream. Trick, the very first thing that you said when you joined the live stream before we even started the YouTube live is that you support Trump because you can't really think of anything bad that Trump's done. At this point, I know that you've been listening to the breaking news because you've been connected to the stream while we went over everything in which we just did. I'm now going to give you the mic to actually just have a chance to respond to it. I mean, I feel like that's a very clear-cut way of how Donald Trump is hurting the American people, of how Donald Trump is destroying, which have been historically some of our best relations, through the spread of forced coercion to grow American imperialism, through the overthrow of the legitimate government of Greenland.
You said, how does that affect the American people or the European people?
It affects everyone.
Okay, so are you affected by it?
Am I affected by it? I certainly will be alongside you and the average American, okay, if they launch that trade bazooka.
If or are they going to?
They are going to, if it is the case that Donald Trump does not back down with his threats of tariffs.
Oh, okay, type shit, type shit. Okay, and so what exactly do you think would happen because of that? Like theoretically.
I mean, I kind of just went over all of that. I mean, we'd see.
I mean, you
this,
said a lot though, gang. I ain't gonna lie. You spoke like a
yeah,
whole essay, like a whole
our
book.
economy,
So
our economy would just simply be hurt. I mean, with tariffs not just on our goods in the EU, but also on our services, dampers and blocks on investment, banking, so on and so forth. Those are all things, okay, and which would really like point towards the peril of the American economy.
type. Okay, so you think you wouldn't be able to live your life like the way you live it now? Type shit. Is what you saying?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying here is that we could definitely expect a lot of negative effects to be felt by the average American.
Understood. No, I get that, but like, would you be able to live your life the way you live right now? You know what I'm saying? The way you get up, go to sleep, eat, all that bullcrap. Like
the way that I'm making my argument here isn't like in the sense that, well, I don't like it because it's going to negatively impact me, but it's more so in the sense that I don't like it because it's going to negatively impact the average American. Like I don't even want to talk about this through a lens of, you know, what will I feel? How will I be impacted? I want to talk about this through the lens of what will the average American feel? How will the average American be impacted?
Okay, so the average American won't be able to live their life the way they're living right now, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the average American will be in a worse position, economically speaking, if this were to occur.
Economically speaking, or are we talking personally speaking? Because I mean, you know what I'm saying? You kind of make
it
seem
specified
like
economically speaking because this would be an economic quote unquote bazooka.
Oh, okay, but personally, like everybody be okay though. Like nobody's gonna die.
How you are doing economically speaking obviously personally impacts your personal well-being. That one's just a direct implication, of course. That's not even a challenged premise. Yes, your economic well-being impacts your personal well-being.
We talking money wise, like they're not gonna like make the same funds. They're not gonna be able to like go about their day. Like
yeah, we could expect slow GDP growth. We could expect a slowed rate of growth in real median wages. We could expect layoffs, unemployment. Yes.
Okay, you kind of like speaking like future wise, like this hasn't happened yet. You know what I'm saying? Like
yes, I understand that.
So why are you using that as argument? So why are you using that as argument if it hasn't happened?
Because it's still valid, because it's still a threat, because it's still a potential outcome.
It's potential. Okay, anything's potential in this world.
I'm so sorry. If one of your friends tells you that he's going to shoot up your school tomorrow, would you like condemn him? Would you hold a different view on him? Or would you just argue because he actually hasn't done it yet that you don't really care?
Yeah, I really wouldn't care. I know my friends.
You really wouldn't care? Wait, you really wouldn't care if like one of your friends was like, I'm legitimately going to shoot up the school. Then you're insane.
I mean,
why are the people that I talk to on here just so nuts? Like they're so nuts. Like dude, if somebody came up to you and was like, I'm going to shoot up this school tomorrow, would your response be, holy shit, bad? Or would it like rather be more in alignment with kind of the information and argument that you purported up to us to date of saying, well, because it actually hasn't happened yet, you don't really care, right? Obviously, we should care, okay, about what is to come in the future, predicated on what is now.
Okay, so
future projections based upon current actions, okay, are like incredibly important to consider. I mean, like people have been telling you this forever. I mean, do you remember when your high school teachers were like, you got to get good grades so you could like line yourself up with like good career goals in the future? You got to like consider college to see what your career prospects could be to like maximize the net income over the course of your life. Like, of course, future projections predicated on the actions that you're engaging in today are like incredibly important.
Okay, bet. So I can see you're a very literal person, right? Like you take everything someone says like to heart. Like if someone said they're gonna do something, you feel like they're gonna do it, right? Right.
So yeah, we'd reasonably judge if they are or are not likely to do it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Can I ask you a quick question?
Can you respond to the argument?
I mean, I kind of did, you know what I'm saying?
No, you just said because it actually hasn't happened yet, you don't care.
Yeah, exactly. That's me responding.
Okay, but that's an invalid response for the reasons I listed. Although it hasn't
and you're talking about
something
that hasn't happened yet, so it's
although it hasn't actually, no, it's not. Although it actually hasn't happened yet, we should still care. All right, and like that is a universal. One moment.
So you can pick and choose what's invalid and not valid?
I could give an argument for why it's valid.
But you telling me you telling me what I said was invalid, but you talking about yours is valid.
Yes, and I could give an argument insofar as why.
So you can pick and choose, huh?
No, I could give an argument insofar as why.
That's not what you're doing though, gang. You just told me my shit's invalid.
Would you like to know why it's invalid? I can tell you.
Okay, go ahead. I want to hear this. Go ahead.
Nice.
I want everybody to hear this.
Perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason why your position is invalid once again, that position is because it hasn't happened yet, I don't care, is because we should care about what could happen predicated off of the actions that we're engaging in now. And this is a universal maxim in which is broadly accepted by society, even outside of the context of politics, okay? Right? It's like I care, or I cared in like high school if I was like getting good grades or like taking good classes, so I could like reasonably dictate what my future projections would be for like what universities or colleges I could get accepted in. When I was in college, I cared about like what I wanted to declare my major as or what I didn't want to declare my major as, so I could like increase the
Those aren't good
likelihood
analogies,
of
bro.
like future outcomes and which are like more conducive towards the betterment of my life. Okay, like another example of this is like we care in society about like not abusing hard substances, okay? Not predicated off of the fact that in the immediate moment of taking that substance you feel bad because there's many substances that give you an incredibly euphoric feeling, but like rather predicated off of the fact that that action that we're engaging in now is increasing the likelihood of a bad outcome in the future. Like take like smoking, for instance, okay? We universally like condemn the broad usage of cigarettes, all right, not because the immediate outcome of smoking a cigarette is bad, okay? You know, it's like a euphoric feeling. I'd know this, unfortunately. But rather because if you do this over the course of your life, it like significantly increases the likelihood that you die from
That's
lung
not the
cancer
same thing,
40
brother.
years in the future.
That's not the same thing,
It
dude,
is the
at
exact
all.
same concept.
No,
because
it's
what we're-
not. You're talking about something.
That is the exact same concept because what we're saying is that it's like obviously bad for Donald Trump to threaten an invasion of Greenland. It's obviously bad for Donald Trump to like threaten to implement tariffs on all countries in Europe. Okay, it's obviously bad for Donald Trump to want to overtake Greenland because of these negative future potential outcomes, like Europe instilling this trade bazooka, harming and hurting America. Like all countries in NATO sending their troops into Greenland, okay, and firing first and asking questions second. Okay, it's like this is an elementary like concept that like everybody watching should be able to understand. It's merely the concept of saying that there are reckless actions that you could engage in now that will promote an environment to likely give you negative foreseen consequences in the future. And obviously, we could universally say it is bad to engage in reckless actions now that promote the environment of the creation of negative foreseen consequence in the future, okay? Like, failing a bunch of classes in high school, like smoking a cigarette, or like threatening an invasion against one of our allies and then turning around and saying that you want to impose tariffs on them too. Go ahead and respond.
Oh, okay, bet. About time. But so you know how you're saying all this, like this, if that, if that. So what if it doesn't happen? Like, what if all these shit you're saying right now? What if it don't happen? Then what are you gonna do?
I'll happily respond to that question after you could just respond to me describing the concept
Oh,
of caring
okay.
about the actions that we engage in now because
didn't
they
happen.
could potentially create negative foreseen outcomes. in the
It didn't
future.
happen, brother.
Can you just
It
like
didn't happen.
respond? Like, do you accept or reject
That
that
is me
concept?
responding.
No,
That
I'm
is me
asking
responding.
you, do you accept or reject the concept that we should care about what we do now because of the outcomes that they may produce in the future?
Almost definitely, of course.
Okay, so then you agree that we should like care about Donald Trump threatening an invasion against Greenland?
I mean, shit, he can threaten all he wants. Did he do it?
He did threaten, yes.
No. Did it happen? Is what I'm saying.
No, he didn't actually invade them yet.
Oh, so it didn't happen yet. So you're speaking hypothetically, correct?
No, it's not hypothetically, because we're talking about the real action of him threatening to do so, and then the negative consequences that could yield in the future.
Bro, why do you keep muting me every time you don't want to hear me speak? That doesn't make any sense.
You asked me a question and I answered, dude.
That doesn't mean mute me. I was silent. What the fuck?
I just sometimes will mute my guests when I'm speaking fairly to like prevent
Oh,
any
okay.
potential interruption.
Okay, I mean, you have been speaking for the past hour, and I've only said maybe 2 sentences, but you know that makes perfect sense. You're
I've
right,
been
bro.
live for
That makes
20
perfect
minutes and
sense,
you've
bro.
said significantly more than two sentences.
It's called fucking sarcasm, dog. I don't know if you know what that is, but okay. But anyway, so point being,
Well,
like,
actually,
you
it wouldn't
speaking
be
about
sarcasm, it would be hyperbole, just to make sure that you're correct in what
Oh
you're saying.
shit, my bad, my bad, twin. You right, shit, my fault. I don't, whatever. But anyway, so
I have a
back
question.
to this whole. What's up, bro? What's up?
If a man that you knew threatened to grape a child but didn't actually do it yet, would you care?
Holy crap! You're so you're trying to compare rape to whatever
Can you
Trump
answer
is
the
saying
question,
about.
please?
So okay, I'll answer that as soon as I finish saying what I was saying. So you trying to compare rape to whatever you're talking about with Trump?
I'm trying to.
You think that's it?
I'm trying to compare the logic in which would underpin your position of
And
not
you think
caring
that's
about
the
it until
same?
it actually
And you-
happens.
And you think that actually is like equivalent?
Yeah, the underpinning logic is absolutely equivalent.
No,
Now,
no,
can you
I'm
please
talking
answer
about
the
rape.
question?
I'm talking about rape compared to we talking about with Trump. You think that's equivalent?
That's not the comparison that's being made. The comparison being made is two circumstances of you arguing that you don't care about something until it actually happens. So please answer the question. If a man that you knew threatened to rape a child but didn't actually do it yet, would you care?
Yeah, sure.
Even though it didn't actually happen yet?
Yeah, I would definitely.
So now
yeah,
you see my
sure.
point.
No, I don't because it's not the same thing at all.
What's
Sorry.
the difference?
Nice try though, but
What's
not
the
the same thing
difference?
at all. There's a huge. If you're talking about
Yeah,
rape,
what's the
this is something that
logical
can. This is something
symmetry
that can
breaker?
kill somebody. This is something that can kill somebody, affect someone's daily. You're talking about something that we don't even know what's gonna happen yet, gang. You come on, it's not even close to being the same shit at all.
Did you know that a military invasion of another country can kill somebody?
Oh, here we go. Okay, and you okay? All right. So, you said a military invasion can kill people, right? That's
Yeah,
what you
real
said?
quick. How many continents are there?
Shit, I don't know. You tell me. I ain't get an A in geography. I don't really care, to be honest. We're not talking about. We're not talking. We're not speaking. You can shake. You can shake your head.
Another
Gang, that's
question.
cool.
How many branches of government are there?
I don't know. You tell me. Legislative, judicial. I don't know all that bull crap. I didn't
Yeah, you
graduate
actually
with
got
a
two of them
4.0.
right. Another question. What's one policy?
I know some of them, yeah, but I
Another
don't know all of
question.
them. That's
What's
cool.
one policy that Trump has passed that you agree with?
One policy he's passed. I can tell you something that I agree with that he's doing good.
Yeah, just name a policy, please.
I can tell you something he's doing good. You don't have to be a direct policy.
So you can't name a policy that he's passed that you agree with.
I just told you I could tell you there's something he's doing good.
But
just
that
told
wouldn't
you
be a
that.
policy, right? So you can't name a policy.
It don't matter if it's a policy or not.
Okay. All right. Well, he just got banned. I actually don't know what he got banned for. It says sexually suggestive content. But like obviously I was about to kick him anyway, so that's actually fine. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everyone just give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. Number one Fallout New Vegas Glazer. Appreciate you so much for that galaxy over on TikTok. As well as, hey, H, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. H with the $20 says, been watching your streams for a while now, Dean, and I've learned a lot from your streams. To show my thanks, here's some extra money I got saved up. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Much love. Well, much love to yourself. Thank you so much for the $20, and that makes me so happy that you've been able to take something positive away from what we do here. That is why we do what we do, to change minds and to better inform the people. Thank you so much for the $20, H. Welcome in, Lexi. Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say Trump can suck my dick.
Definitely not a Trump supporter. Super base, super base. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Follow our rules. We got James loading up into the box here. All right, next guest. Next guest is on the way. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How
I
are
was
you?
wondering what your thoughts are on me having a boner.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to give you my thoughts on you having a boner because we're looking to debate Trump supporters on why they're MAGA. I would say that's not too relevant to the topic of the live, quite frankly. Quite frankly. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I voted for him in 2024 when for the second time in a row.
Okay, do you mind if I ask you how old you are?
I am 26 years old.
Cool, man. Awesome. Well, let me thank a couple people here real quick that I'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, Nora. Thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who says, I got essayed by an older man when I was 14. Some of your guests say horrible things, but I keep listening to you because it shows me that it's not all men. And I feel like you are educating your audience on why this is an important topic. Thank you for all that you do. And mostly for believing victims. Nora, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And this is actually a quick message to you and all the other victims in here. Like sometimes guests do say things that are just completely disgusting and completely deplorable directed to victims of SA. And I'm just so sorry that you got to hear that shit. Thank you for the $15, Nora. Please show some love to Nora in that chat, as well as Madeline. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Nora and Madeline. Sebastian, thank you for the 5 saying it's my birthday, Dean. Happy birthday, Sebastian. Thank you so much. And then over on Venmo, Madeline, thank you for the $5, who says the real action of him threatening to invade Greenland has a real effect on hurting our diplomatic relationships with Canada and countries in Europe. What is this guy on? Usually just wasn't that smart. Eva, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Let's get 100 Eva W's down below in that chat. And then V and Ray, appreciate you guys for the $2 and the $5. And then 2 people people over on Super Chat. Jenna, thank you so much for the $50. Jenna, you have been coming in here every day for like the last week and showing mad love. Jenna, you are awesome. I'm going to need all of y'all to show some love to the absolute GOAT, Jenna, down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, dude. And then let's also get 200 Jacob W's for the 20 Canadian dollars. He says for the therapy from yesterday. Appreciate you so much, man. All right, let's go and hop into that debate, dude. Take it away. Tell us why the hell you support Trump.
So I support Trump because he's been keeping
16.
men out of women's sports.
Okay, so we're gonna have to be very careful with the words that we use when debating this prompt, so we don't, get banned, because TikTok will do that. First and foremost, trans women are not men. Okay, that's not true. Now, in this debate, let's make sure that we refer to trans women as T women, so we could try to circumnavigate around a ban. The first question that I want to ask you is, do you know how many T women were competing in the NCAA?
5:13 p.m. Status
Just
bar item.
a couple of
Swipe down with
T
3 fingers
women.
to reveal notifications. Swipe up with 3 fingers to reveal a control center. Double tap to scroll to top.
Would you mind repeating that? I think that we could hear like an audio accessibility option on your iPhone that kind of overshadowed your voice. So would you mind repeating your
my
response?
apologies.
No worries.
My apologies. I'm totally blind. I think just 2 or 3 that I've heard of so far. 3, I along with Leah Thomas, and then one that was doing like track, and then I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but just a few that I can think of. Just 3 or 2 or 3.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, man. First and foremost, you said that you were blind and that you use like an audio accessibility feature to use your phone. I just first want to let you know.
5:14 p.m. Status bar item.
I wanted to let you know that that's literally cool as shit. I could never do that in a billion years. So I just think that's like really cool that you've like completely figured out how to like navigate with like technology in a phone using that voice accessibility feature. I think that's really awesome. But now
thank
just to
you.
get back to the
It's-
debate. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's incredibly difficult, to even do research and stuff. So oftentimes I get a lot of my information from right-leaning podcasts because it's the most accessible to me, which is where I get a lot of my opinions from.
Yeah, you know what, dude? I mean, like NPR, PBS, Reuters, they're not going to be running podcasts that are accessible and would be like easy to like learn from by listening to. So you do kind of have a point there. Like if you want to intake news, you're going to be listening to like journalistic, non-mainstream media, like podcasts from like random people on the right. So let's see if I can try to change
5:15
your mind
p.m.
on this.
Status bar item.
Okay, so first and foremost, what I'd like to say here is that there is actually 16 T women competing inside of the NCAA. All right, Donald Trump was found guilty of twice as many felonies as there is T women in the NCAA, 34. Donald Trump has been credibly accused of rape by almost twice as many women than there is T women inside of the NCAA, 25. Donald Trump, has threatened to infringe on the Constitution, terminate the Constitution, or actually infringe on the Constitution more times than there is T women in the NCAA. I've counted around 17 to 25. All right. And the point why I'm bringing this up is because I believe the argument that we should support Trump as president because a T women inside of sports ultimately just says, well, we should actually hurt everybody. 340 million Americans, including those T women, because I think they should be able to play in those sports, just to virtue signal in support of removing 17 people
5:16
from the
p.m.
sports
Status bar item.
league. I think that like maybe even if you think that there's some level of wrongness that you could attribute to T women in sports, which I disagree with, that the fact that Donald Trump is taking them out of sports should be overshadowed by the fact that he took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. Or if like you care about women's rights, maybe something that should overshadow that are the 66 million American women and girls that no longer have access to abortion because of his administration.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question though. Aren't T women still biological men? They still have, a lot of them haven't gotten their privates removed. So don't they still have male DNA? They still have XY chromosomes. They still have a 95% biological more advantage than what actual women do. So they're more likely to win if they do like swimming or soccer or basketball. Because if you can have a male on a woman team, you can the T woman can always just score, score, score left and right and left and right.
Okay. So no, that's not necessarily true because in order for trans women to compete inside of the NCAA, they actually have to be on hormone blockers or HRT for at least 3 to 5 years. And like studies have demonstrated that with the use of hormone replacement therapies, it dampens the biological advantage that males may typically have over females. And like there's also really good examples of this. Like Leah Thomas, okay, is a trans woman, but when she was competing in the men's league right prior to hormone replacement therapy, she was like setting record after record after record after record. She was an incredibly strong swimmer within the men's league. But then she started hormone replacement therapy, and then she begun to compete inside of the women's leagues, and she actually hasn't set a record in the multiple years she's now been doing so. So I think that's a really good, crystal clear example of a trans woman maybe possessing that biological advantage rooted in the fact that they're male, then undergoing HRT hormone replacement therapy, then no longer possessing that advantage to the same degree. But like, what I really want you to respond to here, the meat on the bone, is the point that I made about all the harm the Trump administration is doing, overwhelming the small amount of good that you see from your perspective that I disagree with, and revoking the ability from trans women to compete in the NCAA. I mean, trans women account for like 0.0000001% of all athletes in the NCAA, 17 people, okay? And like obviously, even just like one of the multiplicity of bad things that Donald Trump has done should overwhelm the fact that he did this, like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, taking access to elective abortions away from 66 million American women and girls, okay, causing 60 pregnant rape victims per day to be denied access to abortion or healthcare in this country, okay, reducing the socioeconomic standing and taking the purchasing power away from the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, destroying the relationship between America, Canada, and the EU, and like a billion other things that I could go on all day long. It just seems like the harm that the administration has caused would certainly outweigh any good that you think you see in 16 trans women being removed from the NCAA.
Well, I'd like to say that I follow a lot of conservative content creators, including one guy named Greg Foreman, also known as Black Conservative Perspective. And the way he framed it, when healthcare was removed from 10 million Americans, they removed it from the state of Minnesota because of the Somali fraud, which makes the Somali community look, quite frankly, bad, and they should not have been committing fraud. And as for the 60 million abortions, all he did was make it a state's right. So people end up voting on whether or not abortion should be allowed in that state or not.
Yeah.
Which is why people
So
traveling to other states
here's the thing.
for abortion.
So the 10 million people that lost coverage of Medicaid was not because of Somali fraud in one state, but it was actually in all 50 states caused by the big, beautiful bill signed into law last July. And then even the point about Somali fraud, what? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not willing to look at a video posted by some fake journalist that doesn't even know what the word benevolent means, showing, like, the fact that a daycare center won't let this crazy man asking to see the kids with a camera into the center as, like, sufficient evidence for fraud. And if, like, you agree with taking things away from people that are guilty of fraud, then why can't you hop on board with taking the presidency away from Trump, considering his 34 felony convictions of fraud?
Well, because they were trumped up charges. Trump actually they were politically prosecuting him so to prevent him from becoming president.
Do you have any evidence of that whatsoever, that they were trumped up in fake charges?
Well, so the conservatives that I listened to explained it like this: the Alvin Bragg and Leticia James, Leticia James came up with fake charges based off of what, apparently Trump lying about the real value.
So that's a civil court case. We're talking about his 34 felonies, which would be Alvin Bragg.
Well, that was also fake, apparently, because they took a bunch of crimes that he committed in the 90s, which apparently they're saying he committed
No, that would be
Which
another civil court
apparently-
where he was found guilty for rape. We're talking about the 34 felony convictions ranging from 2016 to 2017.
the ones. Oh, that was something that Trump's lawyer did on his own, and not something that Trump did. But they just took those crimes and pinned it on him, according to the conservatives.
No, Trump's lawyer, Michael Barron? Michael B.
Cohen.
Michael Cohen. Okay, sure, like his lawyer helped in executing these crimes, but like ultimately it was under the order and execution of Trump. Right? That's why he was found guilty and Michael Cohen wasn't. I think that Michael Cohen got off by testifying about it, like to this fact.
Yeah, but still, Trump didn't actually commit those crimes. His lawyer did, and that's why his lawyer.
Well, see, the reason why it was he who committed the crime is because it was his name and signature on the false checks.
And also, the bribery didn't. Even if it did happen, Trump didn't. Apparently, Trump is saying that he didn't use his political campaign finances to pay. So,
Well,
I honestly don't. I
the
think
court
they were
proved
trumped up.
otherwise. The court proved that he's using finances from his personal estate and political campaign. Sorry, not personal estate, business estate and political campaign, to send money to Stormy Daniels, then falsely labeling them as a business or political campaign expense.
Well,
Also, Cohen didn't get off. He also went to prison. I forgot about that. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, sure, that was a scummy thing for him to do, but like, let's be honest, how many other people do that? Like, how many other people?
So I mean, just look at this is a really good example of your own hypocrisy. Like you said, oh, these Somali people are committing fraud in Minnesota on the basis of a YouTube video by a really dumb 30-year-old.
Several YouTube videos,
right?
now.
But and then you say, okay, well then this obviously justifies taking Medicaid away from everybody in the state, and then makes all Somali Americans look bad. But then when it's Trump committing fraud and then he's found guilty of it on 34 felony counts instead of a criminal court, you don't care and you try to write it off. Okay, you say, well, so many people have done this. Like, I'm so sorry. This is just like so clearly contradictory. This is so clearly hypocritical. Okay, you try to create an enemy out of all Somali people for a few supposed accounts of fraud. But then when Donald Trump does it, and we know for sure that he did do it because he's found guilty by a criminal court of law, you then don't try to make an enemy out of all white men, then personally excuse Trump by saying, oh, well, so many people have done it. Very hypocritical. And Scotty, thank you for the motorcycle.
Well, it was trumped up. The jury
don't have
actually
any
found
evidence
him
for that.
not guilty, but the judge said no, he is guilty.
No,
and
they
judge
didn't.
was-
The jury found him guilty. That's a false claim that you probably heard on one of the podcasts that you listened to that has no evidence for it to be true.
Well, I mean, like I said, the only podcasts that are the most accessible to me, since being totally blind, are really the conservative ones, and they've all said that the 34 felony counts, they were trumped up. They try to go after him to get him to not be president, so that people wouldn't be comfortable voting for him as a convicted felon.
Okay, listen. Well, I'm at this point, I just don't think this conversation's going anywhere. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. And honestly, you should try to break out of the echo chamber of just listening to conservative podcasts. You should also listen to liberal you should listen to my stream. I think that'd be great. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day, dude. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Everyone, just do be patient. We got KJ loaded up in. We had a conversation with KJ a while ago where he lost a bet for $500 that I'm now gonna forget and ignore.
Oh, that wasn't me, bro. Wrong guy.
What are your thoughts of Trump just completely destroying the American EU alliance by threatening to invade Greenland and now threatening to impose massive tariffs on every European country that doesn't hop on board with a course for sale of it?
I get the reason. I mean, it's for America's defense. God forbid we get another soft, weak Democrat in office.
What do we need it for?
And then we
America's
see wars.
defense? I just want to be clear. Like, what is the strategic advantage by owning Greenland?
Well, it's to intercept missile. What do you say? Intercept missiles. What is it? What is it called? Ballistic missiles coming from Russia and all these other places. Like, I get the reason. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so
So why not?
I'm happy that you came up here because I could just help educate you. So that's totally wrong. So we don't intercept missiles for the most part with ground bases. For the most part, we actually
What do you mean we
intercept-
don't intercept missiles with ground bases?
I said for the most part because we don't. Okay, for the most part with intercepting
We're-
missiles.
nah,
let me
I mean,
tell
you-
you. Let me tell you. I'll help educate you, man. I'll help educate
No,
you.
you're not educating me. I know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So we actually have two satellite orbits. One on the higher atmosphere, and then one in the lower atmosphere that's following a geocentric orbit around Earth. Okay, and then these two orbits of satellites have the capabilities to strike down nearly any missile anywhere on Earth. So it doesn't matter if there's an ICBM in the middle of the Pacific, in the middle of the Atlantic. It doesn't matter if there's an ICBM in fucking Russia. It doesn't matter if there's an ICBM over Greenland, over mainland America, or over Canada. Anywhere in the world with these two orbits of militant satellites that are actually owned and run by the Space Force can strike down ICBMs anywhere on Earth.
So why is it that we need to build an Iron Dome?
So the purpose of an Iron Dome, or like Golden Dome, I think as Trump wants to put it, is for types of missiles that cannot be intercepted by their satellites, and which are like typically the smaller ones. And like that's like a legitimate method of defense. I don't think that a Golden Dome is like the worst idea ever, but I think it's just kind of like a stupid, wasteful expenditure because I don't really think any other country like Russia would be stupid enough to bomb us and start World War III. But what I will say here is, even if there was some
But that
type of
thought
necessity,
process is how.
even if there was some type of necessity for an
But check
expansion of
this
the
out.
Golden Dome, well, just let me say one more sentence here. Even if there was some type of necessity for an expansion of the Golden Dome into Greenland, what I honestly think would be better is instead of like attempting to like invade them and destroy our relationship with the EU, possibly destroy NATO as a whole, what would rather be a better idea is to like actually have a crowd project to expand that missile defense system inside of Greenland, paid for by the totality of NATO, because I'm not led to believe that it would be too expensive and it'd actually be beneficial for the totality of NATO.
But going off what you said about, I don't think Russia will do this and that. That mindset is how World War II happened. How we were attacked by in Pearl Harbor. Japan gave us all the warning signals that they were going to do it.
And
We didn't
just
think
ignored it,
right, and then that happened. You know what I'm saying? So you can't have that mindset. That's how things happen. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I just think that you have to walk a very fine line between vigilant, like not reactive, but rather, what's the other word? It's not you're reacting to something. It's like, what do you? I forget the word. Somebody watching on YouTube or Super Chat, on YouTube or TikTok is going to be able to think of the word that I'm looking for here. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that there's we got to maintain like a level of vigilance between being overreactive in like a defense system which just expands like the military to a hyper extent, funding it like $1.5 trillion to help build like this imperialistic ass type of US view, and like being like reasonable within your discernment of introducing like preemptive uses of force to fight off a potential like attack from Russia. But like what I'm fine with stating here is I think it's fine to be proactive to a reasonable degree with a type of missile defense system like a Golden Dome. But can you now respond to what I did say about how maybe like the smarter thing to do here would be to go in bed with the rest of NATO to help build that Golden Dome out in Greenland, which would save us money because it would be a crowdfunded project as it would benefit NATO as a whole. And on top of that, it would actually like strengthen our allies' ships, strengthen our relations with these other countries instead of like completely destroying them by threatening an invasion.
Well, I don't think I know that's not the only reason for us wanting to take Greenland. Another reason was for us to deny Russia and China access to the Arctic because they were, expanding their military presence toward the Arctic.
So that's what Trump said, but like that's what Europe has denied. So Europe has denied that there was like any Russian or Chinese submarines off the coast of Greenland.
Bro, that makes no sense. How can Europe deny No,
because they
no,
found no evidence
see,
of
that's
it.
not valid. That's not. I don't. Nah, that's not valid.
So they denied it
I'm
because they
sorry.
found no evidence of it. Do you know? Do you have any evidence of like Russia or Chinese submarines off the coast of
So we
Greenland?
think
like Trump
President
said?
Trump just said it for no reason, though.
Yeah, Trump lied and it said things for no reason over 30,000 times in his first term.
Okay, well,
He
if
told
that's
the
what you
largest lie
think-
that any sitting president in history has ever told with the denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. So I think it's fair for us to at least
Okay.
ask for
No,
evidence when he makes a claim. That's like obviously a very fair thing to do here. Like obviously that's like what we're doing right now towards each other. We're debating, we're conversing, we're having a conversation.
But
If you
none of
make-
this is no
if,
real
if you
facts
make a
at the end of
claim,
the
I'm
day.
gonna
It's
ask
all
you for
opinionated.
evidence. If you
It's all
make a claim,
opinionated
if
at
I
the
make
end
a
of the day,
claim,
bro.
you're gonna ask me for evidence. And
Yeah, but
what you're
it's
saying
all
right now, this
opinionated at the
isn't
end of the day.
facts, it's all opinionated, is exactly what like Donald Trump is doing when he baselessly posits that there's Russian and Chinese submarines off the coast of Greenland. So can I ask you just one simple question?
But what if it is though?
Let me
You
just
don't
ask
know the
you.
truth.
Let me just ask you. a
You don't
very
know the
simple
truth,
question.
Dean. You don't
Do
know
you
the
believe in
facts.
things
You
without?
don't.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in things without evidence?
Do I believe in things without evidence? It depends on what it is. I would say it depends on what it is.
Maybe that's the difference between you
Like,
and me.
if I have-
never believe in anything without evidence.
Okay, so that's crazy that you say that though. That's actually crazy that you say that because you don't have real evidence yourself that China and Russia moved out or didn't move out that way or expand their military presence to the Arctic. You don't have it. You didn't see it happen. You're going off word of mouth of Europe. That's not evidence. You get what I'm saying?
So what you're trying to posit
That's word of mouth.
is that I'd actually need evidence to deny that the claim is true, even if the claim being true is no evidence for it in of itself. I find
Okay,
that
well,
to be.
you
Can I-
saying it-
KJ?
You saying that it's not
KJ?
is your opinion.
KJ?
That's your opinion, then.
KJ?
It's opinionated.
KJ? I'm speaking.
Opinionated.
I'm speaking.
It's your opinion. It's
I'm
opinionated.
speaking, KJ.
Go ahead. Go ahead and state your opinion. Go ahead.
Do I need to mute you?
State your opinion. Go ahead.
Do I need to mute you?
No, we're all open.
Perfect. I'm going to mute you anyway so I can speak without you interrupting me. So you just posited that in order for me to deny the claim that it is true, okay, that there's Russian and Chinese submarines near Greenland, I'd actually have to provide evidence of the contrary. Okay? I find this to be an absurd standard of evidence where you're attempting to burden shift providing evidence for the affirmation of the proposition to rather asking me to prove and give evidence for the negation of the proposition. And I could give you an example of just how absurd this is. Would you still support Trump as president if he's raped like 30 kids?
If he's raped 30 kids,
Yeah.
nah, I wouldn't support that. Nah.
Awesome. So do you have any evidence that Donald Trump
Let me ask you right
did
after
not-
that. Would you support
this
him
is a
if-
dialogue tree, please. Do you have any evidence that Donald Trump did not rape 30 kids in 2012?
Yes, I don't have no evidence because I was not there to see if it didn't happen.
Exactly. So therefore, because you don't have any evidence to affirm the negation of the proposition that he did rape 30 children in 2012, and following in pursuit of your logic that you detailed about the Russian and Chinese submarines off of the coast of Greenland, you now would actually have to affirm that he did rape 30 children in 2012. Now, obviously, that would be an absurd conclusion. And of course, this would just be a test of your own logic to demonstrate why it's very bad faith and logically absurd to tell me that I actually have to give you evidence that what Trump said was false, else we have to assume it to be true.
No, I didn't say you have to give me evidence, Dean. I just told you what you're about to say is an opinion. There's no facts behind it. So when you say it, just remember it's your opinion, not a fact. That's all I said. I never said what you said wasn't true. I just said it's your opinion. It could be true. It could not be true. But you're saying it as if it's a fact. It's an opinion because you weren't there. You're going off word of mouth. That's all I said, Dean.
I'm really
Don't
confused
put
here.
words in my mouth.
What are you saying that I'm stating is an opinion and not a fact?
You saying that China and Russia did not expand their military presence in the Arctic? You were saying that as a fact that they didn't because of what Europe
I would find
said.
that. I'd find that to be plausibly true based upon an inductive argument. My inductive argument to reason that that conclusion is plausibly true is predicated off of the fact that there's no evidence, okay, that they do have submarines off the coast of Greenland, yet there is evidence that they don't have submarines off the coast of Greenland.
Where's your evidence that they do have submarines off the coast of Greenland?
Did you mean to ask?
I mean,
what's my evidence that they don't have?
that they don't have. Yeah,
Yeah,
that they don't have.
the investigation done by Nordic countries and the rest of the EU.
What was done during their investigation? How did they know there aren't any on the coast of the Arctic or whatever?
various forms of detection and various like intricate technological techniques in order to detect like submarines.
Okay, so we're supposed to just go off word of mouth that they did it. Well, we don't know if they did it or not, but we're just supposed to go off of that. That because they said they did, that they did the research or did the search for them. We're just supposed to go off that.
Okay, well, I mean,
That's what you're saying?
if you don't think that
If
we
that's
should
what you're
go
saying,
off
then I'm a
the conclusion of an investigation, not just merely word of mouth, well, then we certainly can't go off of the word of mouth of Trump. So then at this point in time, okay, under
why?
your
That's our
view,
president. Why? That's our president.
because the president's not always right.
Why are we not? So we're going to listen to another nation over
Well-
our own president.
Well, if you were listening to me, yes, because that other nation has evidence and Trump didn't. But like that wasn't even where my argument
Dean,
was
as an
going.
American-
I was gonna say like the natural conclusion of your argument here, like should be that you don't believe
Dean, as an-
you or you don't believe Trump. Thereby, you're agnostic if or if not they have submarines off the coast of Greenland.
Dean, as an American, why would you do that? Why would you believe another country over your own president? That's here for you.
Because I'm rational.
That's fighting for you.
Because I'm not gonna.
That's not rational.
Well, I could.
That's
certainly
not
explain
rational.
how
Your
it is if you
president
stop
said-
interrupting me.
Your president, you interrupted me. I'll just let you talk. Okay, look.
You just
Your
asked me a
president
question.
said. Your president said that they are, and what the EU said they aren't. But you're believing them, not your president.
Yeah, I can tell you why.
I already know that ain't real facts. That ain't real. They're still. You're going off what they're saying. How do you know that? Okay, how about this, Dean?
Well,
If
I would
President-
actually
okay,
prefer
okay,
to
check this
respond
out,
to what you
Dean.
just said first.
Dean,
Is that
if
okay?
President Trump,
Is it okay
Dean,
if I respond to
no,
what you
look,
just
look,
said
I got
first?
some for. I'm gonna give you a real
don't want
question.
me to
I'm gonna give you a real
respond to
question.
it. Okay.
I'll give you a real question.
The reason why you
Dean.
don't want me to respond to what you
Dean,
just said
Dean,
is
check this out.
because you knew that I'd cook your ass. Yeah, like I'm a rational thinker. Okay, I don't operate my faculties of belief off of like irrational tribalism, believing that we should just have blind allegiance to whoever is the leader of the country that I belong to, and not evaluate their statements for underlying evidence, reason, or logic. It is absolutely the case that if somebody who is not an American or who's not the leader of America, okay, makes a contradictory statement to that of the president of this country, but they back that statement with evidence and Donald Trump did not, yeah, I'm going to believe them. And that's because, once again, I'm a rational thinker.
Dean, I would get it. I would honestly get it if I felt like you agreed with or listened to or believed anything President Trump has said. But knowing who you are and knowing what you do and knowing what you say, you have never believed anything your president has said. So don't come up here and give me that bull. I'm a rational thinker. I'm not trying to hear that. You've never went and said, "Oh, I believe President Trump over anything anybody else has said." Come on now.
I kind
You
of
would
feel
believe
like
some
that's-
Iran. You would
that's
believe
just
some
a-
terrorist.
that's
You would
like
believe,
a-
but you would believe. It's crazy because you would believe some a terrorist would say over what President Trump would say.
Yeah, this is all just like straw
That's
man
just how
conjecture.
y'all are. That's just how
KJ,
y'all are.
Right now you're getting upset and you're demonstrating that you're getting like pushed because
No,
you're just
no, I'm not
introducing
getting up-
straw man conjecture. Now,
not getting
I
up-
actually have a question for you, KJ. Is it okay if I ask?
I just hate when you feed me BS, bro. That's
Okay.
it.
Is it okay if I ask you a question?
No, because anytime I try to ask you a question, you don't let me. So let's go to the next thing. Hey, how do you feel about the ICE situation? How do you feel about ICE, period, actually?
I don't want to move on yet. I want to ask you my question.
No, because you don't ever let me ask you questions. I tried to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay,
I tried
well,
to put you in a
I-
couple
so
scenarios
I-
as well.
okay.
You didn't let me
How
do
about
it.
this? As a
So I'm not going to give you the benefit of asking me a
as a
question.
signal of
Let's
good
move on.
faith, as a signal of good faith, ask me your question that you had earlier.
My question that I had earlier, okay. My question that I had earlier, I was going to say if President Trump did have evidence that that China and Russia was moving along, expanding their military presence to the Arctic, would you believe it then? Would you then believe it if he had evidence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now can I ask you?
So
my
how do you know
question?
that he? So how do you know he doesn't have evidence? Just
Oh.
because you haven't seen it, or
Okay. So I asked you to just ask me one question as a signal of good faith. Can I now ask you my question?
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So it seems like for the last 20 minutes, okay, you've just been repeating that we should just hold blind allegiance and believe Trump because he's the president of the United States of America. I want to see
No,
how
I never
far.
said that, but okay.
Yeah, that's the sentiment that you were espousing, that we should believe
No,
Trump
I
because he's
wasn't
the president.
sensing meant nothing. Go ahead though.
So you dispute that sentiment that we should believe Trump because he's the president?
No, I didn't say we should believe Trump if just because he's the president. I said in this specific situation, you're believing the EU and not President Trump. In this specific situation where there's no real facts, you're believing them over your president. That's all I said. I don't like that. But go ahead, answer your question.
Okay, so what I said is that they have evidence and he doesn't. So using a like very easy like inductive line of reasoning, we could entail that like they're more likely to be telling the truth than him. Okay? But I mean, you definitely were like repeating this notion that we should believe Trump because he's the president. And in fact, like I could actually recount a conversation that we had not even 10 minutes ago. You asked me if I believe Trump, and then you said no. Well, I said no, sorry. And then you said why? He's the president of the United States of America. So let's just see how like far you're willing to take this. Let's see if you believe Trump when he admits to sexual exploitation.
That's quite literally what I did not. I did not say that.
To do that.
That's actually
so you
crazy.
have
I
done
did not
that.
say
Well,
that.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
If it's all about believing Trump, if it's all about taking him for his word, okay? If it's all
I, in
about
fact, did
finding
not-
what he says to be true. So because he said he would like follow women into their dressing
to
rooms
get
and
your
look at them with
little
no
clip in.
clothes on, I just want to affirm that like you do indeed believe that's something he's done because he said it, right? The same way he said there were submarines belonging to Russia and China off the coast of Greenland, right? He said it. So do you believe he did it?
Like I said before, bro, I did not say that we have to believe the president just because he's the president. I didn't say that for the 100 millionth time. I did not say that.
So
Go
do,
and get your little
so
clip,
do you
though.
believe that
You get
Donald
your little
Trump
clip. I'll give you
followed
a
those
clip.
women
I'll
and
give you a
girls
clip,
into those
yeah.
dressing rooms because he said it the same way he said that there's Russian submarines off the coast of Greenland?
Say that one more time.
So do you believe that Donald Trump, okay, followed the women and girls into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies because he said it the same way he said that there's Russian submarines off the coast of Greenland?
Okay, yeah. If he said he did, then he did, yeah. How many years ago was that?
So that was in the 90s through early 2000s.
Through the
Next
90s.
question.
And then and Dean, and okay, since we move into this, I don't get how you dwell so much on what people did in the past. Like, why are you so like that? Like, what's up with you and bringing people's past to their present? Like, you don't know if they changed, which I know President Trump has changed. I know his full story, but why do you do that? I just want to know, like, why do you think, like, go ahead, explain. Just tell me, why do you do that?
Because sexual violence is a heinous, terrible crime that destroys lives. Okay? And
You're
people who are guilty of sexual violence can't even get hired at McDonald's. So I don't think that they should be able to get hired at the White House either.
Because President Trump said he went in the dressing room and looked at the naked girls.
Yes.
So that's just where we're going to defer, bro. I'm a believer, and we're always taught to forgive, bro. So that's just where we're going to be different at. I'm a believer in Christ. We taught to forgive. If the Lord will forgive him, why can't I forgive him? The Lord literally tells us to forgive people. So, and I know he's changed his life, giving his life to Christ. I know President Trump's story. So
Would you forgive
we
him
just
if he
won't,
raped a
just
child?
want to agree there, huh?
Would you forgive him if he raped a child?
Yes, I would forgive him if he gave his life to Christ and asked for forgiveness. Yes, I would forgive him, of course.
What if you were a 60-year-old man?
Before
What if you were a
Dean, let me tell you
60-year-old
this.
man?
Dean, let me tell you this. Look, I'm gonna let.
What if you were a 60-year-old man and in the 90s he raped your child? Would you still support him today?
Would I still support him?
If he raped
I would
your
not support
child?
him, but I would forgive him. I would not support him, but I would forgive him.
Would you support
If
him as president
if
today?
he came and
I just
if he
want a yes
came
or
and
no.
asked, if he
I want a yes or no. Would you support Trump as president today if he raped your child in the 90s?
if he came and asked me for forgiveness, I would forgive him, but I would not support him as the president.
That's insane. Okay, so see me. That's just nuts. Okay, so KJ,
If he came and asked me,
under all of the propaganda, okay, it seems like you're picking up what I'm putting down here. All right, because what I just learned is that all of this shit you were espousing about how sexual violence is forgivable, about how we just need to let it go and still support him as president today. I've now learned that around 95% of that sentiment is just driven by you being purely and wholly indoctrinated into this cult that has made you forgo even your most foundational moral virtues. Okay? And the reason why I believe that is because at the end of that last statement, you said if he raped your child, if he perpetuated sexual violence against your kid in the 90s or early 2000s, you wouldn't support him as president today. So my next question is very simple. Why would you be willing to forgive and forget and support him as president today if it was not your child? But you wouldn't be willing to forgive, forget, and support him as president today if it was your child.
So did President Trump go into this dressing room and touch these girls?
He looked at their naked bodies.
Okay, see, that's a difference right there, you can agree with me or not agree with me on that. That's the difference. There's a difference between going and looking and touching and actually committing sexual or SA.
So I don't
like actually doing the act.
So
I just there's a difference there, regardless of what you think.
I agree that it's a descriptive difference insofar as there are two different types of sexual violence. However, I do not believe that they're different that would amount towards hoarding a different perspective on the action insofar as not wanting that predator to have a position of power over their prey like the presidency, because at the end of the day, they are still sexual violence.
Okay, so Dean, how do you feel about men being in women's restrooms?
Like Donald Trump going into the dressing room, or like if Donald Trump were to go into a bathroom?
Okay, so you are literally insinuating that that's bad. If you're comparing men being in women's,
I do think it's
so
bad
men being in women's. Okay,
for men to go into women's spaces. Now, can you answer the question that I asked that you completely evaded? Okay, I'm just going to repeat it again.
Don't run now, Dean.
I'm not running from you. I just asked you a question. Like
Dean, let me finish, Dean. Dean, let me finish my segment.
KJ, I asked my question.
Dean, let me finish my clip.
No, I'm just going to replay the VOD from when I asked a question that you completely ignored. Listen to the VOD. I'm not even going to ask it again. I'm just going to repeat the question that you evaded like 2 minutes ago. So you don't think like I'm trying to introduce new content into the discussion. I'm just literally going to replay the VOD from you evading a question like 2 minutes ago that I want you to answer at the White House either.
Regardless of what you think.
I agree that it's a descriptive difference. Still support him as president today. I've now learned that around 95% of that sentiment is just driven by you being purely and wholly. Make sure you're listening. Indoctrinated into
I'm just confused on what we're doing
that
here.
has made you forgo even your most. I want you to listen to the question I asked you 3 minutes ago that you never answered. That I want you to respond to. Foundational moral virtues. Okay, and the reason why I believe that is because at the end of that last statement, you said if you raped your child, if he perpetuated sexual violence against your kid in the 90s or early 2000s, you wouldn't support him as president today. So my next question is very simple. Why would you be willing to forgive and forget and support him as president today if it was not your child, but you wouldn't be willing to
you mean to answer?
and support him as president today if it was your child?
So did president? You want me to answer now?
You never answered.
Okay, I'll answer right now. But I technically did answer, but I guess I'll say it again. There's a difference between actually. So if President Trump was to touch those women in that dressing room and actually commit SA, then of course that would be different. I wouldn't. That would be hard. That would be different. But he didn't. He went and looked. There's a difference, and you already admitted that there's a difference. So if he did that to my child, actually, if he looked at my child, no, I would not. If it was the same situation as the dressing room, I would be like, nah. I would forgive him if he came and forgave me. I mean, if he asked for forgiveness, I would forgive him if he came and asked for if he came and asked for forgiveness, I would forgive him. Yes.
So if he didn't come, okay, that's insane. I just want to make it clear, dude. For everybody watching, because we have so many
for
people
everybody
in here,
watching, let's keep him.
For everyone watching, because we have so many people in
Dean
here, like literally
also
over
Dean
20,000 people in here.
Dean is saying
I want every
okay
single
with
person.
His restroom.
KJ.
Men are in rooms, and you're okay with it.
KJ, give me a minute. For the 20,000 people that are watching this stream, I want to make it clear, especially to the young men watching. Okay, if you grow up and you become a father, you can't act.
And you allow your son to go into a woman's restroom.
KJ.
It's pathetic.
Hey KJ, I will happily allow you to say whatever you want to, as long as it's not
I'm saying
during
whatever
a
I want to.
statement that I'm making. That I'm making. Right now, you are completely losing your composure.
But you won't
Right now, you're completely losing your cool. I'm in the middle of a statement, and I want to be able to finish it. I will give you the mic as soon as I'm done. I promise. Okay? But like, obviously, nobody is going to be able to track this dialogue, yourself included, if this dialogue is just you interrupting me. I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So we have over 20,000 people watching the live stream right now. And I want to make a point incredibly clear, especially to the young men watching. Don't be like KJ. For the sake of your future family, for the sake of your future children, if you don't have them already, I'm sure that plenty of young men watching the stream already do. Don't be like KJ. If somebody else takes advantage of your child, if somebody else sexually exploits your child, if somebody else okay, abuses your child, don't forgive them. If somebody else abuses your child, never support them. If somebody else abuses your child, stand with your child. The impacts of sexual exploitation and sexual violence as a whole are A, obvious and immediate, and B, lifelong. So many people have had their lives absolutely ruined, not just for the minutes a rape took place, but also for the lifelong of repercussions that followed that action and which is irreversible to its core. Do not be like KJ. Stand with your child 110%. Never stand with a person, okay, that aided and abetted in an attempt to truly destroy the life of their child. That is a signal, that is a sign of a bad parent, okay, who does not want what is in the best interests of their child, that does not fully and unconditionally love and support their child. And that is a sign of a bad man who becomes a part of the problem by perpetuating rape culture, insofar as allowing it to occur by forgiving those who make it occur.
All right, can I have my? That was good. I like that. Can I have my segment now? Without being interrupted. I didn't interrupt you, Dean. I know you should be proud of me for not interrupting you. So
You did
look,
3 times.
no, but this whole little segment, remember, I gave you like what was it, like 5 minutes? I gave you a long time. So let me cook. All right, for all you people that he told you not to be like me, you know, the ones that support the same people that are allowing men to be in women's restrooms, like President Trump, like y'all say President Trump was in this dressing room looking at these girls. Y'all the same party that supports men going into women's restrooms. Same thing, just like Dean stated. It's the same exact thing. He already admitted that. So let's keep that in mind as well, okay? And also, back to our other conversation at the beginning, when we were talking about Russia and China, Russia said it would strengthen its defense capabilities and infrastructure in the Arctic. That came from Putin himself. So, what do you have to say now, Dean? And oh wait, actually, I'm not done. Let me keep cooking because you had a long time. Back to you mad about President Trump going into the dressing room. I want you to explain this. I'm asking you why are you changing your view on that for these men that are going into women's restrooms posing as women? Why does your view change there?
Awesome. Is that all?
Yeah, like why does your view change? Yeah, just answer my question right there.
Perfect. I'm going to respond to everything you said. So the first thing that you said was that you think I want men to be able to go into women's restrooms, and why do I hold a different standard for Trump compared to men? Okay, so I mean, let's first clarify that
The men
from my
are
perspective, you're interrupting me, KJ. That I do not think that T women are men. Okay, I think that T women are women. Also, please use a phrase T women. Don't say trans women because I don't want the live to be taken down. This one's very simple. I'd actually argue that the support of segregation of restrooms on the basis of sex compared to gender identity is one in which will allow more men to enter into that space. Because when we segregate restrooms on the basis of gender identity, which would be trans women using the women's restroom, T men using the men's restroom, we are proportionately allowing less masculine presenting individuals to enter into the women's restroom. Because think about it this way. If we were to rather segregate the restrooms on the basis of sex, well, then we'd also be saying T men, who are females, should be using the women's restroom. But see, the fact here is that testosterone has a crazy effect on anybody, male or female. And there are many T men who are females that are on testosterone, have undergone HRT, that look just as masculine, or honestly, in many circumstances, more masculine than cis men. So if we want to segregate the restrooms in the sense that would say T men, females, should go into the women's restroom, we're basically saying that we should open up the door wider to more masculine presenting individuals than cis men to be able to go into that space. Then any cis man could turn around and say, I'm a trans man. Any cis man could turn around and say, I'm biologically a female, then enter into the women's restroom to take advantage of people in that space. And then the second level here is I understand that cis men could try to do the same thing as it would relate to being a trans woman using the women's restroom if we were to rather segregate the restrooms on the basis of gender identity. But they're going to have a more difficult time doing so because trans women are significantly less masculine presenting on average when compared to trans men. And then just the cumulative conclusion here, it's very simple, is that through that description, I think that we are all able to identify that trans men and women aren't the problem. Cis men are the problem. It would be a cis man who we have to look out for to see if they'd be pretending to be a trans woman to go into this space. It'd be a cis man who we have to look out for to see if they're trans man to go into the space. And my drill down, my argument to attempt to identify which way we should segregate the women's restroom in order to prelude to the lowest level of harm possible for the women inside of the space was like wholly and totally dependent on under which variant would cis men have an easier time taking advantage of it.
Okay, I knew you was gonna give me that long answer of all these men can be women if they were like. At the end of the day, if you're born a man, you're a man. If you're born a boy, you're a boy.
So at the end of the day, you're
Sum it
actually
all
not going to respond to my position to demonstrate that we should segregate restrooms on the basis of gender identity, but rather sex. Okay, but you're rather just going to attempt to give a drill down that T women aren't women and T men aren't men. So not only are you completely red herring my position, you're completely straw manning my position, and you're completely pivoting away from the position.
But you ain't let me get to it. You literally didn't let me get to it. You cut me off.
Be very careful. Be very careful with your words. Though. Be very careful with your words. I don't want to get flagged for hate speech because it's inevitably what's going to happen if you do not call.
Well, then we should probably move on though, because I really don't know what I can't. Yeah, I really don't know what I can and can't say on that topic.
I'll ask one last question on the topic. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Define the word man.
Me.
That would be an example of a man. Define the word man.
Person that was born with a penis.
Perfect. God the Father is immaterial, yeah?
God the Father is a material?
Is immaterial.
Immaterial.
Right?
Mm-mm.
God the Father has material?
When God came down as Jesus form, he had material.
That's why I'm specifically specifying God the Father.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So God the Father is immaterial.
Dude, I already know where you finna go with this. You finna swear up and down that God is a woman or whatever.
No, just listen to me.
I already know where
you said that a man is somebody that is born with a PP. A PP is material. God the Father is eternally immaterial, meaning it's impossible for God the Father to have a PP. Yet you say God the Father is a man.
Well, Dean,
you say God the Father has he, him pronouns.
Yes.
And you say that God the Father
oh my goodness,
is
let
the Father.
me answer your question.
So how could God the Father be a man with he, him pronouns, even though he doesn't possess a PP? And you said only people who are born with
if God
PPs
came
are
down
men.
in human form as a man, what does that make him?
Jesus.
If he came down in
Jesus fulfills your definition. Yes, we're talking about Jesus here. Jesus completely fulfills
Dean,
your definition of the word man.
Dean, let me answer your question.
I'm not disputing that. Sure, I'm not disputing that God the Son, Jesus, completely fulfills your definition of the word man.
If God came down in human form, if God came down in human form and he was Jesus and Jesus was a man, what does that tell you?
It tells you that Jesus was a man.
If God came down in human form and he was Jesus, what does that tell you?
It tells you that God the Son's a man.
And Jesus was a man.
It tells you
so
that
God is a man. If God came down in human form and it was a man,
yeah,
Jesus, so that means what? God is what?
Yeah, that means that the third person of
the
Trinity, God the Son is a man. Yes.
God came down. You're not listening.
So you don't think
Dean,
that
you gotta listen.
Wait, do you?
Dean, listen.
So are you rejecting?
Dean, just listen.
Are you rejecting?
Dean, listen. Listen.
No. Are you rejecting a distinction of the personal characteristics of God the Father and God the Son? Are you saying that God the Father is identical to God the Son?
No, I said God the Father is. No, I said Jesus is God in human form. Right. God made himself human, and he came to earth as a human, and the human was what? Jesus. And Jesus is what? A man. Okay. So therefore, God is a man.
So this would require a conversation surrounding the distinction between the personal characteristics and the essence of God, and how God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
It's not that hard, bro. It's not that hard.
You're interrupting.
It's not that hard, Dean.
You're interrupting.
Dean, it's not that hard.
You're interrupting me.
I already told you what it was. It's not that hard.
You're interrupting me. I'm going to put you on mute at this point. Thanks, KJ. So this would like now necessitate a conversation about the fact that God the Son, God the Father, and the Holy Spirit would share the same divine essence, the godly essence, okay, which is identical. However, they have distinctions and differences within their personable characteristics, okay? So like when you're arguing that because God the Son, Jesus, was born as a man with XY chromosomes and a penis on earth, okay, this would mean that God is a man, therefore God the Father is a man. You're just simply equivocating between the identical essence that God the Father and God the Son would share, that godly essence, but then the difference in the personal characteristics of the beings of the Trinity. But like obviously, I don't really like want to go into
Bro, it's not that
hyper-specific-
hard, dude.
the Trinitarian conversations are actually incredibly complex and difficult. I mean, that's what your church fathers
it's
say.
not.
Dude, literally, the first schism in
Just read the Bible and it tells you,
One
Dean.
second. Literally, the first. Do you know what the first schism in the Christian faith was? What was the first schism in the Christian faith? Why was the first ecumenical council formed? Do you know?
Ain't that hard, Dean.
Answer my
you
question.
going on this long
You're
rant
not
for
answering.
nothing,
You're not
Dean.
answering my question.
No, Dean.
You're
'cause
not
I've been
answering my
trying to
question.
ask you questions,
KJ,
you like-
what was the first schism in the Christian faith? Why
No, I'ma
was
stay
the
on mute
first
'cause you-
ecumenical council held?
Dean, it's not that hard, bro. It's not that hard. The Bible says
KJ, answer my question. What was the first schism
I can't.
in
You
the
keep putting me on
in the Christian faith? Why was the first ecumenical council held? I'm not sure it was an ecumenical council. It was one of them. I don't know if it was the first. It was one of them.
you have no idea. You're making it too difficult. It's not that hard, Dean.
Are you going to answer
Dean,
my
it's not
question or
that
not?
hard. Dean, it's not that hard.
I
God came
completely
down in
reject
human
that.
form, and he was Jesus, and Jesus is what? A man. Simple as that, Dean. So therefore, God is a man. If God came down in human form, and that is Jesus, and Jesus is a man,
Yeah.
therefore God is what?
Yeah. Well,
A man. It's not that hard, Dean.
Now that I let
Dean,
you speak,
you're making it too difficult. That's what's wrong. Look, that's my problem here. Y'all
I'm
make stuff way
I'm
too
gonna let him
difficult.
speak until he's done. Go ahead.
Yeah, please do. Please do. You make it too hard, bro. It's not that hard. It really ain't. Y'all make stuff way too difficult. If you're born with a penis, you a man. If you're not, and you got I don't want to say it, but you are a woman. So it's just that simple, bro. It's just that simple. You get it now?
Okay. Back to my question.
But do you get it? Yes or no? Just answer my question.
Don't worry. I'm definitely understanding.
No.
what you're saying.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no question, Dean. Do you
Yeah.
get it? Yes or no?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. and
Okay,
here's where I
therefore,
think you're
Dean just
wrong.
said Dean just said if you were born with a penis, you are a man, and if you were born with not a penis, and you know what, then you're a woman. You just said yes.
No, KJ, I'm saying.
Thank
that
you,
I
Dean. No,
understand
Dean,
what
you
you're
just
saying.
said it. No, Dean, you just said it.
What I
know
said
y'all
is
heard
that-
it here.
Well, you're.
I
Right
know
now
y'all
you're
heard it.
steamrolling. I'm saying that I understand
y'all
what
heard
you're
it.
saying, but now I'm going to try to tell you why I think you're wrong. So I do want to go back to the question that I was asking you. It's incredibly important for the conversation. Do you know what the first schism in the Christian faith was, and why one of the first ecumenical councils were held?
It's not that hard, bro. Like I don't know why we doing it. It's not that hard.
Okay.
It's not that hard.
Are you able? If you don't know the answer to my question, feel free to say that.
But look, Dean.
Okay,
but look,
there's more to
Dean.
say. Go ahead.
But no, but look, Dean, what are we doing that for when it's not that hard? If God came down in human form, and that was Jesus, and Jesus is a man, God is a man. Simple as that. I don't get why are we doing all this extra? We can save time. Let's move on to the. You were proved wrong here. Let's move on to the next one. It's okay to be wrong, Dean.
If I was proved wrong, then why am I the one that wants you to like answer a question, and then you're the one evading?
What do you
Listen,
mean? I answered your
hey,
question.
KJ,
Yes, God is a. I showed you how
KJ,
God is a man. I showed you.
You are just demonstrating zero self-control right now. I would really appreciate it if you could let me speak without interruption.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is like incredibly difficult would be logical conversations surrounding the Trinity. And this is something that you're referring to as not that hard. And you're referring to it as not that hard by trying to like grasp on this idea of an equivocation between the godly essence, in which would be identical, true of God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit, while still referencing discrepancies and differences between the personal characteristics of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. And you're saying it's just not that hard, okay? But I completely reject that notion, and so does the church. And that's why I'm asking you the question I am, because the answer to this question proves that it literally is that hard, okay? What was the first schism in the Christian faith, and the reason why one of the first ecumenical councils were heard? Please answer. If you don't know the answer, it's fine. I don't expect every Christian to be like hyper educated on church history. Go ahead, KJ.
Yeah, there's just a difference between what the Bible says and church history. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead. I don't know. Just go and tell me.
Okay, well, it was actually the ecumenical councils that formed the canon of the scripture. And regardless if you are a Catholic,
Okay, go ahead. My fault. Sorry.
that's a historical fact, KJ. I don't know why you're going, that's just a historical fact. Your local pastor will tell you that if they went to seminary. But anyways, now just to respond here. The first schism within the Christian church, in which called for one of the very first ecumenical councils, was Arianism. Not like Hitler Arianism, not like the Aryan race. Aryan with an I. Arianism was the very first schism within the Christian faith because of disagreements and disputes on the nature of the Trinity. So inevitably, Arianism was deemed as a form of heresy, modalism, based on disputes between the Arians' interpretation of the Trinity and the ecumenical councils, and then later the Nicene Creed. And in fact, the largest schism in Christian history, do you know what the largest schism in Christian history is? I would expect you to know this answer.
I just don't know why we doing this, bro.
Oh, it's super
It's
relevant.
a waste of time.
Well, the waste of time is you
So
refusing to answer the question.
Okay, Dean. Okay, Dean. Are you going to prove to me that God isn't a, like? What are you trying to prove with this? That's all I want to know. Because it's a waste of time. Like, I just proved to you how God is a man, and you're like, what are you trying to do?
KJ, this conversation could be over in 30 seconds if you just were to answer the questions. The only reason why, like, my two questions here have become so drawn out is because you're refusing to answer them. Do you know what the largest
You
schism in church
refused to
history
answer
is?
my questions too, buddy. But
No,
all right.
no, you tried to pull that card earlier, KJ. KJ, you
a
said, Dean,
fact.
I'm going to refuse to answer your questions because you've refused to answer mine. And then I I was so good faith. I said, KJ, well, just feel free to re-ask one of the questions that you asked me earlier. I'll answer it now. But like, obviously, you already tried to pull that card of arguing that I was refusing to answer your question. So please
I
answer the
answered your
question.
question
because
after
I'm creating a dialogue tree here. All right. So do you know what the greatest and the largest schism in church history was?
Go tell me. Go ahead.
Okay, it was the Great Schism, where the Orthodoxy split from the Catholic Church in approximately 1056 AD. And in fact, just like the first schism of the church, where Arianism split with varying interpretations in the nature of the Trinity that were shot down as heresy, the same thing was true of the Great Schism between the Orthodoxy and the Catholics. So the Orthodoxy said that the Catholics changed the Nicene Creed to shift the nature of the Trinity. Because they added the filioque in to the Nicene Creed, or the fact that the Holy Spirit flows within the Father and the Son. And anyways, now the reason that I'm giving you this unique and holistic view on the history of the church is just simply to demonstrate that understanding the Trinity literally is that hard. Discernment of the Trinity is what led to the first schism in church history and what led to the largest schism in church history. Dude, there's even like a whole school of thought and logic that branched off of a way to more coherently understand the Trinity. Like Aristotelian logic was literally created by church fathers in confliction with classical logic to attempt to better understand the nature of the divinity of the Trinity.
Yeah,
so
I get
when
what
you
you're
just
saying.
make this
Yeah, it
statement,
is.
and you say it's not that hard to understand the Trinity, you're just completely wrong.
I didn't say that, Dean. Dean, what I said is it's not hard to understand what I was saying. My interpretation. You asked me about God being a man, and I told you he is a man because he came down in human form, and he was Jesus, and Jesus is a man. I told you that. I said that's not hard to understand or why I think God is a man. I didn't say the whole thing isn't hard. That's what I'm saying. You just did that for no reason, bro. You did all that for no reason.
I didn't do that for no reason. Because like the nuance that's required to understand the disputes within the nature of the Trinity would like necessitate an understanding that maybe God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit share the same divine essence, but they don't share the same personal characteristics. But I'll try to re-ask the question in a different way that wouldn't necessitate a conversation about the nature of the Trinity. Before and prior to incarnation, before Jesus was born, was God the Father a man?
Say that one more time, buddy. I'm sorry.
prior to divine incarnation, was God the Father a man?
Prior to incarnation, was God the Father a man?
Yeah.
Yes, he was a man because we know that Jesus came down and he was God in human form. So yeah, he was a man.
So prior to incarnation, did God possess any genitalia?
We don't know.
No, the answer
You don't know.
we
I don't
do
know.
We do know.
No, we don't.
We do. I can tell you why.
We don't.
We do.
We don't.
We do.
Where does it say that in the Bible, Dean? If the Bible didn't say he
Genesis
did, we
1.
don't know.
Genesis 1.
Genesis 1 says what?
It says that all material came into creation by the eternal God, which would directly and
It
necessarily
don't say
imply
that.
that's just
Dean, it does not say that.
That's just Christianity 101. That God is eternal.
Dean, it does not say
and
that.
God created all material.
Dean, how you gonna tell? Dean, so is Jesus your savior?
No, I'm agnostic, but I just understand your faith better than you.
Okay, so
are you rejecting that God is eternal?
You
and that
clearly
God
don't
created all
understand
material?
it better than me. You clearly
Clearly, I do. Do you reject that under Christianity, God is A, eternal, and B, created all material?
God created. Yes, he created everything. He's the creator of all things. Yes.
And he's eternal, right?
Where are we going with this?
Dude, just answer the question, KJ.
What'd you say?
And he's eternal, right?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, bro. What are you like? Get to your point.
If God is eternal and God created all material, then God necessarily has to be immaterial, or else there would be material that he didn't create.
But God came down in human form as Jesus, and Jesus is a man.
And
Simple
the
as
question that I asked you was prior to incarnation, when God had always been immaterial in all senses, because incarnation hadn't occurred yet. Okay, was God the Father a man?
Yes, because he came down in human form as Jesus, and Jesus is a man.
But at that point, that hadn't occurred yet, because we're strictly saying before incarnation.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it hadn't occurred yet.
It absolutely does. Was I a man before I was conceived?
No, it doesn't, because we know now that Jesus came as a man.
Was I a man before I
Jesus
conceived?
was God in human form.
Was I a man before I was conceived?
Were you a man before you were conceived? Yes, because the Bible says God knew you before you were conceived.
Okay, if I was a man before I was conceived,
so God knew you was going.
If I was a man before I was conceived, then you could be a man without possessing a penis.
But the Bible says.
If I was a man before I was conceived, then one can be a man without a penis, because I certainly did not possess a penis before I was conceived.
I said, was God. Before you were formed, the Bible says before you were formed in the womb.
Get fucking cooked, KJ. Listen, I'm going to take this as a moment to thank a couple super chatters. Yo, Sleepy Raccoon, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I want to see 200 Sleepy W's. Shut up, KJ. Sleepy with the $20. Dude, shut up, man. You do this.
The Bible says before you were formed.
Dude, shut up. I'm thanking my donors, KJ. Calm the fuck down. Dude, he's literally losing it, man. Yo, seriously, Sleepy, I really appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Sleepy with the $20 says, hey, Dean, I love the way that you stand up for victims of SA. I was raped by my father from 5 to 11 years old, and it's such a touchy subject. I watch your streams, so I don't... Yeah. I love you too, Sleepy. I'm going to keep that last part to myself. My condolences. I'm really sorry that happened to you, and I'm happy. And I'm happy that you enjoy the stream. Shout out to Sleepy down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Sleepy W's. As well as DK, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 DK W's as well. He says, what about people with complete androgen and sensitivity syndrome? They're XY, but anatomically female with a vagina that ends in a blind pouch. Where do they go pee? No, deadass. I mean, well, that's another really good question, okay? Because if manness and womanness is predicated on your chromosomes and not your phenotypical sex characteristics, yeah, then you're absolutely right. What would people that are phenotypically female but chromosomally male do? And then Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 300 Luna W's. Thank you so much. Who says it's a sin to say God is a man as Christians because they aren't supposed to make an image of God. Yeah, like God the Father prior to incarnation, absolutely. And then Jenna, oh my God, Jenna, thank you so much for the $100 super chat on YouTube. Jesus Christ, Jenna, that is insane. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you for your kindness.
They don't say that name. You don't believe in him. Don't say that. You don't believe in him.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. You have to accept my apology the same way that you said that you'd accept the apology of a rapist. Oh, but wait, you're actually going to now hold that against me, even though I apologize. But you're not going to hold it against a literal rapist. Get cooked for that interruption. Sit the fuck down. Seriously,
you didn't
Jenna,
cook nothing.
Thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. That is legitimately so kind of you. $100
I've been cooking
is
y'all
so much. Thank you so much. I want to see 1,000 1,000 Jennifer W's down below in that chat for the $100 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A billion times over. Show some love to Jenna. Seriously. As well as Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says thank you for being a voice for those that can't speak out.
Come on.
Thank you so much for the $10, Valkyrie. Leslie, thank you for the $20, who says you roasted him. Drop the mic. Dude, we continue to roast KJ. Let's get 200 Leslie W's for the $20. Then Ali, thank you so much for the $10.
Is the roast in the room
I
with
appreciate
us?
you so much for the love. Yes, but your brain isn't, so that's why you don't know the roast is there. Thank you so much for the $10, Allie. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 100 Allie W's. And then Natalie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Dude, let's get 200 Natalie W's for the $20 on Venmo. Natalie with the 20 says, I've been listening to you well over a year. This is the most annoying guest that you've ever had. I'm going to lose my damn mind if he keeps interrupting. Thank you for the $20, Natalie. Honestly, at this point, I've just become like desensitized to interruptions. Like, it doesn't really bother me. I just kind of got to work around them. Thank you so much for the love,
It's
Natalie.
funny how they like when you
Elise,
interrupt, but
I
they
appreciate
hate
you
when
so
I
much
do it.
for no one has ever interrupted more in the stream than you, KJ.
Shawty said $20.
And those were two examples.
Shawty, you said $20
Ellie,
just to
thank
say
you
that?
so much
Really?
for the yes, you absolutely
$20
did.
to say that.
Yes, you did.
That's
Elise, thank you so
embarrassing.
much for the $10
That's
over on
embarrassing.
Venmo. Okay, you're interrupting. You're kind of proving her point right now. You're proving
She
that
said
was correct.
$20 just to say that.
You're proving that she was correct as we speak. Elise, thank you so much for the $10. Brittany, thank you for the 5. Kat, thank you so much for the $10.
But you
I
ain't
appreciate you for that
talking
love.
nothing. Come
V,
on, I
thank
gotta
you so
go.
much
Hurry
for the
up.
shut up. V, thank you so much for the $10. Who says
All right,
spiritual
y'all gotta
gaslighting,
go,
full
bro. I'm
stop.
not- I can't- I
Jesus
gotta go,
never
bro.
used
Hurry up. Let's
forgiveness.
talk.
Hey, be quiet. I appreciate you for the $10, V. Let's get 100 VWs down below in that comment section. Then Ben, thank you for the 10, who says Greenland belongs to Denmark. Denmark is NATO. Invading to quote unquote beat Russia means attacking an ally. Yep. Plus, we could just already have our troops there to defend against a Russia invasion because they're NATO. Thank you for the $10, Ben. Then David, thank you for the $10 as well. Let's get 100 David W's. Thank you so much. And then Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says thank you. Margaret, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your continued support. Let's get 250 Margaret W's and 500 Kin W's for the $50 over on Venmo. Yo, thank you. This was all the way back when we're talking about Greenland. Kin with a $50 says we currently don't have any satellite inceptors, only the GBI base in Alaska, but only 64. I think that you meant to say geostationary, not geocentric versus geosynchronous. Bottom line is that we don't have any space-based systems that would violate the 1967 Outer Space Treaty from Digit. Digit, I appreciate you so much for the $50 in the correction. I was most likely misreading like a geo-orbit to geostationary from Space Force, because I did pull this from a Space Force article that I read on stream yesterday. Thank you so much for the $50, dude. As well as Lisa with a 5, Echo Designs with a 5, Jessica with a 5, Madeline with a 5, Tracy with a 1, then Delaney with a 7. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Grace, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying giving you money because KJ interrupts excessively. Don't be like KJ. Thank you for the $20, Grace. Jay, thank you so much for the $5, who says if KJ's still there, tell him I'm donating to tell him that he's a disappointment to all Christians. Jojo, thank you for the $10, who says just to waste more of the guest times, keep up the greatness, Dean. Thank you so much for the love. And then Natalie, thank you so much for another $20 on Venmo, who says 20 more just to double down on it. TBH, he is a terrible, terrible guest. Thank you for the $20. Another $20, Natalie. And then Britt, thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says thank you for giving all the people a voice and giving us all food for thought. Well, thank you so much for the love, Britt. Let's get 200 Britt W's. And then 150 Jenny W's for the $15, who says shut the fuck up, KJ. Based. And then Bo, thank you for the $10, who says KJ's using all of his brain cells for this debate. Absolutely. And then Caleb, thank you for the $7. Who says, as a trans
that must
man,
mean
thank
I'm
you for
doing
affirming my gender.
good.
Thank you so much for the love, Caleb. I appreciate you. And then Clarence with a $2 over on PayPal. Jan, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. He says love your work team. Thank you so much, Jan. Let's get 250 Jan W's. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's also get 200 Mulaney W's for the $20 on PayPal, who says thank you for everything you do. I've been watching you for almost half a year and I'm still scared for my red-pilled boyfriend to find out. Ooh, be careful with that. Melanie, and thank you for the $20. Iris, thank you for the $10. Delana, thank you so much for the 10. Madeline, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you so much. And then let's see here. Sean, thank you so much for the 6. And it looks like we are all caught up for now. Now, KJ, do you have anything of value to say here, or should I just move on?
Yeah. What I was gonna say back to your point before you start doing all that. I said the Bible says that before you were formed in the womb, I knew who you were. So God knew you were a boy when you were formed in the womb. Before you were formed in the womb, God knew who you were. He knew you was a man.
But the question is, was I a man then, or are you saying that he knew I'd be a man in the future?
You, so obviously, yeah, you were a man. He knew you were a man. He created you as a man. He created you. That's your creator. So of course you were a man before you were formed in the womb.
At that moment, you are affirming that I was a man. At that moment, did I have a penis?
You were, yes, you did have a penis because you were a man.
Before I was born?
Yes.
KJ.
God says before you were formed in the womb, I knew who you were. He knew you, Dean, before you was formed in the womb. So, and you are obviously a man. So yes, he knew you had a penis.
I had a penis before I was born.
Yep.
Get out of here, bro. Moving on to the next guest. only up inside of that cube if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you pulled up here for a debate. That's so stupid, bro. That's so dumb, dude. Oh my god. Dude, honestly, all right, listen, I'm sorry. I gotta take a second. By far, that is one of the dumbest things I think a guest has ever said. I think that very easily takes the cake. Like, we've had a lot of people say some very stupid shit on this live. I don't think I've ever had somebody say you had a penis before you were conceived. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA folks. We got that next guest loaded up into the live right now. We got Ali loaded in, y'all. Please follow our rules. If you're inside of that queue, make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. And also, for everyone watching on TikTok, make sure that you are double tapping on that phone screen, spamming that comment section, sharing that live. It really helps the stream boost out more. And if you're over on YouTube, drop a like on this stream too. But yeah, guys, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. If you do want to support me, by the way, you could support me over on Venmo and PayPal, which you can find through the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that YouTube stream, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen as well. And let me know down below in that chat if you happen to be MAGA, because at the end of the day, we've been really, really struggling to find any Trump supporters that are down to debate. AJ, hello. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Cool. All right, let me thank like 3 people that'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, Tim. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love. I'm gonna need all of y'all to show some massive love to Tim down below in that comment section for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, man. That is a shit ton of money. I appreciate you for your generosity, and I really hope that you're enjoying the stream. As well as Abhorrent, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. He says, I don't think God exists, and I got my bottom surgery last Tuesday. Congratulations. I hope that the recovery period goes well. Thank you so much for the $20, Abhorrent. Thank you so much. Then Cal, thank you for the $10. He says, how tall is KJ? Because I think we found the height of stupidity. Yeah, he definitely wasn't that smart. And then Luna, thank you so much for the 60 euros over on PayPal, over on Super Chat. Sorry, Luna. Thank you so much, Luna, with these 60 euros. Says taking Greenland means you want to strengthen Russia and China because it benefits them if we as allies fight each other in the native falls. USA has already got access to bases in mining. Macron can convince everyone to activate the trade bazooka. Economic losses equals pressure to impeach. Yeah, dude, if we experience economic losses, like I think either Donald Trump is going to back down or he's certainly going to be thrown out because no one supports the invasion. And if like this idea of an invasion over for sale, like makes us hurt, like, yeah, he's cooked. He's done. And then Jay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, I'm donated again to tell you that KJ is the dumbest guess you've ever had. V, thank you for the $10 as well, who says KJ is what I use it as an example when I'm explaining the Dunning-Kruger effect. Then Aline, thank you for the $10. She says, I don't know how you deal with some of these people. Props to you, Dean. Honestly, it's a difficult thing that I've had to learn to do over the course of years. And then Grace, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love, Grace, who says, giving you money because KJ interrupts. Felicia, thank you for the 5. And then Anna, thank you for the $10, who says, you're amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Anna. Show some love to Anna down below. Thank you so much for the love. You are awesome. And then Claire, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And then Jan, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. This is love your work, Dean. Keep up the dialogue with the people to keep it going. I hope in the long run it will help. Oh, thank you so much, Jan. Let's get 200 Jan W's. And then Fuzzy, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. It's good to see you. And then Amir, thank you so much for the 5. All right. I appreciate you for your patience. AJ, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is why was there tears for Charlie Kirk but none for Renee Good?
I have a really good question for you. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
How do you know that I did not cry for Renee Good?
Because I didn't see any videos of you crying like a little bitch.
So if I don't do something on a video posted on social media, then I didn't do it at all? So I didn't like film and post a video. I did not film and post a video of me eating dinner last night. Does that mean that I did not eat dinner last night?
I don't know, but you are most definitely just another grifter.
Well, I mean, AJ,
And
I
I
feel like
guess
the
I'm
only
just
reason
wondering why.
I feel like the only reason why you believe in that claim is A, because of like false suppositions about myself, and B, just a complete like ignorance and avoidance of like truth, like reasonable fact and logic. So let me share this with
Aren't
you.
you the same way
One,
with
one moment.
native people? Don't you like to
One
go
moment.
around and claim?
If like I'm gonna continue to speak. I don't want you to interrupt me here. So if it was the case, okay, that I wasn't live streaming when Charlie Kirk got killed, then you probably wouldn't have seen me like shed a tear. All right, the same way I wasn't live streaming when Renee Good was killed. But I absolutely think this like notion that I did not cry. You just got flagged. I have no clue what for. That I did not cry for Renee Good is A, absolutely false, because when I was off live and I heard that she was shot and I watched the video, I absolutely did shed a tear. But then B, it also just kind of ignores the fact that for like the days following her murder, I was on the front line for 4 hours a day, every single day, fighting for more sanity in this world, fighting for justice for Renee Good. I made video after video after video, posting multiple videos about the occurrence. I even sat down and filmed a 4-minute reductive video looking at the different frames and shots of her murder to entail and convince thousands that it was not self-defense, but it was rather murder. And then third point that I want to make here, you are instead of like centering, okay, the injustices that we're seeing unfold in front of our eyes by the Trump administration, instead of centering justice for Renee Good in an attempt to convince more people that was wrong, you're decentering all those things and then centering me, right? So like simply what I'd ask you is to become A, more educated, B, more intelligent, and C, more benevolent in the sense that instead of directing your focus at somebody on TikTok who you are assuming false suppositions of, direct that same focus and that same energy and that same oomph at the massive issues that we see downstream of the Trump administration. And of course, I know that everything I just said, right, that it's just going to go in one ear and out the other, right? People like AJ just simply are not going to be able to understand the very simple fact that I was live when Kirk got killed and I wasn't live when Renee Good got killed. People like that are not going to be able to understand the fact that just because you didn't see me cry doesn't mean that I didn't cry. People like her aren't going to be able to understand the fact that it's obvious that I did care because what they witnessed, okay, was, multiple lives for 4 hours a day for like 4 days of me talking to people all day long that would argue that what happened to her was self-defense just to then convince him that it was murder. Welcome in, Bree. Do you support Trump?
No, Dean, I love you.
Hey, I appreciate you so much for your kindness. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into that box, y'all. Only up inside of that cube. You happen to be MAGA. And of course, that's why like she tried to run away from the first question, like so incredibly quickly. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Okay, out of you, man.
Wait a minute, Dean.
Yeah, you sound
You
old
didn't
enough.
kick me out, did you? Am I here?
Nah, you're
Why
here.
out?
You're here. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because I'm going to vote for him in 2028.
Okay. Is this a troll?
No, I'm being 1,000,000% serious.
I have a very important question. Let me know when you're ready for it.
Okay, I'm ready.
What is the 22nd Amendment?
That is... Well, listen, I understand the 22nd Amendment, but I also understand Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3.
Which is?
Well, Dean, can I vote for whoever I want to? I'm American.
Yeah, you definitely can vote for anyone who you want to. But why would you vote for somebody that can't get elected to the office?
Well, wouldn't they have to impeach him on the 22nd Amendment?
Honestly, they just wouldn't even... Would they? Would they have to impeach him? I don't know. Is that what they do?
Well, if I can write his name in on the ballot and he wins the electoral votes, they got to certify him. That's according to the Constitution.
I don't think they'd have to certify him if he's already served 2 terms.
Well,
That's also
no,
according to the
they would.
Constitution.
I get to write his name in on the ballot, right?
Well, I know, because the 22nd Amendment just like straight up says you can't be president if you've already served 2 terms. The 22nd Amendment would nullify and void any certification to the presidency for Trump a 3rd time.
I don't know if that's what it would do. I think they would have to impeach him on it.
No, it's that he couldn't even be president in the first place.
Okay, then what? Then, but you just said I could vote for whoever I
Like,
want
think
to
about
vote
it.
for.
Think about it
That would
this
be a
way.
contradiction.
Think about it this way. If somebody like born in another country outside of the U.S. That was like 20 years old, so they weren't at least 35 and they weren't born on American soil. If like they won like over 50% of the voting in the Electoral College, they wouldn't even be certified because they'd be constitutionally ineligible for certification.
Well, I think it would be. I don't know if that's no. If you win the electoral votes, that's according to the Constitution. You got to be certified unless they vote for a contingent election, right? Or
But you have to. But you have to be eligible. And he's not. He's not eligible. Hello?
I lagged out. I lagged out a little bit. I apologize.
You're back now. So you have to be constitutionally eligible for the presidency in order to be certified for the presidency.
Well, I think that even a no, I don't know if that's
I'll give
I
you.
just don't know. It's never happened before. Well, look, isn't the Constitution rules for the government? It's not supposed to be rules for me. You know, I can write anybody's name in on the ballot.
Yeah, but the question is, why would you write somebody in on the ballot that can never hold office, that can't even be certified for office? Like that's just really redundant.
I don't think that's true. I think they would have to certify whoever got the electoral votes. I just don't think that's true.
They have to certify whoever A gets the electoral votes and B is constitutionally eligible.
It's never been tried before, though. So, I mean, we could.
But we don't need to try it because of how we don't need to try it because of how clear the text is of the 22nd Amendment.
Right, but again, it's all contradicted. The Second Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, is contradicting my right to vote for whoever I want as an American.
No, it's not contradicting your right to vote.
I had to cam up with you because nobody cams up with you, man.
It's not contradicting your right to vote for whoever you want. You have the right to vote for whoever you want, dude. Like you could vote for Donald Duck, okay? But like if you vote for Donald Duck, like ultimately you're not going to be voting for someone who could win the presidency. A, because Donald Duck doesn't exist, and B, Donald Duck definitely doesn't fulfill the necessary criteria that are given in order to be deemed a viable president of being born in America, at least 35, not found guilty on the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause. And hasn't served more than 2 terms.
Okay, well, like for instance, like Joe Biden was violating the 25th Amendment, but he remained president because they didn't impeach him for it. So I'm saying like that would be the same scenario when it comes to Trump and the 22nd Amendment.
So I've already clarified on how that's not the case. But honestly, you just aren't really listening to me, and you're just repeating your original.
No, I hear what you're saying, but you're not. But there's the contradiction. You're not addressing the actual contradiction of me being able to vote for whoever I want as an American and writing that name in on the ballot. If Trump gets the electoral votes, they have to certify him as the president. So they would have to vote to impeach him.
So you
on the 22nd Amendment.
So you having the right to vote for whoever you want doesn't mean that the Congress has to certify whoever you vote for.
I think they do.
No.
They do have to certify. Yeah,
no,
they do.
No.
Remember that's what Mike Pence said.
If 50%, then Mike Pence was wrong.
Remember they wanted Mike Pence not to certify Joe Biden, remember?
Well, the thing is that Joe Biden was constitutionally eligible for the presidency.
But he wasn't. He was a violation of the 25th Amendment.
Okay. Well, that could
crazy.
be.
He was batshit crazy. That's why he threw
So that
him
would
out of
be
the election,
that. I completely disagree. Okay. Right, but that would be something in which you are going to colloquially argue, not something in which is certainly legally true. Can you agree that it is certainly legally true that Donald Trump would be ineligible for a 3rd term in accordance with the 22nd Amendment? I sent you a request to turn back on your microphone.
I would agree that he would be ineligible. I'm just saying.
So why would you want to vote for somebody who's like constitutionally ineligible? Like wouldn't that onset like a constitutional crisis?
No, I'm talking about democracy. Mob rule, man. I got the right. Like I'm not talking about the Bill of Rights. I'm talking about the Constitution.
So you support.
Can change the Constitution.
You support total. Do you support total democracy?
No. I know about. I understand the Bill of Rights can't be changed, but I understand that the rules for the government is up to we the people.
You'd have to change that rule first in order to vote for Trump. Like, in order to have Trump serve at a third term, you'd have to. Okay.
I really believe that they would have to impeach him on the 22nd Amendment in order to get rid of him after he received the electoral votes.
Okay. Well, I've already told you that why you're wrong. You've just completely ignored it and then repeated yourself. Do you mind if I ask you to answer the question on top of my head? Why do you still support Trump? No, that's not the way that it works. That's not the way that it works, and the Civil War proved it. But why do you support Trump as president?
Yeah, but Abraham Lincoln suspended the Constitution.
Not necessarily true. Not necessarily true.
Mm-hmm.
No. So it was deemed as constitutional when he suspended habeas corpus. But then later, we wrote and passed the Presidential Powers Act or something very similar to that by words to then limit the powers of the president in order to do such things because they're constitutional. So we require that new federal law. But why do you think Trump's a good president?
Well, I think he's a good president because he's saving lives. He took out he captured Maduro, the dictator that was oppressing the people in South America and sending, rugs to America that was taking the lives of American citizens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he secured the border for the most part. We've secured better trade deals. I know you're probably not a fan of the tariffs, but I think it's good that we should be able to sell more to Europe, for instance, thanks to them not having tariffs on our exports.
Oh, then you definitely don't support what he's doing right now to Europe.
What's he doing?
Like threatening the invasion of Greenland and threatening tariffs on European countries, else they were to accept a forced buy of Greenland, which we've now seen a response from Europe to threaten a trade bazooka to tariff goods, to tariff services, to limit investment, limit banking. All of those things would be very bad to American companies and trade with Europe. So you obviously don't support that, right?
Well, wouldn't you want the European Union to be a country one day, to be their own country?
What? That question has no relevance whatsoever to the last statement I made.
Well, because I don't think if they were ever going to be a country, they shouldn't have a North American territory, Greenland. That belongs to North America. That doesn't belong to Europe. That would be essentially Europe stealing, the way that the colonizers stole America from the Indians. This is how Denmark is stealing Greenland from North America.
So first and foremost, the European Union is made of countries. It's not a country. It's made of countries. And second of all, who are they stealing it from?
From the American people.
So you're saying that the American people own Greenland and Denmark is stealing it from the American people?
Yeah.
So why do you think that the American people have a claim to ownership of Greenland?
Well, anybody born in America are Americans.
Okay, so birthright citizenship does not tell me why you think that America has a claim to ownership of Greenland.
Mexico should join the Union, Canada should join the Union, Greenland should join the Union. These are all American people.
You're not answering my question. Why do you think that
They're Americans born in North America, they are.
So you're saying, but see, Greenland is not a part of the United States of America.
Do we go by bloodline in the New World, or do we go
what
by
is the fuck is happening? Can you wait? Answer my question. Why does America have a claim of ownership over Greenland?
It's a North American territory.
So
Manifest
we
destiny.
don't have a claim of ownership over North America.
Yeah, it's a North America. Yes, we do. We're the most powerful country in North America.
Why do you think we have a claim of ownership over North
Mexico
America?
And Canada and Greenland, if anything.
Why do you think we have a claim of ownership over?
We're the superpower of the Americas.
Why do you think we have a claim of ownership over North America?
Okay. So we started as 13 colonies, right? And we grew our states. We're the United States of America. So I think that we should continue to do what the European Union is trying to copy us off.
So the European Union is a union of countries, not a big country.
Yes.
So are you saying that we have a claim to ownership over the totality of North America because we're the most militarily? One moment.
Countries.
Well, are you saying that we have a claim to ownership? Okay.
Illinois is a country.
One moment.
It's a sovereign state.
Oh my God. On mute. Are you saying that we have a claim to ownership over North America because we are the most powerful country in North America?
That, and also we have an
Then do you think that Russia has a claim to ownership over Europe since Russia is the most militarily powerful country in Europe?
Well, that I don't know. I think the European Union is stronger than Russia.
But the Union is not a country. A union is a group
No,
of
I
countries.
know.
Okay, and you specifically said
kinda
country.
like America.
You specifically said it's not like America. No, because it's not a country.
Well, that's right, because we occupy them with NATO and we like sanction them. We don't let them be a country.
Okay, this guy's just completely like lost his mind. For everyone in the chat, yeah, now apparently China has a right to Asia. Russia has a right to Europe. I mean, that's like the fallout of your argument. For everyone in the chat spamming check Discord, there's nothing. There's nothing in
Let's
Discord.
not worry about them.
Wait. So
worry
you're
about
basically,
us.
but that's what your logic implies. Your logic implies that China has a
I
claim
don't
of
need
ownership
to use
over
my
Asia.
logic on Europe. We just need to use this logic here in America.
Oh, okay. So
Europe is up to Europe.
So your logic only applies in like one part of the globe, but not in another part of the globe.
Well, if they want to adopt that logic, that's up to them.
But you would argue that they should adopt that logic because you think that logic is true. So if they shouldn't adopt, wait. Next question. Next question. If they shouldn't answer my next question. If China shouldn't adopt this logic, then why should America?
Well, maybe China should. Maybe we should let the old world have their way.
So you think that China should take over the totality of Asia, Russia should take over the totality of Europe, and we should take over the totality of North America.
And East and Western Europe should have their...
No, not just Eastern or Western. You said the totality of the
European
continent.
Union.
You said the totality of the continent.
Well, then I would say let the European Union have all of Europe.
But the European Union is not a country.
Okay, Dean, we're the United States of America, right? We United States. Each of our states are sovereign according to the Declaration. Each state is basically a little country.
They're not completely sovereign.
Copying us.
They're not completely sovereign.
Us, the USSR
One second. That statement is false.
Union is copying
that
us.
statement is false. No, the states are not completely sovereign.
They are. Their little country
I have a question.
Than our states.
Okay, then what does Article 2 of the Constitution say?
I don't know off the top of my head.
No fucking shit. Article 2 of the Constitution.
You are looking at a computer, Dean.
I'm looking at myself, Tiberius.
Yeah, I know. No shit. Should I pull it up on a computer and act like I know what I'm talking about because I'm reading it off the screen?
Oh, I'm definitely not reading it off of a screen.
Yeah, you are.
How much do you want to bet?
You just pulled something up on your screen on a computer, and then you try to put me on the spot and ask me if I know what it is while you're fucking reading it. Let me ask you something, Dean.
Here's literally a picture of my screen. Here's literally a picture of my screen. You can see my screen. You can see my TikTok stream, and you can see my YouTube stream. You don't see any other tabs that are open. I want to talk about Article 2 insofar as how it's relevant to your argument. I'm not going to allow you to pivot off with some side question. So you said that you don't know what Article 2 is. That's fine. Let me inform you.
I already told you.
So a subsection of Article 2 that we're going to be looking at here to determine that states don't have complete sovereignty is the supremacy clause of Article 2 that says all withholdings, okay, under the United States of America, including all withholdings from the states of the United States of America, must be in obedience with the U.S. Constitution. So already we already know that states don't have complete sovereignty because they have to act in accordance with the Constitution that governs over them. Okay, a second point that I'd like to bring up is they also have to act in accordance with federal law. All right, if they break federal law, okay, then the federal government can condemn them and compel them to do so. And honestly, just like look at history to prove that states don't have complete and total sovereignty. That's like what the Civil War was fought over. The states in the South wanted the sovereignty to legalize slavery. The federal government said absolutely not. So we fought a war over the fact that states don't have complete sovereignty.
I understand the difference between federalists and anti-federalists. Like, I get it, but there's still... You still have the 9th and 10th Amendment, right?
What do the 9th and 10th Amendment
Which
have
is
to say?
basically, obviously, the Bill of Rights should be secure across all our states.
It's not just the Bill of Rights. It's the totality of the Constitution.
Okay, yeah, and every state has its own constitution. That's what
But
makes
the
them
state
sovereign.
the state constitutions
We
have
just
to act
uphold to the Bill of Rights.
No, the state constitution have to act in accordance with federal law and have to act in accordance with the Constitution of itself.
Okay, then why is it that my state, Illinois, is violating federal law and legalized cannabis?
Because there is that's not necessarily a conflict of federal law, because it doesn't so like I could help explain this. I could help explain this to you. So federal law doesn't state that states should not have the ability to federally decriminalize it. It's more so the basis. If a state has not passed any legislation to expressly decriminalize it, to expressly legalize it, okay, then in virtue of that fact, it is illegal because of federal law.
So my state is violating federal law. How is
No,
that
because
possible?
the federal law doesn't say that you don't have the right to legalize it. They just simply choose to not enforce it.
Well, I believe that, like states' rights are going to trump that regardless of how it's
Did you know that?
I mean, it's not.
I'm actually just now learning that the last thing I said was wrong about my reduction of the federal law. It's not actually true, okay, that the federal government allows states to legalize it legally. Legally, you're right. Your state is in violation of federal law, but the federal government chooses not to enforce it. It's still illegal.
Because they're not going to win because my state is sovereign, and we're not violating the Bill of Rights on any of our citizens.
No, they could win because it is a
Well,
violation of federal law. They
so
just
I
choose
was
not to
right.
enforce it.
Our states are sovereign,
No.
and Canada and Mexico and Greenland, they should join the union, and those Americans should
Dude,
have
this
their
guy's
rights
just fucking
secured
lost
by
his.
the federal government.
This guy's just lost his
Dean,
mind, man.
Dean, wait. Dean, wait.
Oh my god.
Dude, I think you're a cool guy, man. I have a friend, my friend Kelsey. She runs a debate live, and she's really popular. I think you should go to her live sometimes and hang out with us and debate us. You should follow me back, or you should follow my girl Kelsey, and you should come in there and you should sass us up.
Are you sober right now?
Yes.
I disagree. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest, Bob, loaded up into the box. Biggest lie ever. Hey, Gina, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, if anyone born in the North America is American, then we don't need to bother with border enforcement with Mexico. Dang, Gina. I wish I would have made that point. That's a fire point. Kennedy, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, with this guy's logic, if a majority of the people voted for Mamdani, they'd have to certify it. I'd love to see it, but it sadly can't happen. Yep. Thank you for the $10, Kennedy. And then Amir, thank you so much for the $5. Looks like we're all caught up over on PayPal. Let's quickly catch up on Venmo real quick while we're still looking for that next guest. Alec, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Alec. What's going on, Bob? Do you support Trump? Mr. Bob is just quite frankly not here. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Hey, Jose. Oh, my God. Jose. Thank you so much for the $42 on Venmo. Holy shit, Jose. That is incredibly kind of you, man. Thank you. Thank you so very much for your just insane generosity. I want to see 500 Jose W's down below in that comment section for the $42. Thank you so much for your kindness. Jose didn't even attach a message to their donation, just sent the love. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Jose down below. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest, Roberto, up here at this point. Claire, I'd also like to thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Then Eva, what's going on, man? Give me 1 second here. Then Eva, thank you so much for the $30. Who says keep up the good work? Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for the $30. Dude, that is insane. Thank you. I want to see 300 Eva W's as well as 100 baby W's for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Who says let them vote for Trump? That means they won't be voting for the actual Republican nominee and the Democratic nominee will win. Dude, based. Honestly, good point. Yeah, to that last guest, vote for Trump. Then Fussy, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Once again, Fussy, thank you so much. And then with another $5 as well. Thank you so much, Fussy. All right, what's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
All right, no. I just had.
Unfortunately, we'll have to ban you. Quite frankly. We'll have to ban you. Moving on to the next guest, only off inside of that queue of your MAGA. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, Dean.
How old are you?
I am 22, born in 2003.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, Dean, I would like to. I don't think you've never talked about this topic before, but
we're waiting.
like Kirk, like Kirk. I decided to anything that lives inside of Dean. I would never ever lie to Dean. Dean, you ain't ever gotta lie to me. I'm everything that I strive to be. So do I look like Kirk?
Get the fuck out of here. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest, dude. That was terrible.
He followed me back. I'm your biggest fan,
I
bro. Come
appreciate
on.
you so much for that love, Anthony, but right now we're just looking for debates. Dude, you're about to make me cry for a second time just because of how fucking terrible that was. What the fuck, dude? All right, moving on. Dude, come on. Moving on to the next guest here. What's up, man? D-Sport Trump? Bob? Okay, Bob's certainly not here. Moving on to the next guest, folks. We're just looking for debates with Trump supporters. Please, only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Please. Dude, when are the Yowie edits going to die? I need to address this. It's finally come time. When are they going to die? Listen, I thought that they would maybe live for a day or two. Bro, it has been months. It has been fucking months. I'm still every day getting tagged in fucking Yowie edits. It's like, what are we doing? No, real quick. Let me show you one from just the other day. Look at this shit, folks. It's unreal. Okay. I commented under it.
So unreal.
I think that guy's a fetus. I commented. Yeah, here it is. $76,000 likes. This is 4 days old. 76,000 likes. What is this shit, dude? Y'all are gonna listen. You guys are gonna haunt me until the day I leave this earth. I'm going to be 76 years old, out to a morning brunch with my grandchildren. Bald on the head, wrinkles in the face. Then my granddaughter's going to look at me and she's going to say, Grandpa? What's Dirk? No! Stop it! Just stop. Let's go ahead and hop back into those debates. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Okay, here we go. We got that next guest loading up into the box right now. Make sure if you're in that queue that you are indeed a Trump supporter. Here we go. What's up, D-Sport Trump?
So Trump's trying to fucking block the Epstein files again.
So
he
true.
just recently did that. You better look into it. If you haven't said it already.
No, that was actually the breaking news of the stream yesterday. Yeah, the DOJ just straight up saying, okay, that there's not a court in America that has the jurisdiction to force them to release them. Yeah, I definitely did see that. All right, guys, only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Please. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Bree Page 7 connecting to the stream. And, dude, holy shit. One moment, please. One moment. Hold the phone. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, man. Let's get 200 Jeremy W's down below in that comment section who says you are a light in a world of darkness. You help me so much when I talk to my Trump supporting family. Thank you so much for teaching me how to talk to these people. Jeremy, thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for your love. Let's get 200 Jeremy W's down below. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Bree Page is not here. Folks, what are we doing? What are we doing, you guys? Come on, guys. We're just looking for some debates. Please, please, please. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. As well as Ida. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, I just want to say that I really appreciate you and everything that you do. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Ida. Let's get 100 Ida W's. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Courtney with the $10 who says all of the MAGA is the bottom of the barrel tonight. Oh, my dude. Yeah, they're crazy today, folks. Welcome. And do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, I don't believe you for a second, Grace. If you're telling the truth, I do apologize because it's possible that you're being honest with us. But I'm just ruling it as incredibly unlikely. Anna, dude, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Holy crap. Thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for your kindness, Anna. Anna with the 50 big one says, a longtime fan from San Francisco sending you all the love. You're keeping me sane during these crazy times. Anna. Well, Anna, I'm really happy that you're able to take something positive away from the live streams. This is one of the many reasons why I do them. I've heard from a lot of people that it kind of brings just a level of comfort in such an uncomfortable time. And that puts a smile on my face. So thank you. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the $50, Anna. That is ANNA. Show some love to Queen Anna down below in that chat while we're trying to get this next debate going. And honestly, folks, I'm looking for anyone who's down to debate. Can't find a soul. There's not a soul that's down for a debate, folks. I'm trying. I'm going to continue to try too. Okay? I'm going to continue to try my best. Let's move on. Here we go. Do you support Trump?
Me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Oh shit! Wait, give me a second. Where's my phone at? Shit. Yeah, I do support Trump.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 22.
What year were you born in?
2003.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I just see his policies like, they're just like smarter.
Oh, okay. Could you give me an example of one of these smart policies Trump has passed?
Like I agree with some of his like policies, but like I think one of them would be like, oh shit, hold up. Like, sorry. Let's see. Well, shit, I feel like actually like he's kind of fucking stupid. I'm not gonna lie. So.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, we are struggling to find a guest. We've spent the last 20 minutes trying to find anybody who's a Trump supporter that's down to debate, and we can't. So for everyone watching, unfortunately, at this point in time, we aren't going to go ahead and restart the live. We have to do so for the safety of the live. I've already gotten like a few flags on various things, and I'm usually like pretty good at like keeping track of the flags to see like at like what point is it necessary that I restart. But I'm going to be honest, I haven't been keeping track of the flags too well, so we're just going to do one out of like a precautionary stance. But listen, folks, this will only affect people on TikTok, nobody on YouTube. And on top of that, these restarts are very quick. You know, like I see everyone in the chat say no. They take 10 seconds. I swear to God, they're super duper quick. You have clicked your phone more times just to type no in the comment section than the amount of times you have to tap your phone to come back after the 5-second restart. Super easy. So here's how to come back. First and foremost, hit that follow button, left-hand corner of the top of the phone screen. It's up there. If it's red, make sure to hit it. So then you'll be able to find my live in your following list. It'll be super easy. And then you'll be able to find me, come back, hit that now, top left corner. Now here's the faster way to come back. So you could be like one of the first people. Once this stream ends, it'll say live has ended and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on my profile picture, that will shortly be in the middle of your phone screen. As soon as I'm done explaining this to you, it will pull up my account page. Now you count to 10, 15. Okay. You let 10 or 15 seconds pass. Then you pull down on the account page, it'll refresh it. And then you'll be able to click into the new live. Super duper easy, super duper quick. Whenever we do these restarts, for whatever reason, only around like 50% of the people come back. So for whatever reason, 7,000 of the people watching now are not going to come back. So I would just highly suggest that you come back, folks. Let's go ahead and do that restart now. I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I'm at 4, I'll be back on. See y'all soon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Damn, bro, I'm back on my 7. Honestly, I've gone quick as hell at those restarts. Hey, Luna, thank you. Thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube Studio. who says the most evil thing I could think of is Trump X Kirk as Demon King in Yaoi manga. Luna, you are wild. You are wild, Luna. Completely wild. Okay. Let's go to get back to those debates. Holy cow. Hey, welcome in, everyone. Hi. We have hit that restart. We're back now. Y'all folks, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, spamming that comment section, sharing out that live. All these things really help the stream push out more when we first started up. So that is awesome. All right, let's go ahead and quickly catch up on donos. Then we'll hop back into the debates. Christopher and Jess, thank you guys so much for the $5. And then Abigail and Lauren, thank you for the 3 and for the 5. All right, we're all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this guy, you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the linked tree in my bio on my TikTok account, then pin message over on YouTube. Okay, one moment. Let's go and get that first guest up. Tommy, I've seen you sitting in that queue all day long for 2 days in a row now. I know that you've heard me go over time and time again that I'm only looking to talk to Trump supporters, and you're going to get banned if you are not a Trump supporter. So why aren't you following my rules? I guess we'll never know. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Honor and follow our rules, please, or you will be banned. Moving on to our next guest, Tori, y'all. Then once again, for everybody tuning back into that TikTok live, make sure that we're double tapping. Hell yeah. All right, moving on to the next guest, Tori. All right, now we got Tori loading up and it doesn't look like Tori's connecting. We'll connect a couple people. We got DJ loading up. We got Tori loading up. We got Landon loading up. We got Go Birds loading up. We're looking for any Trump supporters, folks. And Joe, dude, thank you so much for that meteor shower. Incredibly kind of you. DJ.
Yo.
DJ, are you MAGA?
My bad.
Okay, DJ is not
Not
MAGA.
expecting you to agree. Sorry, I was.
No worries, man.
Daddy better make.
Landon's also not MAGA. Hello, Go Birds. Do you support Trump?
I'm pretty sure you're part of the Epstein file.
Child. Great. Let's go to move on to the next guest. So the first 3 people that we pulled up from the queue were all either children or accidentally joined. Honestly, at this point, if you're like a fence sitter, if you're not sure which way to swing, I really hope that this stream is convincing you. The fact that I'm like the outspoken one, I'm the one that wants to have these dialogues, I'm the one that wants to have these conversations, and then MAGA Americans are so scared to talk me back, shows just how like devoid of reason and fact and logic their worldview is. Zach, do you support Trump?
in good mode.
That is a child. Chase, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
That's the same child. JH, do you support Trump? Not even here. Guys, stop it. We want debates. Everybody. We want debates. Come on, guys. Do you support Trump? No, we want debates, okay? This is incredibly terrible. We want to debate people on why they are MAGA. Stop this nonsense. We're going to start banning Anthony, are you Trump supporter?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter.
Yeah, wait, you just came up here and asked if I could follow you. Rocky is like fucking 3. Get out of here. It is everyone inside of the queue. This is absolutely so embarrassing for MAGA. So embarrassing for MAGA. We're continuing to try. We're continuing to try our best, guys. We're continuing to try. AZ, do you support Trump? 5 seconds. Not okay. She's not here.
Dean!
Sophie, do you support Trump?
Dean! Charlie Kirk mods you! Charlie Kirk mods you! Charlie Kirk mods you! I love you, Dean!
Mocked. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Amir loading up into the box. Please follow our rules. If you find yourself inside of the queue, how do you support Trump? Hello?
Yes.
How old
Can you
are
hear
you?
me?
Yeah. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm 19. Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay. What time is it?
It's 12:05 right now, but I'm in the U. I'm just
Dude, guys. Ah! Follow the fucking rules. They are so easy. We have 10,000 people watching the 10,000 people. Only join the stream if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Joey, Are you MAGA?
Yeah, and you're gay. You smell like.
Okay. The time has come. The time has come. Juju, thank you for the galaxy. At this point in time, we are going to begin to prosecute the trolls with very serious repercussions. Anthony's in the queue. We already know that he's not a Trump supporter. Block. Confirm. You are blocked, Anthony. Same thing with Zach. Block. Confirm. You are blocked, Zach. Follow the rules. Only up inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Or you're cooked, okay? All right? I'll have my mods find you. I'm just kidding. That's too far. Hello, do you support Trump? Blocked! No. She tried to leave because she wasn't a Trump supporter. I don't even care. Blocked! Are you MAGA? Blocked! Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to our next guest, ZA. Unreal. Are you MAGA?
I love you,
Blocked!
Dean. I love you.
I wish I could say I love you too, but you're gone. I wish I could say I love you too. I really could. But I can't. Because you're blocked. Sorry, dude. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh shit. No, I hate Jalen
Blocked!
Hurts.
Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Dude, follow the rules, man. This is insanity. Hi, are you MAGA?
I love
Blocked!
you, Dean.
Moving on to the next guest, Jess. Oh, Jess canceled her request. Mods block her. Yeah, retroactively for you just even hopping in the queue. Hi, are you MAGA?
Dean, I'm
Blocked.
finally 18.
Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. We got the next guest loading up in here. Our future United is joining the live. Hi, do you support Trump?
It's freezing.
Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Ooh, I can hear an accent. What time is it? A British accent. What time is it? 7:08. Okay, you got to come a lot closer to your microphone, dude.
Okay, I'm right here. Yeah.
Ooh, very young. How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Yes,
March
sorry.
29th.
Sorry, dude. Blocked. Moving on to the next guest. Don't believe you. We got the next guest, Santio, loading up into the box. Santino, sorry. Santino, hi, do you support Trump?
No.
Blocked.
Wait.
Sorry. No, blocked. Moving on to the next guest. This is really getting annoying. Are you MAGA? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Age?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Are you in college?
No.
Do you work a job?
Yeah. I work at Starbucks.
What's full-time employment?
What do you mean?
What's full-time
Why are you
employment?
asking me all these questions, man?
And then what's your exact birthday?
January 10th, 2007.
Okay. What's full-time employment? Blocked. Moving on to the next guest, MF Big Ben.
Hello, Dean.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
What year are you born in?
10:05:05.
What time is it?
7:10.
State again.
40 hours earning a full-time job.
Why do you support
The
Trump?
minimum wage in New Jersey, where I'm from, is $15.49, Dean. $15.49.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he will make America great again.
Okay. When is that going to happen?
Who knows, bro, honestly.
Okay. So
Dean, I've been watching you recently, and I might switch to, Kamala.
Okay, then it doesn't really sound like you need to debate. If you're already like, okay, so do you have any like
Only thing you should
specific
debate is you need to stop vaping, sir.
blocked? All right, guys, we've been at this now for 40 minutes. I'm not going to put myself through more than another 10 minutes of this. We don't find a Trump supporter in the next 10 minutes, we're going to go and end early for the day. I don't know what to tell you. We're going to end early. Hi, do you support Trump?
Oh, hello. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
19, no, not 19. 18, March 26, 2007. I do not have a job. But do
you have a driver's license? I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
I do not yet, but I am working on it. I go to the DMV next month to get the driver's license.
Okay, I'll just believe you for now. Why do you support Trump, man?
Well, at first, I mean, I do believe him. I do believe in him, but at first, lately, with all the stuff that's been going on with Renee Good, I have been starting to contemplate my decisions.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's definitely a very fair reason why you should recontemplate your decision to support him.
Because
if like he's willing to sanction the clear, like broad daylight murder of a citizen, say that the officer who did it is a patriot, and say that the victim of murder was a radical member of the political opposition, right? That's obviously somebody who should not be governing over a free and fair society.
Yes, no. Like when I first saw the footage, my mother showed me, right? She is all about the MAGA dream. She is completely all of that. But I saw the footage from the officer's POV first. So I thought, oh, hey, this dude, yeah, she was trying to run him over. But then when I went to school, I have not graduated yet. I am in my final year of high school because I got held back. That's just some bullshit that I did. I got held back, and when my friend showed me the footage from the other POV, I switched up so quick. I was utterly stunned about what I saw, and I cannot believe that Trump labeled that woman as the aggressor. And I am very peeved about it. It's just utterly horrible.
I mean, listen, dude. I mean, I think what this proves is probably the most clear reason why you shouldn't support Trump as president. And of course, the answer there would be the very simple fact that he doesn't care about the people that he's representing, okay? Where, like, Renee Good could have been anyone. It could have been you. It could have been a radical MAGA conservative. It could have been your own mother, okay? He was already calling her a domestic terrorist before we knew who she was. He was already calling her a domestic terrorist before we knew that she was a Democrat, all right? It could have been anyone. And it's not like that's, like, the only, like, example of Donald Trump standing behind the execution of Americans. 6 months ago on Truth Social, he called for the execution via the means of hanging for 7 Democrats in Congress simply because they told the military that if Trump gives them an illegal order, they don't have to follow it. Right?
Yeah, and that reason why alone is just why I'm starting to contemplate switching.
Right.
I'm already like more than halfway there because executing people in broad daylight, that's something we have not done as a species in years. Last time I saw that, because I'm a gamer, I'm just saying, the most reasonable time that I last heard of that was in like the early 1900s, 1899, that kind of stuff, when they hung outlaws when the U.S. was coming out of the Western days with cowboys, gunslingers, outlaws, all that shit.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, what reasons do you still have to kind of be pro-Trump? Let's go through those.
Well, partly the only reason, like I'm already, because a month ago, I found out about you. I have been watching you ever since. And 4 days in a row, I've been trying to get in here because I've been trying to contact you.
Oh, cool.
Well, not contact you, but get in here.
Dude, that's awesome.
I was only planning on being here for 5 minutes because I was going to speak my mind. And then I was going to say what was happening with my mother, if you don't mind me.
Well, I mean, so kind of the purpose of these lives is to debate Trump supporters to try to get them to change their mind. Now, if your mother happens to be with her, that I'd happily like talk to and debate your mother. But like,
oh no, she's not. But I just wanted to ask one thing.
For sure,
she's never been all about guns, but lately with all the stuff that's been happening with Trump, she believes that getting guns and going out into the middle of the street is a viable option. I just don't see the use in that.
Oh, well, it's because your mother is an extremely radical MAGA person who you definitely shouldn't
don't
take.
Get me wrong. I love my mother dearly, but she is being what I believe she is being brainwashed by the Trump side of things. She's being, is it the right movement that he's on or
MAGA. So, I mean, listen, I could actually, kind of sympathize with you there. My own mom isn't as far right as yours. It sounds like she doesn't want to go grab guns and start a civil war. But I mean, like, she's pretty far into like the MAGA cult. So I definitely know what it feels like. You know, I live through these same experiences every single day. And honestly, the best thing that I could recommend to you, if your mom's anything like my mom, okay, you could try to apply some positive pressure in limited circumstances to try to like guide them to change in their mind by promoting the environment for that change to occur. But like inevitably at the end of the day, it's just simply not going to be successful on a lot of people. And the only way we will inevitably see a shift in the mental states of people like your mom, of people like my mom, right, is by first shifting what is causing them to think the way they do, which is by getting people like Trump out of our government. If we could just kind of go back to like a little bit more like moderate politics, sensible reasoning, where A, everybody has their human needs fulfilled, B, human rights are respected, and C, we don't just simply have these either you support the cause and you're on the right side of history, or you're against the cause and you're a really fucking bad person, like, you know, with ICE executing people in broad daylight, you know, women and girls having their rights stripped away, so on and so forth. And we could kind of just make politics boring again and get back to sensible tax conversation. Then I think that's an environment where we could both probably be much closer with our own mothers and not in such staunch disagreement. And of course, the first step towards achieving that goal is by not supporting people like Trump that have really radicalized mainstream politics in this country.
Yes, and that's where I agree with you. Because when I first saw the footage for Renee Good, all that stuff, you know, I was already watching your stuff. I was on your side mostly, but with all the stuff that happened recently with Renee Good, I am mostly on your side now.
Yeah. Well,
don't get me wrong. The only reason why I still partly support Trump is because of my mother. I feel like that if she finds out, I don't know what'll happen, but I hope nothing bad because
okay,
you know, I love my mother dearly.
I'm going to share one last piece of advice, then I'm going to go to move on to the next guest so we can get back to the debates.
Completely understandable.
I've also been there too. Okay, it's funny. A very similar position where my whole family supported Trump, and I felt like really scared to disagree with him. And I think that like the one sentiment I want to communicate to you here is you don't have to let your parents know that you disagree with them, right? You know, like there was a period where I was like kind of starting to do what I'm doing now, but at a much lower and smaller level. And it was like really uncomfortable. And I didn't feel like good at all to just like suddenly inform every single member of my family that I staunchly disagreed with them on politics. So it was just kind of something that I never told them. You know, it's like when politics would come up, I'd give very like vague, elusive answers that could kind of be understood of me agreeing with them or slightly disagreeing with them. And I just never really made it known that in all reality, I staunchly stood against everything that they stood for. And of course, that's changed as I've become like significantly more cemented in my views, and I've now wanted to more so take an approach of wanting to change their minds compared to appeasing their minds for my own comfortability, alongside the fact that everything that I do is so public on the internet. But I mean, just for, you know, like your average private citizen, like you, an 18-year-old that's still in high school, you could like totally disagree with your parents and then just lie straight to their faces. But I appreciate you for coming up, JH. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for the good questions. Let's go to get that next debate loaded up right now. Make sure if you're inside of that queue, you are an American adult that supports Trump as president.
Talk to him.
Hey.
Jesus.
Hello. Maddie, mom of three. Hello. Oh, it looks like they left. Okay, whatever. So guys, I've been trying really, really hard to find anybody to debate. There's literally only one person in the queue that I know is a Trump supporter. Oh, but even they just left when I accepted their invitation. All right, guys, I want to debate. I'm sorry, I do. I want to debate a Trump supporter. Like it is kind of getting a little bit unruly at this point. I feel like it's been now over close to 50 minutes without a debate. Like I said that I'd actually be ending right now if I couldn't find a Trump supporter to debate. But of course, I like voluntarily spent like around 10 minutes talking to that last guest. So we're not.
I feel like I should leave, Loki.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not gonna say yes.
Okay, then I agree. You should leave. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Made Studios. It's insane. What's up? We got the next guest, Made Studios, loading into the box. I'm gonna give it a couple more tries for the day, folks. If we can't get a Trump supporter up here, I'm gonna end. So we have very limited time. Hi. Made
Dean.
Studio. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 44. Bro, I love you.
I do. Listen, I really appreciate you for your love. Okay, I think that's incredibly kind of you. I think that's incredibly good spirited of you. But as I've now asked like over 1,000 times, to just please respect the rules of our life. We want to talk
Why
to
did you
Trump.
call?
Hi, Kylie. Do you support Trump? No, they don't. Please, like, is there anything I could say or do to just like reach out to y'all and get you to follow the rules? Like anything? You know, like I'm trying to be like really kind here. I'm trying to be level-headed here. I'm trying to like make sense. Is there like anything I could do or say just to get you guys to follow our rules? Like I'm just getting really tired of it, you know? It's been close to an hour of this. Moving on to the next guest. We got Maddie loading up into the box. No, Maddie automatically left. Hi, Maddie. Do you support Trump? Maddie. Like, what even is that, bro? What even is that? Moving on to the next guest. This is so annoying. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, Ersky. How you doing, Dean?
Doing all right, man. How old are you?
25.
What year were you born in?
2000.
Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Dean, let me tell you a little bit about myself real quick. So, my dad came here from Nigeria. My mom was born here in Kansas. I was born in Chicago, so I've seen a lot of the United States. I heard a lot of sides from people foreign. I like him because he's a disruptor, essentially.
So you like
That's
him because
how
he's
I can
disrupting the
relate to
system.
things.
But I don't think that we should disrupt the system in a negative way that only produces negative outcomes. Can we agree? Yo, Christine! Thank you so much for the fiery dragon. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Christine. Show some love to Christine down below in that comment section. Thank you. Can you agree to that? That we should not support a negative destruction to the system that only produces negative outcomes, that overwhelmingly produces negative outcomes?
Well, if the system allows it, what are we talking about? It can happen again.
Can I get a yes or no answer to my question?
I believe if it's able to happen, it should be used. That's what he's doing. He's using his power to.
This is still not an answer to my
system.
question. Do you think that we should negatively disrupt the system when it only, like for the most part, and overwhelmingly produces negative outcomes?
Yes, if the system isn't functioning correctly.
Why is that a good idea?
If the system isn't functioning correctly.
But wouldn't like a negative interruption that overwhelmingly produces negative outcomes just make it function worse?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's self-implied.
I think we're in. I think we're in uncharted territory.
It's self-implied that it would by the use of the word negative. Okay, because we're saying it's a negative disruption that's overwhelmingly producing negative outcomes that would make the system worse, right?
I think that the system, the way that the system has been operating.
No, just answer the question. Can we just answer the question? Obviously,
what was the question again?
When it's a negative interruption that overwhelmingly produces negative outcomes, right? Whatever you think that word negative means, okay? If it's a negative, if it overwhelmingly produces negative outcomes, then it would just be making the system worse. True or false?
That is true.
Okay. So therefore, you shouldn't support the Trump administration because they are negatively interrupting the system and overwhelmingly producing negative outcomes.
That's a one-sided take.
Right? Like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, disrespecting the rule of law, targeting narco and domestic terrorists. Taking the purchasing power out of the hands of the working class, putting it into the hands of the ruling elite, destroying our alliances. Advocating for the invasion of our allied countries.
What alliances
Greenland,
be destroyed?
NATO. Now, now we have Europe threatening to, drop the economic torpedo onto America, destroy our own economy. He's been negatively destroying the economy as a whole. Highest unemployment rate in 5 years in 2025. Worst job reports ignoring recession since 2003. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2007. Okay, these are all negative impacts that are overwhelmingly producing like the negative outcome of very, very much so harming the average American, harming the rule of law, harming the respect of the Constitution, harming our civil and electoral processes.
I think there's a lot of things I think there's a lot of things already that are harming the American people that are really counterintuitive, right? Like it's a lot of people doing a lot of things that they shouldn't be doing, and that you can blame it on somebody else if you'd like, or
That's also
you can take ownership of it
this is
yourself.
also a really bad argument. Can we agree that there's a lot of things harming black people during slavery?
I listened to it in history. You know what I mean?
You can't even
Everybody's
give me
history.
Dude,
Everybody.
I'm this close
history
to
is
kicking you.
different.
I'm this close to kicking you because you just can't give me.
What are we talking about with slavery?
You
What
can't
does
give
slavery
me.
have to do with any
You
of
can't
this?
give me
What
a
does slavery
direct.
have- I don't
You
even know
can't
what
give
you're
me a
talking about.
direct answer to the most like
You're
easy
talking to a
question
black man.
ever.
You know that?
Okay, so
You're
as
talking
a
to a black
so
man.
as a black man, can you agree that black people were negatively hurt by a lot of things during slavery?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so like, but the comparison of your argument here, you're saying because there's already a lot of things that are really hurting Americans, you'll support Trump even though he's only adding more things that hurt Americans. This is like saying because there's a lot of things that were really hurting black people.
How has Trump directly hurt you?
Can you
Other
please let
than
me
your feelings
finish?
on the live. Uh-huh.
Your argument is that because there's already a lot of things that are really hurting Americans, that you support Trump as president and you're okay with that, even though he's adding on more things that really hurt Americans. This is like saying
He ain't been hurting me. He been boosting me.
you're interrupting me again.
I'm hearing you, but I don't know who you're talking about. You talking to the poor black
Can you-
man? Because
can
I
you
think you're
please
just thinking I'm
stop?
a poor black man. You ain't talking to no poor black man.
I've never once called you a poor black man. My last statement was
Why
in
are you
reference
talking
to
about slaves? Why are you
Americans.
talking about all this stuff? All right, I'm an American.
The only way
Yeah,
for me to be able to get there is if you stop interrupting me.
for sure. Talk.
Okay, I'll try one last time. If you interrupt me, you're gone. All right, this is my last attempt. So I brought up the point that Donald Trump is a negative influence on the system that is overwhelmingly producing negative outcomes. I then specified a lot of those negative outcomes. I went over the specifics of how so economically. I went over the specifics with him taking healthcare away, went over the specifics with him taking food stamps away, went over the specifics with bankruptcies, unemployment, GDP growth, went over the specifics with our destroyed allyship, so on and so forth. And then your response was, well, Americans have already been being hurt in many ways. Therefore, you're okay with the fact that Donald Trump is just hurting them more. Now here's a counter argument. You agreed that black people were hurt in many ways during slavery. Therefore, were you okay with white Americans hurting them even more by, like, for instance, promoting their rape on top of their torture, on top of their exploitation, and on top of their slavery? Like, no.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
that's definitely not right.
we wouldn't
Yeah,
say here
definitely not right.
that because black people were hurt so much in so many different ways during slavery that it was okay to hurt them even more. The same way your counter argument, Americans have already been hurt so much in so many different ways before Trump that it's okay for Trump
This is
to hurt them even
completely
more.
different. You're talking about slavery and being an American citizen.
It's a
Do you
comparison.
feel like a slave?
It's a comparison
Do
of
you
the
feel like a
logic.
slave?
It's a comparison of the logic by basically saying if we look at a group of
What's
people.
the logic?
that
Am I a slave? Am I a slave as an American citizen?
The logical takeaway is that if a group of people are being hurt in any way, that does not justify them being hurt more.
I think you're talking to the slaves, bro.
What are you saying? Do you have a response?
I don't know what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, I'll repeat it. If a group of people are being hurt in any way, that does not justify them being hurt more.
Oh, if
Do
you're
you
taking leverage of the
accept that?
system, and you're, there's a lot of people that are taking advantage of the system. Like I said,
No, could
I'm
I
a
just
mixed individual. I
do you
came
accept
from
that
a
or
poor area.
do you accept that or do you reject that? If a group of people are being hurt,
I reject that.
that does not justify them being hurt more.
Sometimes you got to get through it to get to it.
Okay. All right, man. I'm gonna kick you. We're gonna go and get that next guest loaded up into the live, y'all. If you're going to join our live stream, please, at the bare minimum, just be like fractionally coherent. Oh, God, this is just terrible. I'm not enjoying myself
Hello?
at all today. Hi, do you support Trump?
Well, really, I'm here just to kind of speak my mind on like how
different opinions can affect different people.
Do,
I'm not
but
saying
do
you're
you support
wrong. I'm
Trump
not.
as president?
As president, no, not as a person.
Okay. You said as president, no. As a person, yes. It's crazy. I kicked you because you don't support Trump as a president. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Why are these like? Why are they? We want to debate. We want debates with Trump supporters, guys. It's now been an hour and a half without just like an even like cogent debate, dude. Even just like a partly cogent conversation. Like I'm kind of like losing my mind up here, dude. I'm really close to ending for the day. I'm really close to ending for the day.
Hello there, my brother Dean.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Of course, that's why I'm here, bro.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
6'7".
Very nice. Moving on to the next guest, Corden. Hey, Jenna. I appreciate you, dude. Jenna, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Jenna, that is incredibly kind of you. I want to see 500 Jenna W's down below in that comment section for the $50. Jenna didn't even leave a message with her donation, just sent the love. They're washing their fucking phone. They're washing their fucking phone. What the fuck? But seriously, Jenna, thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I appreciate that. Please show some love to Jenna down below in that comment section right now. I'd also like to very quickly thank Luna. Thank you so much for the 24 euros
hold on.
over on YouTube.
Hold on, I'm
Thank you
watching
so
the
much for
Bears
the love,
game, bro.
Luna.
I'll be right back. I'm here. I'm MAGA. You
Luna
know
for
that.
the 24 euros says donation for extra anti-blood pressure meds today. Yeah, man. Today, like, so far has just been, like, absolutely terrible, dude. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate you so much for the 24 euros. Show some love to Jenna and Luna down below in that comment section. You're the only person inside of the queue that I know is a Trump supporter. But see, the issue with you...
I know, bro. You're probably annoyed with me, bro.
The only issue with you is that every time you come up here, you only want to, like, talk about the fact that you think I'm a grifter.
Yeah. When I'm the only one who's up here...
I just want to debate people on why they support Trump. So just set the grifter comments aside and just give me an argument why you think Trump is a good president.
I've been trying to, but then y'all mute me when I do, and then y'all start grifting over me. That's why I also get to the grifting argument.
Just ignore the grift, okay? Ignore the grift.
How am I supposed to do that? Don't you know how disgusting it is?
Why do you support Trump as president?
Okay. So, as of right now, I'm kind of on my last limb with him. But at this point in time, I'd have to go with, like, both the strong foreign presence, which I'm not conceding to that because y'all still haven't cooked me on that topic. And then two, I think I'm gonna go with the fact that like he's authentic, like he's not a grifter.
He fucking tear gassed a crowd in front of a church to take a photo shoot with a Bible that he then turned around and sold for $100. He rug pulled $27 billion of his supporters' money with the use
No. Can you prove it was a
of
rug
his
pull?
Trump coin. Okay? He fucking has sold golden sneakers, watches, tequila, and guitars.
Hey, and it makes money.
With his name on it. On top of that, he's even now sending out emails to Trump supporters saying, I'm scared, I'm alone, I'm in the dark.
Really?
I'm scared, I'm
Wait, are
alone,
you
I'm in the
serious?
dark, and you need to give me
You're
money
you're
now.
trolling.
Yes, no, that's a real email. He said, I'm
You're
scared,
trolling.
I'm alone, I'm in the dark.
Prove it.
I'm doing the
Prove it.
work for you.
Prove it.
Oh my God. Can
You're
you
trolling.
just let me finish? No. Just Trump.
Okay, fine. I'll let you
alone
finish your yap sess,
in
but you're
the
trolling.
dark email. No.
You're actually stressing me out, bro.
If you go on Google and you type in Trump, I'm alone in the dark email, you'll be able to see the email for yourself. Okay, he sent out an email with a subject line that read, I'm alone in the dark. And then inside of that email, okay, he then was asking his supporters for like a shit ton of money. And at the bottom of that email, it said, if you want to help me fight the radical leftist lunatics, click this box. And then in very small text under that last line, it says, if you click this box, we'll automatically send $1,000 from your credit card to us.
That's so obviously fake.
No,
that's
a
so
real
obviously
email.
fake. That's not from Trump. You're actually just...
It's from his inbox.
You actually think I'm going to believe that?
It's from his official email. It's
His
official
official...
email. Yes.
DonaldTrump@gmail.com. You want me to believe that, bro?
It's his official email for his campaign, silly goose.
Okay, what's his email? And then wait, where can I? Okay, fine. You don't have to like give me all that. Just tell me where I can see this.
I just told you.
Recite, please.
Oh my
I'm like
God.
stressed out and I forgot.
Trump, I'm alone in the dark. Just me, one dying laptop.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at that real quick.
Good boy.
Who are you talking to like that, Dean Grifters?
You?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Grift away while I go do my research, unlike you, boy.
Say less. Simon, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Let's get 150 Simon W's down below in that comment section for the $15. He says, say hello to Kevin from Montreal. Dude, shout out to Kevin. Thank you so much for the $15. Let's show some love to Kevin down below in that chat. And then Nikki, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Nikki. And then Amir, thank you for the 15. And Tazim, thank you so much for the 5. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all so much for supporting the grift. Thank you so much. And then Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for supporting the grift, who says you can't find anyone to debate tonight because one, so many supporters finally see who he is, and then two, the ones left are immature asshats. You know what, Sarah? No, that is absolutely true. Like, obviously, it's very annoying when we're dealing with like back-to-back like 5-year trolls. But like the silver lining is that all that means is that there's less people that feel emboldened to support him as president, or else it wouldn't be so hard to find anybody that does. Thank you so much for the $10, Sarah, and then thank you for the $25, Donald. Holy crap, Donald! Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for your generosity. I want to get 250 Donald W's for the $25 donation with a little heart. Thank you so much. And then Tip, thank you for $5, who says, be quiet.
Are you almost finished?
Be quiet. Who says, I just joined and you look drained and annoyed. Must have been a shitty set of MAGA today. Keep your head up, bro. Oh, I appreciate you so much for the $5, Tip. It's good to see you. And I'm doing all right. And then Alexa, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I'm going to keep your message to myself, but you got it. I will do that. And then Aiden and Colton, appreciate y'all so much for the 5. Shay, thank you for the 2. Then Angelina, thank you for the 10, who says, thank you for doing this. Can we please get some real debates? What's going on? That message was sent 32 minutes ago, and we're still
This is the only real debate he's
find
getting.
anybody to debate. I'd also like to thank Tom for the $10, who says, man, I'm sorry that you're dealing with this. Here's $10 for an anxiety pen. Thank you. And then Jacob, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars for the grift. And Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Vanessa with the $20.
Please stop donating to grifters online, especially the liberal ones. And Nick Fuentes.
When you tell people to stop donating, they only donate more. This is expressly why I did not want you to talk about donations.
Nick Fuentes.
You said me and Nick Fuentes.
Don't donate to Nick Fuentes. Do not donate to Nick Fuentes. Boom.
Okay, base.
All right, there. Now everybody's going to go donate to Nick Fuentes, right? That's how your logic works?
No, because this isn't Nick Fuentes' fan base. However, if you said this on Nick Fuentes' live, then that would absolutely occur. But anyways,
his fan base is here.
People should donate to me?
No.
They shouldn't donate to me.
Oh, no. No, because, dude, here's how it works. If I say, yes, go donate to Dean Grifters online, everybody's going to still donate to Dean Grifters. They're going to be like, oh, guess what? I have to donate. And then if I say, do not donate to Dean Grifters.
You know what?
Everybody's so happy to be a grifter. All of a sudden, your brainwashed liberal crowd.
Wow. Those are strong words for a small man.
Brainwashed liberal crowd.
Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo.
Jessica! Oh, Jessica! Oh. Okay, now can we get on to the point?
Jessica with the $20 says, hi, Dean, now I gotta donate to you. Thank you so much for the 10. Thank you so much for the $10, Jessica. $20, sorry.
Let me sit down,
Best $20 ever spent. You literally turned the guest into Justin fucking Bieber. Thank you for the $20, Jessica. And then Joe says, thank you for the $5 for being me. I appreciate you so much for that love. And then Joe, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Joe. Appreciate that so much. And then Quinn, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says this is actually the second time he's defrauded Trump supporters. The last time was during his first presidency when he set up donations with automatic payments, and he didn't inform his supporters. Damn, I didn't even know that. Thank you for the $20 and the truth nuke. And then Michael, Michael, holy fuck. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Michael, thank you.
Michael!
Fucking hell.
Stop.
For real, thank you
We
so much
don't
for
care.
the $100, Michael. Michael, with the $100. That is so undeserved, dude. Thank you so much for your love and your generosity.
Oh, yeah,
Says,
absolutely, yes. I
can
love
you
how you
please
at
get
least
this
point
guest
that out.
and Phil up on the same time? No, because I think that my brain would just stop working.
Oh, no,
Thank you so much
I've
for the
already been trying to collab
$100,
with Phil.
Michael.
I've
Thank
already
you.
cooked Phil in
Thank you so
debate.
much for the love. Please show some love to Michael for the $100. And then Donald, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo saying how to pay you some more.
Go
Thank you
ahead.
so much
I
for
mean, get
supporting the
Creed
Grift,
up here.
Donald.
That's my boy.
Then Allison, thank you for the
Get Creed up.
$15. Who says here's a first-time donation for the Grift. Dude, let's go. Thank you for supporting the Grift. Then Angelina, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. He says, well, because he said I had to. Yes, he said that you had to donate, Angelina.
didn't say
Thank
that.
you for the $20.
I didn't say that.
And then
That's
Sarah,
the
thank you for
type
the
of arguments
$5
you
to
guys
support the
use for
Grift.
Eugene
And then
Carroll.
Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. She says, because I'm a brainwashed liberal. What did you just say about Eugene Carroll?
I said that's the type of thing that MAGA has been trying to do with Eugene Carroll. Y'all be saying that Eugene Carroll said it just because there was in a sentence in reference to other people. I didn't directly say that you should donate to Dean Grifters. I was in a sentence making an example. This is why your liberal fan base is literally so dumb. Just like you guys do zero critical thinking. It's just, what, money for Dean Withers? Money for Dean Withers? And then they send you they'll see 5 cents in their Cash App account and say, you know what? Well, since Sophia was up on live saying that Dean is a grifter, I have to send the last 5 cents.
They're like
to my
just
account.
actually droids, just like legitimate bots sending all their
Yes,
money to
no,
me.
genuinely.
Yeah.
See, there's you.
Yeah.
You're a subconscious.
Marina, thank you for the $20 from the bot. Thank you so much for that DNC payment, Marina. Thank you for supporting the Grift. Show some love to Marina down below in that comment section for the massive $20 to support the Grift. Casey with the $5 to support the Grift. Thank you so much. And then Amber, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal to support the Grift. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Killer Girl, thank you so much for the $5 to support the Grift. Thank you so much. And then Jenna, thank you for the $20 to support the Grift. Shout out to you, Jenna. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. And then Deborah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal for the Grift. And then Katie, thank you so much for the $50. Holy shit. Katie with the $50 on Venmo saying thank you for exposing the hypocrisy of MAGA to support the Grift. Katie, thank you so much for being so brainwashed to baselessly send me all the money in your bank account. Thank you so much. And then Serena with the $10 saying that she's a liberal bot. Let's go. Ivan with the $5 from the bot. Raider with the $5 from the bot for the Grift. And then Jessica, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal for the Griff. And then, yo, Boo! Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Oh my God. Boo with the 50 says, people be donating because the guest is getting so mad. Honestly funny to make him rage more. Boo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50. You were absolutely, incredibly fucking kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Boo down below in that comment section for supporting the Grift.
Hello?
Now, I did remove that last guest because I was kind of getting a little bit done with it, and I want to debate with people about why they support Trump. I do really appreciate each and every single one of y'all so much for supporting what we do. Thank you guys so much for the massive donation. Seriously, it's incredibly kind. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello. Yeah, I do support Trump.
How old are you?
18. I was born in 2008, January 4th.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of thought that your account was a troll.
Why do you think my account was a troll?
Because, like, the Charlie Kirk PFP, like, most people that be rocking the Kirk PFP in the live are, like, trolls. But I'm looking at your account, and I now see that that's not true. Here's one of your posts. Do it for your country. Do it for your name. Because there's going to be a day when you're standing in front of the hall of fame.
Yeah, everyone should like that video up. Yeah.
So, and then it's also showing you at America Fest with Benny
weren't
Johnson.
you at America Fest too?
I was with Myron.
Yeah, with Myron Gaines, my boy right there.
The guy that thinks gay people should be segregated and women need to shut the fuck up.
Shouldn't they? Don't you agree?
No, I don't. How many continents are there?
Hey, how many you answer that question, boy.
7.
Exactly.
And what are their names?
Hey, what are their names? You know?
He has no clue. So I just want that to be made so incredibly clear.
It's always
the people that think gay people should be that should be segregated are also the people with IQs under like 30. One last question for you, James.
We should put them back in the Holocaust.
Yeah. Wow, that's MAGA. MAGA thinks that we should genocide gay people.
We should.
Yeah, that's fucking sick, dude. That's it is disgusting. It is despicable. It is sick. What, like,
Whoa.
legitimately.
Whoa. I got up on a Dean Withers live.
Hi. Do you support Trump?
I support Kamala Harris.
Hey, man. That's awesome. That's really awesome, man. Moving on to the next guest. We got a really good boy loading up into the stream. A really good boy. I don't know if he'll connect. No, it looks like the good boy's not connecting. Oh, well. Moving on to the next guest, we got King Out Laster connected to the live stream. Hey, Germ, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Dude, you know what, Germ? Nah, go buy that fucking pizza. I'm going to try to find a way to refund that. Forgotten Studios, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Forgotten. Let's get 200 Forgotten Studios W's. With the $20, who says, as a trans woman, this is so sad. Feeling like I'm being forced out of life and it feels like the only resort is violence. It's unfair. Yeah, man. I'm sorry for the heinous way that this administration is treating you. Thank you for the $20. As well as Catherine, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Who says, doesn't matter if we are, here's some money. Oh, I appreciate you so much for that love, Catherine. Show some love to Catherine down below in that chat. And then Bleeding Roses, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Who says that last guy said that what you're doing is gross, yet supports a convicted felon in a PDF file. Like, come on, lol. Stay awesome, Dean. Love what you do. Well, thank you so much for the love, Bleeding Roses. And then Generation X Revised, thank you for the $20. Who says 6 bankruptcies wasn't bad management. It was a business plan of a con man. Oh, yeah, man, dude. I mean, we've just seen countless cons from the man, the myth.
Yo, what's good, Dean? What's good, Dean?
Thank you. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Show some love to Generation X down below in that chat. Hey, man, are you MAGA?
Yes, I'm MAGA.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Because he has very good policies, and I honestly like his tariffs.
Okay. You said he had great policies. Like, which one? The ignore the law policy, defy Congress policy, the argue.
No, I think his immigration policies are really good.
Oh, like which ones?
The one where he rapes and kills niggers and kids, and he rapes.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. So you guys had to hear that. That's vile. Let's go to get that next guest, pal, loaded up into the box right now. If you're inside of that queue, make sure it's because you're an American adult that supports Trump as president.
Why did you crash our live stream last night, Dean?
She was about to cry. You remember that?
Dude, why did you crash the live stream, Dean?
I just commented.
No, bro. We were in a live stream having a good talk, and you sat there and you crashed it knowing what you would do, bro.
Listen, I'm going to have to set the stage for everyone watching because there's only like 20 viewers. There's only like 20 viewers in this live stream because they're kind of like nobodies. So let me just like set the stage and tell you. Shut up, Phil. So here's what happened last night, okay? Phil and then this lady named Trinity were running a live, and the background was, you shouldn't support Dean Withers. And then it showed like an X through my profile picture. And then I like just went into the live. I didn't even like hop in the guest request. I didn't join it. I just went into the comment section. It was like, hi, Phil. And then Phil started fucking losing it. And then the host of the live, Trinity, she also fucking started losing it. And she was saying, no, I don't want to be on this live if Dean's in here. Get out,
yes,
Dean.
Because
no one likes you. No one likes you, Dean.
Bro.
And then because I didn't leave, I wasn't even commenting. I was just watching the live. She fucking ended. She said, I got it in my library. I can't do that. And she sounded like she was about to cry.
She did end up crying because of you.
She cried because I joined the live?
Yes, and you commented Phil, knowing that that's disrespectful, bro. You want to get her in the live. She probably won't even join. I can text her to get in here.
Yeah, dude. Tell her I'll be nice. We got to figure this out.
All right, I'm a text her.
Text her, because we got to figure this out. We absolutely do. Tell her I will be very nice, okay? I'll be very, very nice. Which I will. Hand on the Bible. What? Okay, for everyone watching from home, hand on the Bible. I will be nice.
Get Eugene up here. He's in the box.
No, I just went Trinity.
Sure, just Trinity. Okay.
Mr. Stephen Collins, thank you so much for that level ship. Thank you so much.
I texted her. She hasn't responded. But
she's watching.
Either way, why would you?
Wait, she's watching.
Why would you?
Wait, she's watching.
She is.
Yeah. Trinity,
get her up.
I see that you're watching. I'm gonna be very, very kind to you. Very
Trinity,
kind.
request up. I'll help you. I'll defend. Defend my name, Trinity.
I sent you an invite, Trinity. I will be incredibly kind to you. Okay, I'll be incredibly good faith. I'll be very reserved.
You knew what you did though last night.
Well, I mean, let's just discuss it as a crew. Let's discuss it as a team.
She's probably too scared to join because she doesn't want to take the risk of getting manipulated by you, Dean.
Oh, she's in the queue.
Yep, get her up.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be very.
What's good, Trinity? How are you doing?
Okay, what is going on here? Like, what is going on?
I joined to defend your name because he ended our live stream last night, Trinity.
Yes, it's so stupid. Like, why was he even there?
Exactly.
Hi.
Dean, why did you do that last night, bud?
Why did I comment on a live stream that was about me?
Yeah, calling me Phil. Yeah, calling me Phil.
Trinity, what are your thoughts on this subject matter?
You need to stop calling him Phil. It's actually illegal.
It should be. It really should be illegal.
Illegal. It is. You're not respecting his identity, and it's disgusting.
Under what law is it illegal to call him Phil, Trinity?
It is illegal. Like, what's your problem?
Under what law?
There's something wrong with him. He's a mass
There is
manipulator.
something wrong with him. There is. He needs to go to jail. Like, seriously.
I think he does need to go to jail. I mean, he is a dude. He's a manipulator. He gets all of his fans manipulated into calling me Phil, bro. And me and Trinity will be taking legal action against you.
Okay.
We are.
Get Eugene in here. Eugene's texts me and says he wants to talk to you.
Trinity, can I ask you a question?
No, what's your problem? Seriously.
I don't have a problem with you.
Yes, you do.
No problem, Trinity.
You
Not
do.
me.
That's why you ended our live last
Not me,
night.
Trinity.
Yeah, you ruined the live stream.
Not me, Trinity. I'm sorry for ruining your life. That's my bad. My fault. Won't ever happen again, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. Now here's a question I want to ask. Just looking at your posts, your first post says, L. Dean and Parker. Your second post says, Dean is in love with so many Trump supporters. He loved Charlie Kirk. He still loves Brock. He loves Creed. L. Dean, L. Brock. Your third post says, if Parker bullies Creed one more time, I'll call the cops. Your fourth post says, if you put Dean's voice on my stream, you will get blocked and I will yell at you. Your fifth post says,
what's wrong with that?
The same thing.
Okay, that, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's not my account. Like, what?
Girl.
That is your account, Trinity.
That's your account.
But Trinity, it's okay to post that. You're just defending my name.
Yes, exactly, because I care about you.
Thank you, Trinity.
So, Trinity, why the hell do you think I should be thrown in jail?
Because of your disrespect.
No, I want Trinity to
It's
answer
a
the
hate
question.
crime because that is, like, you're not respecting his identity, and that's a hate crime.
No,
You realize that, right?
No, Trinity. That is not a fucking hate crime.
It
Yes,
should be.
it is.
Creed,
It
pipe
is.
down.
Who are you? Thank you, Connor, for the roses, my boy.
So Trinity, what you're saying here is, if I call him Phil, I should be thrown in jail.
Yes.
Yes.
Creed, I mean Phil. Let Trinity answer the.
Fuck off, seriously. You're so stupid.
He is stupid. You're right.
He
Dude,
is
you are.
stupid. He's so stupid.
Dude, you are such a manipulator, Dean. I was live earlier and I had all your fans in my live talking about bull crap about Phil because you manipulate them into thinking it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay to do that.
It's not. It's really not.
Trinity, can I ask you another question?
No, you can't.
This will be it. Last question. Only question. How do you feel about the people that will comment on your posts using your name, but then they have Charlie Kirk's face superimposed onto your
They
body?
Kirkified her.
Oh,
It's not.
that's so
Read,
stupid.
hold on.
That's
Read that girl's
stupid.
bio. They're a follower. It's not true. What they said about her is not true.
So the bio says Trinity Austin's twin sister. She keeps me locked in the basement and acts like I don't exist. Trinity, is this
yes,
true?
they're a hater. It's not true.
Yeah,
Trinity.
it's literally
That's not
someone
true?
stupid.
So that's just to clarify, it's not true.
Yes, it's not true.
And Trinity, you're not a Trump supporter, right? Like Santana changed your mind months ago, right?
Yes.
But Creed is a Trump supporter.
And
No,
what?
he's still my friend. I'm going to defend him, so...
I'm sorry, I meant to say Phil's a Trump supporter.
Seriously.
Stop, dude. Stop.
You're going to jail.
Okay, and
Trinity,
then
back me up
I'm
here.
done with
then
this.
also
I'm done with
no.
this.
One
You're
more
so
question.
stupid.
One more question.
You're stupid.
I have one last question. You've also
What
made
do
a
you
lot of
want?
posts saying that like I'm dating Brock. Where's that coming from?
Yes, you are, because you kept inviting him to the stream.
So if I invite somebody to the stream, it means I'm dating them. Does that mean I'm dating you? Like,
Yes.
hopefully not, right?
You're so stupid.
But,
I
like,
don't
I
even want to
invited you
be
to the stream.
more. Like, you need to get a life. Like, you're a grifter. It's so disgusting.
Why do you think
He's
I'm
a
a
grifter and a mass manipulator.
Why
is
do
what you are.
Why do they
Exactly.
all
Exactly.
think I'm a grifter? Why do you think I'm a grifter,
You
Trinity?
are a grifter. You
Why?
are.
Why do you think
You're a
that?
You steal
manipulator.
everyone's money.
I do what?
You steal everyone's money? Like,
Yes, exactly.
Dude,
everyone?
like
No.
this
Stop
is
putting Finity in the chat.
Yeah, you guys are stupid. You guys should just watch Santana. That's who you guys should watch. Don't watch Dean. He's stupid.
Okay, by the way, just for everyone watching, I'm not sure about Creed. I think that Creed could be a troll. But Trinity
Sure.
is definitely not. I just want to make that clear. I know
Okay,
Trinity's not a
seriously,
troll.
get a life.
Okay.
Get a life.
Wait, well, I do have a life.
No, you don't.
I have a very
You
fulfilled
don't.
life, yes.
No, you
Life where
don't.
you manipulate your fans into
Phil,
gifting you money.
Creed, okay.
What? Stop.
Okay, so
Stop calling him back.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You need to stop.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, stop doing
I will
that.
stop.
You're
I'll
not
s-
respecting his
yeah,
identity.
I'll stop hate crime.
Like, bro, it's not
Yeah,
even
you
funny.
I'm
better
sorry for
stop.
I'm sorry for hate crime you, Creed. Now, Trinity, you said that I steal people's money. You do.
Yes, you do.
But you do understand that people like freely send it in accordance with their own will and desire. Right?
Because you manipulated them into sending it to you.
No, Is that your argument? Oh, she left?
Yeah, dude, you're trying to manipulate her, bro. You're using your
I
words
was-
into manipulating.
I was just asking her questions.
Yeah, but you're using your words into like a certain way into manipulating her, bro. It's not gonna work on her.
How?
Because, dude, you're a mass manipulator, bro. I've been trying to say this to everybody. You manipulate everybody, bro.
So you just think I'm like the smartest person that's ever lived because I'm able to
No, you have a
successfully-
very low IQ.
But then how would I be able to successfully manipulate millions?
You're a good manipulator. You don't have to have a good IQ to be manipulating people.
Okay. All right, so very dumb but very good at manipulation.
Yes, and dude, your fan base is all a cult, bro. That's all this is.
Wait, if they're a cult?
Yeah, and you're the cult leader, bro.
Aren't you the guy that supports the adjudicated rapist as president?
No, yes, bro, but no, bro.
Yeah,
'cause
yes, you are.
No.
And they're the cult members?
Yes, they are. You manipulate them.
Oh, the irony.
Oh,
hey,
yeah,
hey,
but,
Anne,
yeah,
thank you so
sure.
much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $10, Anne. That is AYA, and it's good to see you again. Thank you so much. And then Brittany, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Joshua with the $5 says, I would like to call this matchup Philinity. And then Olivia, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal for bail. Yo, Olivia, thank you so much. You are the absolute
you should be
MVP
in
of the
jail.
hour. Dude, shut up. No, I shouldn't. Thank you for the $50, Olivia.
You're
Genuinely.
manipulating everybody into sending you money. Honestly, it's highway robbery.
No, they are going to, dude. How? Fucking what?
Bro, because
That's just insane. No, you're just coping. You're just fucking mad.
Why would I cope?
You're just mad. You're just so fucking pissed.
What would I be mad about? I don't want none of their money, even if they offer
Thank
me
you.
$100.
Thank you so
I
much
would
for the.
decline
Thank
it.
you so much for the $50, Olivia. Show some love to Olivia down below in that comment section. Then Alex, thank you for the $20. Who said, thank you so much for the love. Who says, as a gay person, I
Bro,
just got
stop
the
putting
chills.
Finity in the
And
chat.
not in a good way. Thank you so much for your support, team, dude. I'm so fucking sorry that you had to hear that last guy. He was disgusting, Alex. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Alex for the 20 and Olivia for the 50. Then also Brooklyn, thank you for the 5. Kaylee, thank you so much for the 7. Thank you guys so much for the love. And then Adam, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says Trinity has no reason to talk when she goes into your lives and Parker's lives stalking and then has 80 accounts from being blocked. You know what, Adam? I just realized that her account was blocked on another one of mine. So it seems like that is absolutely true. Thank you for the $10. And then Aiden, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. You don't have guest access, man. Unprivate your account and I could let you up. Taylor, thank you for the $10 who says drinking the Dean Withers Kool-Aid. Thank you for being a member of my cult. Then Chris with the $2. Then Ivan with the 5. Thank you guys so much. Then SK, thank you for the $1. And then Jonathan, thank you for the $2 who says hashtag filled with rage. Paige, thank you so much for the $5
alright, I'm
who says
leaving. I just came up here to
this
say
woman
you're a
messaged me
piece of
weeks
crap
ago.
for-
Yeah, keep whining. Nobody gives a shit. Not even your own mother. Then Kamani, thank you so
Why
much
are
for
you
the
talking to
$10.
me,
He
bud?
says,
I know
do
you're not
Phil and
talking to
Trinity
me.
understand that there are people getting kidnapped and murdered in the streets, but it's being sanctioned by our president? Well, either they don't understand it and they're dumb, or they do understand it and they're just like, like very apathetic cult members. Then I'd also
We're
like to
not in
thank
a bro, you're trying to
Drew.
cope,
Thank you
right?
so
We're
much
in
for
a
the
cult.
$20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Drew down below. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Oh, and then Michael, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, quote unquote, for manipulating me into sending. I'm a master manipulator,
Exactly. See,
Michael.
they just admitted it.
They just admitted it. So true. So undeniably, unbelievably true.
Anyway, I
Black,
just came
thank
up
you
here
so
to
much
say
for
you're
the
a piece of
$10.
crap.
For the $10 who says, grift me harder, Dean. Call me Phil. Phil, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Count Nefero, thank you for the $10. He says, stop forcing me to send you money with your brain, Dean. Blant, thank you for the $10. He says, I don't know why he says we're in your cult. I'm in the cult of Phil. The cult of Phil. Gath, thank you for the $10 here. I appreciate you so much for the love, Catherine. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. And then, yo, dude, T, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, grift me, Dean. T, you are a fucking legend. Show some love to T down below in that comment section for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Seriously, T, that is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Please show some love to T down below in that comment section while we're trying to get that next guest up here to debate. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness, T. That is fucking unbelievably kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to T down below while we're looking for that next guest. Here we go. Dude, huge shout out to T. What's up, Jack? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, man. How old are you?
I'm 22.
And what time is it?
It's currently 1 a.m.
Unfortunately, we're only looking to talk to people in America, but I hope you have a good rest of your day, dude. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Hop inside of that queue with Vanoli if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're specifically only looking for debates at this hour. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, I offered my dad a debate with you before I cut ties with him. Completely. I am currently, it's been an ongoing, I've had plenty of conversations that have ended in quite a many tears. I don't debate well. I never have. I lose it very fast. I am very compassionate. I try really hard
Sign me up.
to stay calm.
I'm on board.
Really?
Win.
I've sent you a few messages. I would love to talk to you. I would love to give you a lot of details why he would be a great debate person.
Yeah, win.
And why he deserves this.
Win.
He is a ex-veteran, Marine, police officer.
Wow.
He views Renee's death as justified. He thinks that what's going on is fine. He told my best friend while I was gone to a wedding, and I quote, I can't debate about abortion when it comes to, because he doesn't think that rape victims should get abortion. Because he's like,
when can I debate him?
I've sent him so much information, and he said he sampled it and gave me so much bullshit and a lot of biased shit.
When can
I
I
don't
debate
know.
him?
I'm waiting on him. He said he has a lot of other things he's prioritizing and looking at, and before he responds and takes notes on my information and actually reads what I wrote him and spent a lot of time
Okay.
doing.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow you on my DNC Dean account.
Oh my gosh.
You'll see that. You'll see that come through. I requested to follow you.
I want
you to accept that. And
I'm already following you.
So this is on my second account. It's not.
Oh,
the main,
okay.
it's not the main account.
Absolutely.
It's at DNC Dean. I sent you a follow
Okay.
request. Shoot me a DM.
Absolutely. Sure.
And whenever your
my
dad is
gosh.
free for a debate, we'll line it up.
Absolutely.
We'll set it up, and we'll do it. And let me tell you, I'll approach the conversation with your father, unlike any other conversation I think that I've had. All right, it'll be geared towards and specifically and strategically designed to legitimately change his mind because of you. Okay?
Oh my god. He has a psychology degree. And it's everyone I've ever mentioned that to, he's like, they're like, what? How can he watch everything and just still I don't know. I appreciate you so much. I was on your live all day yesterday. I've been on as I've been waiting. I clicked for notifications, but I never got any for your live. So I've been checking all day. And I've been here all day waiting to talk to you. And I was like, I know I'm not MAGA, but I was like, please, I would just want 5 minutes of your time.
Well, just let me know because I would love to talk to
Absolutely.
him. Okay.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
All right. You have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Yeah, you take care. You take care, Melanie. Like I said, shoot you a follow, so you'll be in my DMs. Just shoot me a message with, when and where. I do these streams, 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. I will happily prioritize a debate with your dad. 110%. He sounds terrible. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up and say that, Kyo, if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Man, dude, that's rough. The stakes are high with that one. But that's the kind of thing that I've been preparing for the last couple of years, is conversations like that one. Okay? It is my destiny to talk to your father, Melanie. It is my goddamn destiny. Okay? It's going to happen. It is the inevitable. This is a very interesting guess. How old are you?
Oh, shit. I'm 38.
So for everybody watching, this guest is like, he doesn't know that I know this. This is probably going to be embarrassing for him. My number one hater on nearly every single TikTok video that mentions me, that is about me, that includes my name, image, or likeness. This motherfucker right here is in the comment section talking shit. Is this true, Shade Master?
I wouldn't say every video, but like a couple of them.
So what the fuck is your deal?
Oh, like I support Trump.
But like, there's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that don't hate me as much as you do. There's actually some Trump supporters that like me, funny enough. Like this one lady, Jen. I'm going to debate her, and I hope that I could change her mind because I feel like she's one of the minds that I could change. That aside, why are you so special? Why do you stand out from the crowd? Why do I know your name?
I'm not your biggest hater.
What's that?
I'm not your biggest hater. Like I'm like.
But why?
Nah,
But why
I'm
do you
not.
think you fall into that 0.001 percentile of like biggest haters?
Effort.
A lot of effort. So why do you support Trump?
He's a smart guy. I would say has good character, loyalty. He's a builder. He's built things. He's
Good
created
character?
things. I think so. He's a genuine person.
He's agreed with Howard Stern calling his own daughter a hot piece of ass. He's boasted about looking at the naked bodies of women and girls at his beauty pageants. A court determined he raped a woman. He was best friends with Epstein, sending him letters depicting the outline of a naked little girl with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." He refused to rent to black people in the 70s and called them all lazy in the 90s, and then later continued to call for the execution of the then exonerated Central Park 5. He said the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy. A handful of years before, in the Access Hollywood tapes, he said he could just grab women by their vagina without asking first, which, by the way, is exactly what the court held him liable for doing to E. Jean Carroll. Not to mention his 30,000 lies in his first term, a destructive policy in the second, like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans to further enrich himself and his rich buddies, on top of telling the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. Good character, my ass.
Where do you want to start? That's a lot. That's a lot to go through. This will take a lot of time.
Because you are operating off of the realistic disadvantage by claiming falsities as the truth, I'll go ahead and allow you to choose where we start.
Let's start with the Howard Stern. Let's do that one.
Okay.
like I look at Howard Stern. It's like a comedy show, but it's also like he's like what do you call a sacred clown or a divine idiot. And they talk about things that are socially difficult. And I would say his episode on Howard Stern was kind of woke in
So,
how he presented.
so you're just saying that you don't think it was like indicative of a bad character when he said that he'd look at the naked bodies of the women and girls? You just say it's woke?
Well, he acknowledged privilege, like his privilege, and how society let him do things like that. So that is wokeness.
He acknowledged the privilege of the fact that he was the owner of the pageant, and that's what he took advantage of to then take advantage of the women and girls. So you
Well,
think
the nature of the conversation was about
so you think that? I mean, I'm just gonna ignore the fact that you're calling that woke. I mean, I'd expect like stupid shit like that from my D1 hater, like totally. But like, I want you to respond to: was it good or bad? Okay, was it indicative of a good character or was it indicative of a bad character? When he just said that he'd abuse that position of power to then take advantage of the naked women and girls. And by the way, for everyone watching, no, he's not a troll. I can tell you with certainty, he's not a troll.
It's a matter of progress of character. I mean, I can't say.
You can't say it's a bad thing. You can't say it's a bad thing.
It's a good thing to admit about your faults and to acknowledge them.
Okay, so if you rape a woman, then admit to it. You have a good character because at least you owned up.
It's better than lying about it.
Dude, oh my God. This is
Just
like
saying
saying Jeffrey Dahmer, like killed and ate a bunch of people, but then maybe gave $1 to the poor. That would be better than another version of Jeffrey Dahmer that killed and ate a bunch of people, then didn't give $1 to the poor. He still killed and ate a bunch of people. He still sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and girls.
I'm not putting giving to the poor as like a high level of character, but honesty and just being open is the highest level of
I don't even think
character.
that's indicative of a good character because the only reason he was honest and open about it is because he doesn't think it's wrong. In fact, in many scenarios of violent criminals being honest and open about their violent crimes, if anything, it makes it more deplorable, more despicable. Jeffrey Epstein was so honest and open about his heinous crimes with all of his friends, he made like fucking books with pictures of him and little kids. That made it like that's even worse. Like because he doesn't even recognize it as wrong.
Why are you bringing up Jeffrey Epstein?
Just as an example, like this actually makes Trump worse, okay? Because not only did he sexually exploit women and girls, okay, but he also thought that it was a good thing to do. A funny thing to do.
He didn't say it was a good thing to do, and funny or not, laughter and crying are emotions that they're not really on a spectrum.
Do you think I'm a good guy?
Yeah.
Why do you follow Putin? Do you think that Putin's a good guy?
I wouldn't say good, no.
Why do you follow him?
To stay informed. I haven't seen anything from him in a long time, though.
Given the priors, I doubt that you follow him to stay informed. I follow Trump to stay informed. Okay, so I feel like there's definitely scenarios where you will follow like world-leading politicians like Putin or Trump to stay informed, even if you don't agree with them. Okay, I don't know if like this is that scenario though. Okay, it's possible, but I'm unsure. I'm unsure. All right. Now, I think that you're very disgusting because you are refusing to admit that men who take advantage of women and girls have bad characters. I muted you. You have to unmute. Can you agree that men who take advantage of women and girls have bad characters?
Yeah, that's a bad character.
Okay, so Donald Trump has a bad character for taking advantage of women and girls.
Yeah, he has flaws.
Okay, so earlier when you argued that you support him because you think he has a good character, you have now conceded and have admitted that you were wrong.
Well, character's not absolute.
We're taking a holistic view in all things considered. Like what we just agreed on is that all things considered, the character of a man who would promote and engage in sexual violence is bad.
Yeah, sexual violence is bad, yeah.
Okay, so then all things considered, you agree that Trump has a bad character.
Well, I wouldn't say that was sexual violence.
So sexual exploitation is sexual violence. Sexual violence is just unconsensual sexual conduct.
Sexual exploitation is very broad.
Yes, it is. It is broad. It includes a lot of things, and every single thing that this broad phrase "sexual exploitation" includes is sexual violence.
That's included, but you can't. I wouldn't call that sexual violence.
It is.
Like violence.
It is. Like no one agrees with you. No one that like works with SA victims, no one that works in DV shelters, no one that works to promote you know the end of great culture and goes over the facts, the data, and analyzes this epidemic that runs through our country, acknowledges that what you say is true. The most commonly understood depiction or definition of sexual violence is truly just unconsensual sexual conduct. All unconsensual sexual conduct is violent. Can you agree?
Sexual conduct. That sounds correct. Yeah.
If all unconsensual sexual conduct is violent, okay, and all sexual exploitation is unconsensual sexual conduct, then all sexual exploitation is sexual violence.
Yes, I would assume you mean contact, like physical contact. Am I wrong?
Many forms of sexual violence and sexual exploitation include sexual conduct. However, there's also many other forms of sexual violence and sexual exploitation that do not include sexual contact. A prime example of this would actually be exactly what Trump did. Abusing your power to unconsensually look at the naked body of a woman or girl.
I don't see it as rigid as you do.
Let me ask you a question. If a male teacher at a middle school were to tell a 12-year-old girl after class that if she doesn't take her clothes off and let him look at her while she's naked, he's going to fail her, coercing her into unconsensually doing exactly that, would that be sexual violence?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There you go. So you just agreed that abusing your power dynamic to unconsensually look at the naked body of a person is sexual violence.
Well, you're telling them to do something. Like there's actually a physical action. You're telling them to do a physical action.
The reason why Donald Trump didn't have to tell them to get naked is because it was a woman's dressing room. But we still have that infringement upon their consent because he wasn't supposed to be in the women's dressing room.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I don't put the label of sexual violence on it. I put the label of violence on it.
Would it be sexually violent for a male teacher at a middle school to follow a 12-year-old girl into a bathroom after school to open up her stall door to look at her naked body while she's using the restroom?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he have to tell her to take her clothes off in that scenario? No, he just simply went into a space where it was expected for her to have her clothes off, and it was expected for him to stay out, just like it was expected for the beauty pageant contestants to have their clothes off in the dressing rooms, and it was expected for him as a man to stay out.
I could say Trump had the expectations to see naked bodies.
What's that?
I would say he expected to see naked women. I mean, but let's say we put the term sexual violence on it. Let's just say I'm being too, I don't want to call it that. But then it's not even about what I want to call it. What does society call it? And society condoned it. And I would say society still condones it.
So if society thinks it's okay, then it is okay?
To some degree, yeah.
So because society thought that slavery was okay, slavery was okay? Because society thought that child marriage was okay, child marriage was okay? Because society thought that genocides and crusades were okay, genocides and crusades were okay? Because society thought and still thinks in many areas that female genitalia mutilation is/was okay, then it is/was okay?
Well, but everybody's participating in it, though. You can't. What I'm saying is, whether it's good or bad, if you're participating in it, then you're saying it's okay. I'm saying everybody in society condones it. In American society, condones it, and they participate in it.
No, not everyone in American society participates in the sexual exploitation of women and girls. Is this a projection?
Everybody using the TikTok app does. Everybody on this app does.
Including yourself?
If you're enabling this
Wait,
app,
one
if you're
second.
on this,
Including yourself.
if this app does.
Answer my question.
This,
Including yourself. Have you engaged in sexual violence?
no.
But I thought you just said that everyone's engaged in sexual violence.
Everybody condones it.
Do you condone sexual violence?
I'm using the TikTok app.
Do you condone sexual violence? Are you okay with sexual violence? Yes or no?
Personally, no.
Okay, so then not everyone condones it. The fuck?
But everybody that uses the app is a hypocrite if they're going to say that Trump's in the wrong.
Why?
Because this app sexually exploits children and people.
This app sexually exploits children. So, all circumstances of children being sexually exploited are circumstances in which I would condemn. So, if there is any instances of children being sexually exploited on TikTok, it is something in which we would condemn.
And if they don't fix it,
Can you give me an example? Just out of curiosity.
yeah.
Okay.
I found an account that was having pictures of minors, and I reported to TikTok, and they didn't take it down.
Okay. So then what we'd say in that instance is that society at large, including all major social media companies, TikTok, X, so on and so forth, need to do better at revising the policies of their platforms, okay, in order to limit and prevent, sexual assault abuse content. But out of curiosity, you found it? I mean, is that just like in your algorithm?
Well, I was like scrolling like tens and tens of thousands of things on FYP just to post Stinky Dean on every one for like a month. And I found two things that were wrong. One of them they took down. The other one they said it complied with the thing.
So you're basically saying that you support Trump as president because TikTok doesn't do enough to prevent the dissemination of child abuse sexual content.
No, I'm just saying that everyone's a hypocrite.
Is that seriously your argument?
It's not why I support
And you're fucking
Trump, but
disgusting, dude. You're fucking disgusting. No wonder that guy's like the biggest hater. He's fucking gross. Dude, that guy gave me mad creepy vibes. Did that give anyone else like super fucking creepy vibes? Like that gave me really, really, really like creepy vibes. Okay, one second. I mute. Say nothing. Say something. Or leave.
Are you running from me, Withers?
You just listen to me.
You are, bro. You're running.
Boy,
You're running, bro.
Liam.
Why? Why are you running?
Okay. You know what, Liam? I won't run from you. But do you mind if I ask you to mute up for a second just so I could thank a couple donors before we hop into the debate?
You pinky swear?
I pinky swear.
Put your pinky up. Let's lock pinkies.
Pinky's up.
There it is. No callous pinky for sure. There it is.
All right, cool. I'm just going to catch up and then we'll hop into things.
Don't break your promise.
I won't break my promise. Let me just catch up real quick. Hey, Daniel, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. 1 second. Sorry, I just had to send a message. Seriously, Daniel, thank you so much for the $50. That is incredibly kind of you, man. Let's get 500 Daniel W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. Daniel with the $50 says, MAGA callers, you can still be conservative while not supporting Trump. Disavowing him does not mean that the Dems win. It just means that you care for those he's hurt and hurting. Be better than him instead of twisting yourself into knots trying to support him. Dude, honestly, I think that the Republicans would actually have a significantly larger chance at winning in the future if they got rid of people like Trump. So you're actually increasing the likelihood that the Dems lose in the future by revoking your support from Trump. Because ultimately what we'll see, right, is a mass exodus of all support from the Republican Party, leaving the Democrats as the only viable alternative if you do not revise the Republican Party to actively make it better for the people. I'd also like to thank you so much, Cynthia, for the $50 as well. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Cynthia. Let's get 500. Cynthia W, who says, sorry you're having so much trouble finding someone to debate you. Chin up and have another burger. Thank you for everything that you do. Well, Cynthia, thank you so much for the kind words and the $50 donation. Seriously, that is incredibly kind of you, my friend. Let's get 500 Cynthia W's. As well as Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, is me donating considered philanthropy? Sent that message when we had Philip here. That probably would have pissed him off, Matthew. Thank you for the $20. And then Andrew, thank you for the $1. And oh my God. Fart? That's your name? Fart? Thank you so much for the $200 on PayPal. Fucking hell. Fart. What a name. You paid $200, so I'll read your name off. Fart with the $200 on PayPal. It says Phil's crash out is mad funny. Fart. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. That is insane. Thank you so much for the $200, my friend. Sincerely to the moon and back. I'm so appreciative. So much for your support. Let's get 2,000 fart W's down below in all of the live stream comment sections. I want to see everybody watching showing some massive love to fart in the live stream comment sections. Thank you for the $200 fart. What the fuck? As well as Morgan. Thank you so much for the $50. He says, for a new anxiety pin, Lamau, we love you, Dean. Dude, I've been huffing and puffing on this shit. My cortisol and my anxiety, they've been off the charts today, Morgan. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Morgan W's. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Will, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I am going to keep that message to myself. But I don't know. I disagree with you. I don't think that's the case, Will. And then Z, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, you're so kind and thank you for doing what you do. You seriously inspire me. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Z. Thank you for your kind words and the $20. Let's get 200 CWs. And then Christine, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Jesus Christ, you guys. Let's get 1,000 Christine W's down below. Seriously, holy shit. I do not deserve that, Christine. Holy fuck. That is a lot of money. That goes a very long way where I live. Thank you so much for the $100. Christine with 100 says, thank you for speaking up about sexual violence. This is and has become such a problem in our lives, in the lives of all women and many men. Your willingness to speak up about the topic is the start of a change in the world. You are making a difference. We all need to speak out. Genuinely, Christine, I cannot agree with you more. Like, if I had to pinpoint down one of the largest issues that genuinely plagues our country, in fact, the world, that has for generations, that issue is sexual violence. There are many men who are victims of sexual violence. But the thing is I've never met a woman or girl in my life that didn't have a story to tell. Imagine if the rules were reversed. I was talking about this with my girlfriend the other day. If the rules were reversed, what would we see? If every man or boy had a story to tell? We would be living under martial law, okay? There would actively be cameras and mics, just for security purposes everywhere. There would be report sites at every single street corner. We would have a mass exodus in the harshest persecution that we have ever seen for sexual violence if the roles were reversed. Because nearly every woman and girl that I've ever met has a fucking story to tell. Thank you for the $100. I genuinely appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's go and quickly catch up over on Venmo too. Hey, Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 on Venmo. Who says, I'm sorry the debates have been rough today, Dean. Yeah, they've been pretty fucking rough. Thank you for the $11, Oscar. And then Jay, oh my goodness, Jay, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. It's so good to see you. Jay with a $100 says to spend an hour and a half on your stream just looking for a Trump supporter is nearly heartbreaking. It's 6. Take this money and your girlfriend and go somewhere that will make you laugh and have a good time. You always smile so wide when she walks into the room. Oh, I love her. I love her so much to bits and pieces. Thank you so much for the $100, Jay. It's so good to see you, and I hope that you're doing all right. Thank you so much for your continued support over the course of the last couple months. As well as Drew, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Jay and Drew. And then Ronna Lee, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Holy crap, you guys. Ronna Lee with the 50 says, we need more people and more like you. Well, thank you so much, Ronna Lee. Thank you for your kind words and the $50. Let's get 500 Ronna Lee W's. And then Steven, thank you for the $25. He says, you're so smart and kind. Oh, Steven, thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Ronna Lee, Jay, Steven. All you guys are, dude, fucking love you guys. I fucking love y'all. Seriously. And then Iris, thank you for the $10. I will check that. And then John, thank you for the $10. He says, sucks to see you rattled by the trolls, Dean. I try my best. Avery, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. The answer to your question is Miami Mint. Barbara, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Barbara. Then Tammy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. He says $5 for every time someone calls you stupid. You're the most brilliant person I think you've ever come across. Oh, I don't believe that. And you are in need of a surrogate grandma because I'm here for you, my friend. Oh, Tammy, thank you so much for your kind words and the $50. You know what? My grandma is probably watching this stream right now. I love her to bits and pieces. She's awesome. And she really enjoys the broadcasts. Fun fact about my grandma. Thank you. Thank you for the $50, Tammy. And then Ray, thank you so much for the $22, who says violence and violation are deeply linked, stemming from the same Latin root, with violation often being defined as a core violence. Yes, and that is exactly why sexual violence doesn't just include sexual contact, but all unconsensual sexual conduct, because it is still a violation of their consent, meaning it's still violence. And then Lauren, Emily, I appreciate y'all for the 5. Then Ben, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get 300 Ben W's, who says prevalence is not prevention. Harm does not become moral by repetition. Completely, Ben. Completely. Absolutely correct. Thank you so much for the $25. And then Gabe, thank you for the $5. I'll look back at that now. And then Sydney, thank you so much for the 2. And then Billy Jean, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. It says, keep up the good fight. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to you. Welcome in, Parker.
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Fun fact, we've had an active live restriction for the last 40 minutes. For the last 40 minutes, the stream hasn't been sitting out on the For You page.
That's very brutal. That's very brutal.
Yeah.
Dude, why is TikTok so weird recently?
Yeah.
They've been crazy with the bans again. They just go through waves all the time.
I know.
There's a good boy on the stream, though.
Yeah, that's been like going back and forth. You know what, Parker? I'm sorry if you came up here to talk to this guy. Because watch this. Hey, Liam.
Yes, Dean.
Remember how I told you that I would allow you to have a debate with you, like once I was done thinking all the donors?
You lied.
Yes, I lied just to waste your time. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get. Let's go. Add him up here for like fucking 3 minutes, dude.
Literally 3 minutes. What a good boy.
What a good
He sat
boy.
here all quiet. What a good boy.
One second. Hey, Bunny. I appreciate you so much for the $20 on YouTube. Super chat.
Yo, Jake, how old are you?
Yo, Dean, my school has the biggest
Jake, how old are you?
TPUSA.
Oh.
I'm in high school, but don't worry about it, bro. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Jake. I'm sorry, Jake. Hey, Bunny. Before you do anything, send me an Instagram DM, okay? Send me an Instagram DM. All right. Don't miss that. All right. Send me an Instagram DM. Send me an Instagram DM, Bunny. I mean, might as well, right? There's literally no reason why you wouldn't. There's only reason why you would. I mean, like, might as well, right, Bunny? Might as well. Shoot me an Instagram DM. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Everyone, give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Oh, wow. Okay, this looks like a definite Trump supporter.
Finally, I've only been waiting over an hour.
You've been in the queue over an hour?
Yes,
Oh, yikes. So you are definitely a Trump supporter is what I'm seeing.
I am.
Okay.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
For sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him all 3 times, and I felt like everything was just better when he was president. It may not feel like that now because I feel like everything is being blown way out of proportion and people are kind of going crazy right now in Minnesota, and there's a lot of fear mongering online, but in my opinion, I just feel like everything's better when he's president.
Okay. What has he done to make things better?
Before we hardcore debate, I do want to ask Dean a question.
Go for it.
You posted a video the other day and it's gone. Can I ask you why you took it down?
Because I learned that the guy was a pedophile that raped a kid.
Wouldn't that be something like you like look into before you post it?
I'm not gonna lie. When I'm reporting a story about somebody, I typically do not check to see if they're on the sex offender registry first. I will be honest. That is something that I will now start doing.
Okay. I just like when I talk about something, like I like make sure I have all the facts.
Oh,
like
listen,
I'm not gonna sit
no,
here-
I did before I reported that story. I looked
Sky,
at the.
we're about to have a conversation right now. I really doubt that's true.
Yeah, I looked
Wait,
at
what?
I looked at the Washington Post. I cross-referenced that with like 3 other sources too. I just didn't look at this sex offender registry. I'll make sure I do that in the future. I swear to God.
Hey, I will say that like I'm very respectful and I respect everyone's viewpoints and I love everybody. So like we don't have to do like the passive aggressive like I don't know, like saying you're an idiot without saying you're an idiot here, like while I'm up here,
Well, I
because
mean,
I
he was
won't
just
do
being
that
honest.
to y'all.
But anyways, I just.
But
wanna
you
let
don't
know.
even know me. You've only talked to me one time on Trench's panel.
I don't
Who
even
said
remember
that? We just said that you're probably going to say things that you probably didn't have a bunch of information on. That's all we
Yeah,
said.
but you like interrupted Dean to say that, and I just felt like it was like kind of a little bit rude and unnecessary, and I haven't been rude at all to y'all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So I was just letting you know, like I have respect, and I would like respect back if I'm gonna sit up here and talk to y'all.
Dude, I'm sorry, snowflaking out. Yeah, we'll try to be respectful though, but we're also like, I feel like we are not willing to compromise on honesty with like respectability. Okay, right? Like I will try
Yeah,
to
but
be
you just
as
said that you were
respectful
on here
as-
defending.
I will try
You
to
just
be
said you
as
were on here defending a
respectful-
pedophile.
I was not
and
defending a pedophile. That statement is false.
Well, like you were making a video about a guy you didn't even know was a pedophile.
What did I
and
say
like
in
I
that
could
video?
have sat.
Let me clarify this, guy, because what I said in that video is incredibly important. What I said in that video, okay, started off only speaking about the facts. I shared the fact, okay, that on January 3rd, a man was killed by being choked to death. I then shared the second fact that the cellmate detainee of that man reported that he saw multiple ice guards choking him to death. And then I went on to say, well, I mean, this is lunacy. Like this is an extrajudicial killing. This is outside of the criminal justice system. This is not in the scope of the federal law. This is not in the scope of the Constitution. Okay, like this is bad. This is wrong. Okay, and then it came out that the guy was a child sex pest, a child rapist. And the specific reason why I privated the video is because in prison, in jails, okay, even in detention centers, there's a highly increased likelihood that we will see other inmates that are not fixtures of the government that have that obedience to the Constitution and obligation to follow law in pursuit of the law, okay, killing child sex pests, killing rapists. And we see that all the time. And specifically, the reason why I privated the video is just to hold off and to wait until the investigation is over and done with, where we either know if it was the inmates or know if it was the guards. Okay? Because I think that two things can be true at once. I think that it could be true that like child rape is bad, and I don't care when child rapists get killed. Like I'm just gonna be honest.
Right.
I don't give a shit. Okay? They get what they gave. Okay. And in fact, what they got in response, getting killed, is significantly less than what they gave, because I think that child rape is significantly worse than even murder. All right. But on that same level, what we see from ICE is like, even if they did kill him, they probably didn't kill him because he's a child rapist, or else they wouldn't have murdered Renee Good. And they didn't murder Renee Good because of self-defense, or else they wouldn't have tear gassed his 6-year-old newborn. 6-month-old newborn. You know, like these things are important to discuss. It is important that the enforcers of the law abide by the law. It's important that they don't operate outside of the scope of the Constitution. And even though in this one circumstance, like I'm not gonna lie, I don't give a fuck that the guy died. He got what he deserved. Okay, it is still yet important for us to not have these mass lunatics running around the streets killing people extrajudicially, because it is important to uphold a criminal justice system and have those arguing that they are acting as the enforcers of said criminal justice system, holding to and abiding by the law set inside of the criminal justice system.
No, I can't remember why we're all the way over here now. I think I was just saying
Because you told me
like-
that I was defending a pedophile, which is just simply not true.
No, well,
And in
that's
fact,
not what I meant.
God,
I meant
dude, the one thing I really hate from the right is the way that you guys have perpetuated just constant demonizations of me and my character simply because I have a lot to say on a big platform. Okay, so many people on the right are now taking this as an opportunity to say that I'm defending a pedophile. So many people on the right have said that, like, in the past, I've said kids can consent, which I never fucking said. That's not even a fair implication out of any statements that I've ever made. And you guys are getting that statement from a conversation where I was actually condemning parents that thought sexual exploitation of children was okay. It's like, come on, dude. Like, those statements, those things could get me killed, man. Like, think about it. If people genuinely believe, right, what you say, and they think that I think kids can consent and I defend P3dios, that shit could get me killed.
Well, I guess that was a poor choice of words to say you were defending. I just meant you made a whole video about this guy. You were like, his name is blah, blah, blah. But if you like did a quick Google search, like there it was. So it was just like, you were like, I don't know, you were putting him on a
If you
spotlight
did a
and he
Google
wasn't.
search for the search registry, right? If you're doing it for the offender registry, not if you were just looking up about the fact that this happened.
Well, no, like if you did a
him not
Google
knowing,
search of his name, it
he
was right
acknowledged
there.
that he didn't know something. What do you want from him at this point?
I was literally trying to make a point and I got interrupted. I was saying he made that video and immediately took it down, and like I could have gone on
Is that
here
what
and
he's
said,
supposed to do?
okay, you're not letting me finish. Why do y'all keep interrupting me?
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
I was saying he made a video and took it down when he knew he was wrong, and I was saying y'all were like, well, you're gonna say something you're wrong and you're being rude. So I was saying, like, I could have come on here and called Dean wrong and a bunch of names for making that video and looking really dumb, but I didn't. I was literally trying to make one tiny little point, and like Dean went off on this whole rant for
You
something
said that I
was just
defended
like,
pedophiles.
okay, and like I said, it was a poor choice of words.
But that's why I went on that quote unquote whole little rant that you don't give a shit about. You know what?
Okay,
you
well,
know the
if
only
I
person
made
who
a-
defends pedophiles here? The president
What?
you support.
Okay, well, I haven't defended him, so.
You have. You said that you're a 3 times Trump voter and you came up here to tell us why you support
You have
him
a
as
MAGA
president.
hat on in your profile picture.
Does that mean I support him being a pedophile? No, that just means that I
No, you support
agreed
him
with some of his
defending-
policies more than the other president.
How
that was
the
running.
table is
You
turned.
support him in despite of it.
How the table is fucking turned.
Okay, so if you voted for Kamala, her and Biden were pretty much the reason the border and all the issues are the way they are. So, I
Through what
mean,
policy?
they were. Do what?
Through what policy?
Were the borders like this under Trump's first term?
Under Trump's first term, there were actually, at the end of his administration, more border crossings on average than the end of Biden's administration on a daily crossing average.
Really?
Yes. So actually, the border that Biden inherited was less secure than he handed over to Trump.
I don't buy that.
It's true.
And where's that information?
I can send you the Politico article that indicates the amount of numbers from the DHS.
Okay. I'm waiting.
Okay. I got
Because
you.
I've looked it up before.
For everybody
And I
watching,
just-
also for everyone watching who says she would not be old enough to vote for Trump 3 times. Yeah, that's true. I believe that she's over the age of 18. I pretty much know that for a fact because I have seen her in like other panels and like whatnot. She's definitely adult, but like you did say that you voted for Trump 3 times, and that's
Okay, I
impossible.
will say my age is give or take 2 years, but I'm not just putting out my legal age on the internet because I don't need to be doxxed on here because of my line of work.
I once again, I certainly believe that you're over the age of 18, but like that is weird.
What is weird?
You don't want to share. You just lied about your age.
Okay, what's the difference between saying I'm 25 and 26, almost 27?
Like there's no real difference. That's just weird.
By the way,
Okay.
Sky, the title is Guess How Much Border Crossing Numbers Plummeted After Biden Put in a New Policy.
Okay. I guess my issue is like this, everyone always talks about the borders. Like almost every Trump supporter that comes up here, when you say, what's your favorite policy? They're going to say, oh, the border policy. And you'll say, which one? And you'll say, oh, more secure borders. But then like people will get irritated with that and they'll start saying racist and all this stuff. But it was like these border policies didn't start with Trump. Like the kids in cages, that did not start with Trump. Like this has been going on for years, and it just seems like everyone is finding a problem with it now. Is there what? Why do you think that is?
Well, regardless of whether or not people have a problem with it now and didn't have a problem with it in the past is irrelevant to the positions that we have. We think it was wrong specifically for people to advocate for the deportation of individuals who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes prior to this as well. Even when Democrats did it, we just acknowledge they do so at a significantly lower rate, and they prioritize going after violent rioter or people who committed violence and bad crimes rather than people who have just come to the country for a better life.
Right.
And also it's how ICE is conducting itself. It's the militarization of ICE. It's the lack of accountability. It's no oversight. It's masked men going into areas, kidnapping people, literally tear gassing, right, communities, right, consistently over and over again. And what's the threat here? The threat here is ICE coming into the community. That's what's causing the conflict. If you want to address violence, you can address violence in a manner in which does not include causing more violence to happen because of the fact that you're trying to do some social media campaign of deporting people and dehumanizing immigrants.
Right. And I don't 100% agree with everything ICE is doing, but I also think that like the left is responsible for a lot of the violence that's going on. I watched a video of a guy that went out to protest. Like he wasn't with the left people, like he was protesting for ICE, and he literally got beat to crap, like smashed his head into the floor.
No, he
And
didn't
then
get beat to crap. That's not true.
and then I saw a video of a guy that was.
I think that guy.
Can I
got away
finish,
with it.
please?
Sure.
I saw a video of a guy, and they thought he was somebody else, and they beat him up, and he was literally there protesting with his people. I don't know if you saw that.
Are you talking about Jake Lang?
No, not. I'm not talking about Jake Lang. I know who that is. I'm talking about. I can't remember his name.
I think this is who you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about Jake Lang. I saw that he had a cut on the back of his head. I'm talking about a guy. He's not like super popular, but he was there protesting, and he was there with his people.
If you're not talking about Jake Lang, then you have to tell me who you're referring to.
Okay, let me see if I can do a quick Google search.
Because this is what Jake Lang did to get what he deserved.
Qurans. Minneapolis City Hall will be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation of Ilhan Omar, and the arrest of the scammer Tim Walz. Come join us 1 p.m. here, Minneapolis City Hall.
Yeah, he got completely fucking... Dude, oh my God, yeah, it was beautiful. God.
I already said I knew who Jake Lang was, so I didn't need that video.
Yeah.
So, if he got what he deserved, I don't get that. Why did he, like, just from saying words, like, why did he deserve that?
So
now violence is okay.
He got a very strong talking to. Look at that strong talking to.
Yeah, his head was also split open in the back.
I don't know. I don't know about that. It just kind of looks like he's crying really hard because he got a really stern and strict talking to.
Well, he was getting water balloons thrown in his face. Wouldn't you kind of flinch for that?
No, the violence.
No, his head was split open.
I have a question. Do you support Donald Trump literally making death threats towards liberals? Do you still support him in despite of the fact that he's done that with Mark Kelly? Or is that just not something that you factor in? Or him pardoning the violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops? Do you factor that into this at all?
Are you talking about he pardoned Jake Lang?
He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers?
Jake Lang is one of them.
On January 6th? Oh, Jake Lang is even one of them, yeah. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I haven't really looked into him pardoning the people that beat up police officers.
Isn't that promoting violence?
I can't say that I support that. But him making death threats, did you say to Democrats?
Yeah. He reposted someone saying H-A-N-G them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans that were in Congress that literally were just telling service members to not follow unlawful orders.
Bruh! On J6, Jake Lang tried to kill a cop with a baseball bat. Yes! He was one of the 174 people that went to jail for a violent assault on cops. And that's the person that Trump gave a pardon to. Oh, you're a fucking hypocrite. Yeah, how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning Mr. Jake Lang?
Jeez.
I literally have never said I support Jake Lang.
No, how do you feel about your favorite president, Mr. Trump, pardoning him, then
I
labeling
never
him
said
as a
he was my
patriot?
favorite.
How do the president that you support?
So now
how do
you're
you feel
putting
about him
words in my
pardoning Jake
mouth.
Lang and then calling him a patriot for trying to kill a cop with a baseball bat?
I don't know. I guess
You don't know? You're
You're
unsure?
the one who said it.
You're
Scott,
unsure?
I have a question. In that situation, did the cops have the right to unalive Jake Lang? Do you think
Yes.
that they should have done that?
If he was trying to kill them, yes, that
Okay.
he had a deadly weapon. If that's what's true, he was coming at them with a bat. Yes, they could have
So,
absolutely
so you
killed
think
him.
he should have been unalived, but then also you believe he should have been pardoned?
I never said he should be pardoned. When did I say that? Why are you guys putting
Or
words in my
sorry,
mouth?
I apologize. You're willing to support Trump even though he called for him being pardoned. I apologize.
Okay, like I've said before, just because I voted for someone doesn't mean I'm going to support every single thing that they do.
Yeah, but like you were just trying to make a big thing about how liberals were violent and like causing violence in this country, but then you quite literally support a president that has literally released violent rioters into our society. Like purposefully and intentfully.
Okay.
Is that something that you just overlook, or is that not a disqualifier, even though you just said it was a disqualifier for Democrats?
I never said it was a disqualifier. I just said, in my point of view, there's a lot of things going around right now to make it, I don't know.
Can I be
It
honest?
just seems like,
I agree.
can I just finish for once? I feel like every time I'm trying to
Sure.
explain myself, y'all interrupt.
Go ahead. My bad.
Thank you. Now I lost my train of thought. Okay, back to Dean posting that video. He was upset. He made a video and he didn't know the whole story, so he took it down. I respect him for that. He took it down. But I've seen so many things on Facebook like that. Someone literally posted, ICE just pew-pewed a child. And then if you looked in the comments, they were talking about the guy that got rubber band shot in the eye. He was 21, almost 22.
Wait. Likely, nothing that I reported within the story was false. It is likely true that ICE agents killed him. Okay.
No, but I'm just
also,
you understand, like, the reason I took down the video isn't because the reporting was false, but rather because it increased the likelihood, that it's because he's a fucking child rapist. Okay. Rather because it increased the likelihood there was other inmates. Okay. Rather because it increased the likelihood here that now Trump supporters are going to turn around and label me as a pedo defender, and that's not something that that's not a war that I want to fight. It's like, I don't care that a child rapist is dead, okay? But I also don't think that if the ICE agents killed him, they killed him because he's a child rapist, or once again, they wouldn't have killed Renee Good. It's like, and this is just like a level of nuance here that I think is really devoid in mainstream media, and that's not a battle that I want to fight. I do not want to fight that battle. Like, I do not want to be the one going on stage. Plus, I just don't think that should be like the main talking point of the left. I don't think on these debate live streams, we should champion a child rapist. Rest in piss, buddy. But like, I still feel as if we should raise critical awareness surrounding the lawlessness of ICE.
right. And like I said, I don't agree with every single thing ICE is doing. Do I think ICE is necessary? Yes.
Now, can I please
But
repeat
I
the last thing I
also-
was trying to say?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you were.
Yeah, you said that you think that there's a lot of violence on the left. Okay, well, I'd see, like, for the most part in America, the violence that we see, once again, for the most part from the left is very different than the violence that we see from the right. Because for the most part, when you're able to, like, point out instances of violence perpetuated by people on the left, it's going to be, like, interpersonal, okay? It's going to be, like, some random 12-year-old going on Twitter and, like, AI in, like, Kirk's face on, like, Iron Man saying he deserved it, okay? Or it's going to be, like, some random fucking protester, okay, like trying to pull some dude to the ground. Okay. But what you don't see is like people on the left in those systemic positions of power okay, driving a crusade against the American people to the same extent that we do on the right. The type of violence that we see on the right is like the president of the United States of America calling for the execution of 7 Democrats in Congress. The type of violence that we see on the right is the president of the United States of America inciting an insurrection upon our Capitol, leading them trying to kill cops, smearing their shit on the walls inside, just for him to turn around and give them full and complete presidential pardons. Okay, the violence that we see on the right, okay, are like, you know, people like Charlie Kirk saying that, oh, you know, whoever like tried to kill Nancy Pelosi's husband was a goddamn patriot, bail him out of jail. And then Donald Trump giving him a presidential Medal of Honor. That's actually true. That is something that he said, which is just simply different than the type of violence that we see on the left. Okay, like, can you seriously name a single Democrat in any position of power anywhere within our government that has straight up called for the execution of Republicans in Congress?
He didn't like specifically say, I want Dean Withers executed. He said, if you do these things, I believe the death penalty is okay.
No, what he said is that they are guilty of doing this thing. This thing is punishable by death, and then reposted a comment that said hang them.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know the last part. I knew the first part, but I did not know about the hanging part.
Yeah.
So would you still vote for him, given that you've heard this about him now?
Honestly, not obviously. Honestly, if things keep going the way they are, I probably will not. Well, he can't even run again. So there's that. If some weird reason he finds a way to run again, no, I will not be voting for him.
No, but like, will you take your MAGA hat off? Will you stop supporting him? I mean, he's quite literally like you were comparing random social media accounts and random Facebook accounts to the president of the United States.
When was I doing that?
Yeah, earlier you were trying to compare the left wings of like a perpetuation or promotion of violence, and it was random Facebook accounts that you said were engaging in misinformation, right? And you're comparing that to us mentioning that the president of the United States has pardoned violent rioters and released them into our country, and then called for the death of some Democrats, literally in Congress on social media himself.
No, I was not comparing left to right violence. I was saying I feel like there's a lot, and Dean even pointed that out. I said I feel like there's a lot of people that are spreading misinformation online, and it's like riling people up who don't know how to do like proper research to debunk it, if that makes sense. Like, I saw that where they were like, I pew-pewed a child. If you like look into that story, it's easily figured out. But
you
so
support
many
Trump
people,
as president because some random person said that ICE killed a child.
No, I'm saying that I feel like so many people are mad and they're acting out on violence because they're seeing like misinformation online
honestly,
that's stirring them up.
The biggest example of the propagation of misinformation to stir people up is Donald Trump lying about the outcome of the 2020 election, leading to a near overthrow of the American democracy, and that's the side of people that you support.
And you're willing to overlook that, and you're still willing to support him, given that that's true. But then you're willing to say that it's like both sides, and the left is actually also the ones engaging in political violence. And if anything, you acknowledge the political violence of the left more than you're willing to acknowledge it's true on the right, even though it's more prevalent within governmental positions on the right.
Right. Like you're like this is just like so obscene to me. Like you are like literally sitting here saying, oh, some random person on Facebook posted a small bit about misinformation to do with ICE on Facebook. Meanwhile, like I'm talking to somebody who's a profile picture championing the hat, make America great again, of the guy who like once again disseminated the largest piece of misinformation that any president has ever, riling people up and nearly ending our democracy. Like, I just feel like that's just so like hypocritical. Like,
no,
look within. Look within.
I don't
Take
think
that hat
y'all are
off.
understanding what I'm saying.
Listen, if you were coming at me from like an anti-Trump Republican perspective, if you were coming at me from like a moderate liberal perspective, if you were coming at me from like a progressive perspective, a socialist perspective, or a communist perspective, I would like totally be willing to engage in this conversation with you and have a nuanced conversation about the propagation of misinformation across the interweb. And now this is like a harmful thing that we all need to address. But like, dude, it's just like the thing that's striking me right now is like this whole conversation is being underpinned by the given fact that you support Trump, the biggest liar ever.
Yeah, I feel like every time I'm trying to make a point, y'all are like looping it back and blaming me for supporting Trump. Like, I feel like you're not letting me get the point across.
Okay, listen. Think about it this way.
I just want to let you know.
It's kind of like Imagine that you were debating somebody and the person that you're debating says that we should ban all guns, but as you're debating them, you could see their face in their background and it's just like plastered with like various different types of assault rifles. like a public debate. This guy's arguing, oh, we should ban all guns, but like meanwhile, he has a 911 attached to his hip with an AR-15 swinging over his back. Like it's just like, okay, like that's going to strike you as a interesting point of hypocrisy that you're going to be sure to denote, right?
Right.
And that's all that I'm doing in this scenario. You're like, oh, like we really need to address like this random person disseminating this little bit
Yeah,
of
but
misinformation as you're wearing like a MAGA hat supporting the biggest liar, biggest fraudster, biggest con man that told the largest lie out of any sitting president ever.
right. I feel like y'all don't want to debate. You just want to get up here and be rude to people. And I can actually prove that because I debate people often, and the other person doesn't have. I'm looking right here at my DMs. I have 100 messages right now of hate people from your live coming into my DMs wishing harm upon me, and that's the difference. Like
Well,
that's
so
how
I don't.
y'all operate.
So that's not necessarily reflective of me and Parker. That's reflective of some of the people watching this live stream. You know, like I can. Like,
Yeah, those are
clearly-
your followers.
Well, hey, you don't necessarily know that there are followers. Just because somebody reaches out to you for my live doesn't mean that they're a follower of mine that supports
Most
me.
of them say.
Okay, but
also
what I will,
follow
but what I
Steve
will say,
Withers.
okay, yeah. Guess what? Nick Fuentes inevitably, ended up saying that, oh, like this is a win. This is what we wanted, talking about the Trump administration's win. So I guess now because Nick Fuentes is one of Donald Trump's supporters, I had a dinner with him too, that Donald Trump's a Nazi. Like, it's very unfair for you to categorize like my statements, my beliefs, or my thoughts predicated on like the statements, beliefs, or thoughts of somebody that decides to click a button on an app. Okay. Right. But like, I'll clarify, like, obviously, like, I don't want the viewers of the live stream to send you hate DMs. Like, I'd prefer it to just remain a debate where we could have a conversation. We could hopefully change your mind. But, like, that is just such like a disingenuous argument to make.
Like, yeah, we're not trying to honestly debate because some people in our comment section have done certain action. Makes no sense.
I just got flagged for misinformation. That's hilarious.
Well, it is actually really ironic considering the argument that you're making.
That all your followers are sending me hate DMs?
No, that people are left to disseminate misinformation. Really ironic.
Yeah, you never let me get that point across, and I don't feel like circling back to that because I'm probably going to get interrupted and still not let my point be made.
All right, Dean, I'm going to go start my live.
Yeah, have fun, Parker.
Appreciate you for having me up, man.
You're going to be getting a raid here shortly.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you take care. Okay, would you like to make one argument that I should support Trump as president? Why should we support Trump as president?
I feel like he is the only president who puts America first.
Name one way he puts America first.
I mean, can you not see?
I can't.
Compared to Biden, you can't see how he's putting
No.
America
So what's
first.
one way he puts America first?
Well, how much money was Biden sending to other countries?
Less than Trump.
Really?
Yeah. Dead ass. I'm being like super for serious. Like, what was a big complaint? I was sending money to Ukraine. Oh, wait. Donald Trump actually restarted all the funding that was being sent to Ukraine under the Trump administration, plus $40 billion for Argentina, plus like another $100 billion for Israel. Okay. Plus like the proposition of a plan to spend $50 billion.
I'm talking about countries that aren't
so on and so
our
forth.
ally.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Well, still more.
So are you anti-Israel then?
Obviously, and as anyone should be. But so that's obviously not a way that Donald Trump is putting America first, because he's sending all that same money to Ukraine. He's sending an additional $40 billion to Argentina and proposing $50 billion to Greenland and continuing to send so many billions of dollars to Israel. Okay, so that's not a way that Trump is putting America first. So please try to answer that question again. How is Donald Trump putting America first?
Well, I feel like he made promises and kept promises, and I feel like
Like which
Biden made
ones?
promises.
No. Like which ones? Wait, remember, we're just talking about Trump.
I mean, this is just kind of silly.
Like we're just talking about Trump. So what promises did he make and keep?
This is just kind of silly. Something just off the top of my head because I literally saw it today. I think he said in 40 states gas is under $3 right now, which is true. I'm in
Okay, so
Texas.
he
and
kept
it's
the promise of reducing the
$1.97.
gas. How did he reduce the gas? How did he reduce the price of gas?
I'm not sure how he did it,
Then
but
how do you know that he did it?
because I looked it up.
Okay, so
When I
because it
saw
happened
that
in the
it was
country under
president.
his administration, therefore he did it. So because the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years happened in the country under his first administration, he caused that too.
Say that again?
So because the highest level of unemployment in this country's history in the last 100 years happened in the country under his first administration, he caused that too?
Well, no, but
Oh,
I
wait, but it
mean,
happened under his administration. So you're saying that things could
you
happen in the
can't
country under
say
the...
everything that happens under his administration is his fault.
Okay, then how could you say that the
Just
gas prices are his fault?
because the whole time Biden was president, gas was skyrocket, and then Trump takes over and they drop significantly.
No, that's not even true. Gas actually begun its downward spiral for its price around a year and a half ago, 2 years ago at this point. So the reason why is because we stopped buying Russian oil, which cut us off from around 25% of the global supply. So then American oil producers started ramping up their own production. This is why under the Biden-Harris administration for a couple months, we were the world's leading producer of oil. But then after they produced all of this oil and then started to sell it, they're making so much profit, record-breaking, historical high levels of profit. And then that gave them the ability to restabilize the amount of money that's required to make a single barrel of oil from around that $70 to $85 mark to that $50 to $65 mark. And then they just kept on producing more and more and more and more and more, in which then led to a massive reduction in the price of gasoline for American consumers and record high profits for American oil producers.
Okay, so it wasn't him then.
Yeah, it wasn't Trump, yeah.
Okay. Well, then I guess another one would be, I do remember him. Do what?
No, it's, yeah, what's an example of how he puts America first? What's an example of a promise that he made and kept?
Just another promise he made and kept is like the tax cuts for workers and the no tax on tips.
Oh, yeah. So
I
according
was
to the
working.
CBPP, the purchasing power of the middle class has actually gone down because of the big, beautiful bill.
The no tax. I was talking about no tax on tips.
Yeah, it's one provision of the 831 pages of the big, beautiful bill. That's great. But when we consider all provisions of the big, beautiful bill, according to, once again, to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the purchasing power has gone down for the average American making at or under $51,000 per year.
You asked me what was a promise he made and kept. I told you no tax on tips.
You said cutting the taxes for the working class and no tax on tips. So
No, I
cutting the
didn't say
taxes is
cutting it.
first.
I said he made tax cuts like the no tax on tips.
But all things considered, this is a promise that we wouldn't want him to keep, considering the fact that he was passed through the big, beautiful bill, which was incredibly destructive for this country. So you're arguing that he's
So you didn't
putting
want
America
him to do
first
no tax
by
on
honoring
tips.
a promise. No, I didn't want him to do the big, beautiful bill, which included the no tax on tips.
Okay.
Did you want him to pass the big, beautiful bill? Do you think the BBB was good?
I think there was a lot of good things in it. I didn't agree with some things.
But overall, was it overall net beneficial or overall net not beneficial?
I think overall it was beneficial.
Okay, what's your argument for that?
What do you mean?
What's your argument for that conclusion? What evidence can you point towards to indicate that overall the big, beautiful bill was net beneficial?
I mean, I liked the no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. I think I know a lot of people disagreed with the Medicaid cuts, but if you looked into it, it made sure that people that could work were at least working some.
Why do you even want a work requirement on Medicaid? Why is that a good thing?
Well, I mean, just in my experience, I've met so many people just in my lifetime that were able to work that weren't working. They were on Medicaid and getting food stamps and abusing food stamps.
Okay,
I actually know two
we're talking about Medicaid. So why do you support a work requirement on Medicaid? We'll get around to food stamps, but why do you support a work requirement on Medicaid?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like to appreciate something given to you, you should at least have to work for it a little bit.
Okay, so to appreciate the police force being given to you, you should have to work for it?
Well, we do. We pay taxes.
Unemployed Americans don't pay taxes and they have access to the police.
Right, but there's really nothing you can do about someone being unemployed.
So you're arguing that unemployed people should have access to the cops, even though they don't work for it. So then why should they have access to Medicaid? Or shouldn't have access to Medicaid, sorry.
I think there's a lot more money that goes into Medicaid.
Okay. So it's about the amount of money that it costs then. So because it only
Well,
costs
I think that's why the whole cut was made because of the money.
So because it only costs around $150 billion per year to like run local PDs, you're okay with everyone accessing that.
What do you mean accessing? I mean, it's not like a cop is coming to someone's house every
You're
single
okay
day and
having access
mowing
to
their
the social,
yard.
you're okay with having access to that social safety net. Is that your argument? Are you saying because, okay, local police forces around this country only cost around $150 billion to run per year, that you're okay with everyone having access to them, including unemployed Americans?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, then you should be okay with everyone having access to food stamps, including unemployed Americans, because food stamps only cost around $80 billion per year, significantly less than the cops.
I mean, I get your argument, but also at the same time,
It's actually your
I just
argument, but okay.
No, but you're arguing with my argument.
Yes, I am using your logic to demonstrate a conclusion. which
Right,
you
and I
should
said I
agree to.
understand your argument against mine, but I feel like there was a lot of food stamps abuse and Medicaid abuse, and that's why the
keyword I
cuts were
feel.
hit.
Why do you feel like there's been a lot of food stamps abuse?
When you know of a few people doing it, then that means there must be quite a few more people doing it, right?
Are they abusing it?
So I knew someone that sold food stamps, first of all.
Okay, that's illegal.
Right, and they got in trouble and got it taken away, obviously, if you
Okay,
get caught. But there's people that don't ever get caught.
Okay, well then obviously
And
the
then-
solution there is to ramp up the means to catch the people defrauding the USDA compared to just taking
Right.
food stamps away from everyone. Like for instance,
Well,
I
it
know a lot of
wasn't
people.
taking it
I know
away
a
from
lot of
everyone.
people that drive without car insurance, and I also know a couple people that have done that and get caught. Obviously, the solution here isn't just to revoke everyone's license, but to rather police more surrounding the presence
sorry,
or the
I
lack
just
thereof
got over
of car
being sick.
insurance. It's funny, I coughed at the
Right.
same time you did.
I guess I'm trying to think of how to word this. When I was growing up, my parents said that I would never appreciate something that I didn't work for. So I had to pay for everything. I paid for my phone. I bought my own car because, I mean, it's been proven, and sometimes it doesn't happen that way. When kids are gifted everything, sometimes they turn out okay. But a lot of kids, it's like,
That's such a
what else?
privileged take.
Well, I'm just saying,
That
like,
is just
I
so.
feel like
Think about it. Think about how privileged that statement is. Obviously, people in poverty that otherwise would starve to death accessing food stamps appreciate that food.
Most of them, yeah.
No, not most
There's
of them.
always
If they don't have it, they'll die. Of course, they appreciate that food.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you can say every single person that has food stamps appreciate it.
I
Because there's
definitely-
people that sell them, and there's people that use it to buy Red Bulls and Monsters. You can buy that on food stamps.
I think that
I've
we
seen
should be
people-
exploring.
know-
I think that we should be exploring the reasons why some people choose to sell them. I don't think it's because they don't appreciate the food stamps, but it's because although we have some social safety nets, they're not as comprehensive as they should be, which underpins underscoring issues. Like maybe the reason why 1 month
I'm
somebody
not
will
a
sell
rich
half
girl.
Their, well, maybe the reason why 1 month some Americans will sell half of their food stamps is to cover rent or else they'll be evicted. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, so whatever I say to try to clearly paint some of the people selling them as benevolent, you disagree. But whenever you say
Well,
something to
I
clearly
mean, I'm
paint the people
sure-
selling them as not benevolent and very lazy and evil, okay, you agree. I don't know. What this kind of bubbles down to is it just seems like you're something against poor people.
No, I don't have anything against poor people because I grew up poor and I struggled all through college figuring out how to pay my stuff. And I was never eligible for Medicaid or food stamps because A, I wasn't married, and B, I didn't have any kids. So you don't qualify for anything. I could have starved and I still wouldn't get food stamps. So no, I don't have an issue with poor people. I just think there should be a way it should be done. Do I think everyone should get free insurance? That would be great, but I don't think it's logical. I just don't think that can happen.
Can you repeat that, please?
Repeat what? I said a lot of things.
The totality of the last statement.
Starting from me being poor,
Yeah.
I said I was you said that I hate poor people or I don't like poor people.
I just said it maybe seems to be that case because you want to assume the worst possible intentions of poor people on food stamps. Yeah.
Well, no, but I am not going to just take the bright side of everyone on food stamps and say everyone who's on food stamps
I didn't even
appreciates
say
them because
everyone.
I know
said
that's
all.
not true.
I said some people.
No, you said all.
No, not about
and I said,
appreciating them.
no.
About some people that sell them, not selling them because they don't appreciate them. Rather, some people that sell them, selling them because it is the case, okay, that they have to make ends meet within other senses, like rent.
Thank you for the gifts.
Are you going to respond to that or just thank people for the gifts?
I'm sorry. I was saying thank you and I honestly didn't hear what you said.
You said thank you
Apologize.
after I was done speaking. There's like a moment of like dead air time.
Oh, I coughed before that.
So, okay. I appreciate you for coming up, Sky. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Sorry. It's been a long day, folks. Hey, Damien, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, ask the guests why MAGA are so obsessed with punching out on poor people. The rest of us are punching up. Yep. Gene, thank you for the $10, who says, I just said a prayer for this. I can't read that out, Gene. Thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 Gene W's. And then Megan, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Megan says, I went back to watch this stream from the beginning, and I want to say thank you for what you said about parents never forgiving the predator that hurt their child. That guy was very triggering, and I appreciate and admire how you handle that. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the kind words and the $15, Megan. Yeah, KJ, that was his name. Incredibly triggering. Incredibly triggering. As well as Gene, thank you for the $10, who says, this girl is a pathetic, brainwashed snowflake. Dead ass. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10. Who said, Dean, your moderators blocked me again for accidentally gifting the guests. Can we please fix that? Thank you. Dude. Mods! Don't block people for gifting the guests. Yes, I'll fix that. I'll fix that. A lot of people do it accidentally. In fact, one of the mods accidentally gifted a guest like a $300 gift like last month. So don't block people. A lot of the times it's purely by accident. Purely by accident. As well as Emily, thank you so much for the $1. And Jay, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. You were incredibly kind. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 JWs. Thank you so much for the love. Love always, Jay. Thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are awesome. You are awesome. Let's go ahead and quickly catch up over on Super Chat and then on PayPal. Super duper quickly. Chris, thank you for the €10, who says, scrap food stamps and give money payments. I think that we need to do like a comprehensive solution of like multiple means. Okay. And it would include like money specifically for food, but money like for specifically other things too. And then maybe like money for anything like through unemployment. You know what I mean? Then Sky, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Joseph and Daniel, thank you so much for the 3 and the 5. Then Madeline, thank you for the $10, who says, can you please say happy birthday, Layla? Happy birthday, Layla. And then Billie Jean, thank you for the $10, who says, keep up the good fight. Well, thank you so much, Billie Jean. All right, folks, for everyone watching, I appreciate you all so much for being here. At this point in time, I am going to go ahead and hop off for the night. It has been well over 4 hours. In fact, 4.5, and it is time for me to go grab some grub and hit the gym. In fact, the gym closes in 40 minutes. So unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. Womp, womp. But you know what I am going to do instead, now that I have the time? So I'm going to go get my girlfriend a toaster. If you've been paying attention for the last couple days, you know about the toaster scandal, the toaster fund. So I got to go get one of those. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok, folks. Same thing on YouTube. Drop a sub and a like on the VOD. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Bye-bye.